town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, yo, we'll see. Yeah, you won't see that I will get it, cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain. That is okay. Lately I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day. Man, you know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first cause we going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have been trusting the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. Man, we went to hours, you barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come on and test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat those they don't get it like.
It's like I woke up from a nightmare. It's like I woke up from a nightmare. It's like I woke up from a nightmare. Because I finally got away from you. And I ain't never going back there. If it's the last thing I'll ever do. But now it's R.I.P. because it's over and you're dead to me. You just a memory that I can't break, but I can't shake the ghost that you left behind here. Decided to turn into a bitch. We used to be lower than down. Anybody that knew us would admit. Then you suddenly switch. Yeah, you suddenly switched. In all of my years, I never seen someone corrupted so clean. Lately, I'm feeling like I'm being haunted by all of these demons that I got inside of me. Deep in my arteries, don't even know the reason of pathology. Fuck it, I feel like I'm ready to blow up. I'm ready to blow up and call it a rap.
Call it a rap.
You can have all my shit if it means that I see you, I don't
Want it back.
It's like I woke up from a nightmare. Because I finally got away from you. And I ain't never going back there. If it's the last thing I'll ever do, like fuck that. But now it's R.I.P. because it's over and you're dead to me. You just a memory that I can't break, but I can't shake the ghost that you left behind here. But now it's R.I.P. because it's over and you're dead to me. You just a memory that I can't break, but I can't shake the ghost that you left behind here. Suffocating, struggling just to breathe. And I feel like I've been trying to get away forever now. I'm just trying to run away and go wherever now. Cause I don't hear you in my rear view. Cause she exhausted by my vehicle. I feel like I've been waiting for this day forever now. And that wherever you may be, I hope you never found.
Welcome everybody to the Fall RIT 2024 Rocket League Invitational LAN event. I am X-Captain, joined with
Spotty FC.
and today we're going to have a great day of Rocket League. We have all 4 teams here, including RIT. We're going to be having St. John Fisher, Monroe Community College, and Post University. We're going to have, I think we're going to start with a group start of matches, so each team's going to be able to play each other once at least, and then we're going to be able to move on throughout the bracket, which will steadily go through the whole day, and then we will be finishing it up with the grand finals. But yeah, so we're going to be quickly interviewing the players. We have someone that's going to be on the stage right now, and we're going to be talking about the players at hand. So on St. John Fisher taking off the first match, we're going to have Debo, followed by Mystic and Vaults. So we're going to have 3 great players, and we're going to have someone on the stage currently interview them and get some more information about them. So on St. John Fisher taking off the first match, we're going to have Debo, followed by Mystic and Vaults. So we're going to have 3 great players, and we're going to have people on stage
Hello. Today I'm Benji, your presenter and host for the Rocket League Fall 2024 Collegiate Invitational. And today I'm joined by Hayden Petto. And we're going to be doing a bit of an interview before the game starts. So, may I ask first, what are your expectations coming into the LAN?
His mic is on.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A lot, actually. I'm expecting the team to do well. We got a new freshman on the team. He's pretty good. He's been doing the work, and yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm high expectations.
Very, very nice. Glad to hear it. And one other question I have for you is, how's your season been going so far?
Oh, very well. We're in the ECAC league. We're in the ECAC league.
All right, guys. Well, that was a very interesting thing. We're going to hear from Post University and St. John Fisher. But when the games are going to get started soon, we have 3 very good teams here today, including RIT. I believe that we're going to have another interview coming back onto the stage soon. But as we know right now, we have the RIT players that are ready to go. We're going to be showing Post's lineup as well. We're going to be seeing Big Spence, followed by Kimbix and Klawa. So we're going to have another 3 great players here today. I think all of them are decently the same rank. I think they're all up there in the top part of Rocket League. But from what I'm seeing, we're going to have our first match of the day is going to be St. John Fisher versus Post University. And then following that up, we're going to have RIT versus MCC.
Yeah, exactly as you mentioned as well. 4 teams, round robin. They all play each other once today, X-Captain. At least once, and then you go into single elimination. It's a long day, but you don't get that many matches if you're on one of these rosters. And just knowing how I'm feeling right now and how these players are almost certainly feeling, they've got to be nervous. The benefit of having this first stage of competition isn't always for seeding. It's really just to get used to that stage, because when you've got players watching you, when you've got people watching you, it's a whole lot different than being on a stream, being at home. There's a whole different feel. And I know for a lot of these players, many of these players, it might be their first time on a stage as well, and it's always a very nerve-wracking time when you're here. You always kind of get those jitters, get those shakes for so many teams and so many players. It really depends how long it can take for them to get used to that pressure, that feeling of being at a live event, being able to hear the crowd noise, your teammates, being able to be right next to them as well. It's a very nervous position to be in. For a lot of players, it depends how long it's going to take, but for every single team, they've got 3 matches essentially as that ability to warm up, to get themselves in this one here, X-Captain. And when you get that single elimination bracket, that's when things get a little bit more difficult. Our matches start as best of 5s. They start quicker. They turn to best of 7s for single eliminations. So for these teams, a lot of what they're going to do in these best of 5s may not be about winning more so than it is about just being able to just get used to that pressure, get used to this LAN event, and being able to really perform when it matters most, and that is that single elimination bracket at the end of the night.
Exactly. As you said, a lot of these teams, these are going to be the first time they're going to be on a LAN stage, and it could be a little intimidating for a lot of these players. And unfortunately, coming with that intimidation is the nerves. And if they can't really handle those nerves correctly, it could definitely impact the way that they're playing. But hopefully, these teams, I believe we have most of these members are not new to the LAN scene. So it should be a few matches where it might take them to warm up a little bit, get a little invested into the game. But besides that, I think it's not going to take them too long to be at their peak performance and ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And you mentioned as well that that experience really is something that you talk about. And you talk about how these players are just going to get that experience, going to get that time to get used to each other. But, or at this one, you talk about our first match here. Again, Post versus MCC. We're going to be an amazing series here, Post University, Monroe Community College. And, but again, this is our first match of the day. It's a huge moment as well. You get to see the opener. You get to see these teams their first time on first time today, at least on that stage, getting to play against each other. But again, reminder, it's round robin. Each team plays each other once. So the nice thing is these teams are going to get very comfortable with each other. They're going to get used to each other. Even if they're not playing, you can bet they're going to be watching these matches. They're going to be watching these teams play. They're going to be looking at who are those teams, who are those players, who's going to step up when it matters. Because when the pressure is on, when the lights are strong, and when they are high, that is when you need to show up. And with our first matches being best of fives, they're going to fly by quickly. They're not going to be very slow.
Definitely,
They're
yeah.
going to go through. They're going to be fast. They're going to be something where you're really going to be able to take every single game. And for both these teams, getting into this one, that pace, it's going to be there. And they're going to feel it. And everything's going to fly by so quickly, they're probably not even going to notice it.
Definitely. I mean, Rocket League already, 5-minute matches. It's going to be a very difficult time to get that much game time in between every single match. But hopefully through these players, I believe that they know what they're going to be doing. We're going to be getting live very shortly. We have every player here on the stage now, and we're going to be soon going to be getting up. But from what's going on right now is I can see that we have, on the RIT player side, we're going to have Sean, Sebward, and Yam, 3 of our great players here at RIT, some of them being here for a while, especially with Seb and Sean. They've been here at RIT playing on the school's team probably for like the last 3 years, I believe. They have some titles that they racked up. They are not new towards LANs, so I'm hoping to see a lot out of them this split.
Yeah, definitely is. They're the home crowd favorites, but I think coming in as home crowd favorites, it's weird because as a home crowd favorite, you can often feel that pressure of having to perform in front of the people that really do expect you to do well. In RIT Esports, there's a lot of pressure on them because they're expected to do well. This is a team that's expected to perform very well today, and again, knowing that they're that home crowd team, that they're going to have the people support in their matches, that might be able to give them that extra boost because the best LAN players are the ones that can feed off that crowd energy. And RIT Esports, you mentioned it, they're not new to this. They've already been here before. This is something where they know that this crowd's going to be cheering for them. They just got to be able to feed off that energy and build on it because that is really on a LAN. That's like another weapon that you can use. It's another piece of your arsenal. You can use that crowd to your favor. RIT Esports have to do it, but we might as well mention our last team in this list as well. And ex-captain, again, we mentioned as well, St. John Fisher, Monroe Community College, Post University. Take us through the last team that we have here playing on this LAN.
So,
For a number of reasons
of
that
that
I wish
note,
we had more time to
we're
talk
gonna be
about
getting
today.
live here right
but
off the
generally
bat.
speaking,
We missed the
one-to-many
first goal, but that
relationships
is
are what
fine.
you want to
We have
aim
already
for whenever you're
someone
building out your
scoring
model.
on
Are there
the blue
exceptions
side.
to that statement?
It is a great start here as well. You mentioned it, that LAN just getting underway, and so often for a lot of players, they can definitely feel that pressure.
Of a
It
star
really does
schema
sometimes
comes
take
into
a
play.
game,
Star
2 games,
schema is
more
where you
than
have
that to get
traditionally
things underway.
many different
And
one-to-many
you mentioned it as well. It's going to be a huge match here as well. As here we go, cleared away. Mystic trying to get things continued, but unable to get much on that one. Follow up, not going to be able to get very far. Cleared away here. That first goal already scored. The nerves, at least for now, starting to dissipate a slight bit more, but the pressure's on. The play is here. These teams are ready, but how ready will they be? Because if I know anything about this stage, anything can happen. It's going to be a nerve-wracking place, and you have to be ready to expect the unexpected because we're going to get that another goal goes in. Big clear downfield, and a second one. The lead has been doubled here. A great start.
Yeah, as you mentioned it, great start here coming in from Post University. And I believe that we're going to have another shot coming up, but right now I'm just going to be taking a look at the card, making sure I'm on the correct players.
Yeah,
But Post University is going to be playing.
Yeah, as you sense it as well. It's just a good start as well. 2 goals. I mean, if there's any way to get rid of those nerves, to get rid of any nerves that these teams have, one of the best ways to do it, just score early, get those goals out of the way, because so often when you can be that first one to put the ball in the back of the net, that will get rid of all the nerves that you have here. As clear away by Big Spence. Going to be kept in by Debo, but cut out immediately here by the opposition, and it will go the other way. Still looking for their first goal here, but unable to get that ball very far away as Mystic back wall, unable to get to that net, but it will bounce in front here, and already you're seeing these teams very nerve-wracking and a lot of bad rotations so far, just a lot of awkward plays, and I mean, you can't blame these teams with the position that they're in here, but it's definitely going to be tough to get used to the fact that you got to get used to the rotations on LAN, and another goal goes in. Sorry, with, I believe, their third, a hat trick so far, and my goodness, what a start so far.
Yeah, already we're going to see SJFU off the bat with 3 goals, and now we're going to have a great match on our hands. This is the first match of the day, starting off the best of 5 series, and it's going to be an incredible game to watch.
And as you mentioned, Post University right now, we can confirm they are the ones on the orange, if you are wondering. SJFU, St. John Fisher on the blue here, and St. John Fisher, 3 goals already, and it just feels like so far at Post University, those rotations haven't had time to really solidify for a lot of these players. They've had warm-ups, but it doesn't really compare to being on stage. That's a 4th goal. We've only been about 2 minutes into this thing, and already we've got 4 goals for SJFU. What a start.
Complete dominance, as you said. We're only 2 minutes in, and obviously we see someone came to play today, put in 4 goals up already. Very easy to see that we have very high competition here for today's LAN event.
It is here. Sorry, trying to get this one away. We'll go to the back corner. Caught by the back corner. Cleared away, but it will be Debo resting under this one, trying to take some time here. But Chloe not going to give him that space, and a whiff from Suri. Open space here in the backfield for Post, but will it be Mystic to keep it out? But big Spence collecting, and I do like this turnaround. Even though Post, they've been scored on 4 times already. I think that they're trying to go for this control style. Right now, though, it's just not working. Too much space in front. That shot on the line. It will be falling in front. It's going to go in. Mystic with a 5th, and that one waiting on the goal line. It's another goal for SJFU, and at this point for this team, it's only game 1, but it feels like they're trying to pull the curtain.
I really think Post is just trying to get involved right now. They're trying to figure out how they want to play this match. They just need to get that team play chemistry going, but unfortunately, being down 5 goals already is going to be a little bit deteriorating to their play style, but as you said, it's only game 1. There's still a lot of time left to bring that back, but right now, it's just, you see that SJFU, they are really coming to play, and they are putting on the offense. A little bit of passing play coming up here, but it's going to be now inside Post corner, and Mystic again is going to be able to get another goal, using it off a deflection of the opposite's team. Wow, 6-0 already.
Yeah, and I know for all of you, you're looking at this and you're saying, well, where's the competition? I promise you we've got great competition for all of you, but 6 goals so far. It looks like as if SJFU wants to get rid of any doubts so far in this first match. And they're definitely doing just that. A 6-goal lead. I don't know if we're going to be seeing a scoreline nearly as wide as this one is, but it absolutely is not too unlikely here as Chloe back up in the midfield. It's Post trying to find their first goal of the events, but still, they're just meeting that brick wall right now. And I think one of the biggest issues for them as well, not even just a rotational thing, but they're definitely giving up a lot of space right in front of that 16-yard box in front of their net. That's where a lot of those goals from SJFU have been scored. It's been right outside that box where Post University just doesn't want the challenge. They don't want to commit heavily. They don't want to give up space, and for good reason, because Mystic takes a 7th, and at this point, game 1 has already been called at this point, but it just feels like this is just a victory lap, at least for game 1 here for SJFU.
Yeah, unfortunately, we might be seeing a little bit of a Brazil coming in here for SJFU, but minute 22 left on the clock. There's still some time to get a few goals in here, but Koala playing defense, keeping that away, but Mystic is already up, aiming towards the goal, but it's going to be slightly deflected off, playing up the field now. Might see a little bit of a pass and play. We got it in the corner, but it's coming across the field. Sori's up, but he's going to whiff. Now it's in the court of Mystic, but he's not going to be able to get there in time before Spence is going to get up and move it down the field. And here comes the 1-minute warning now.
It is 1 minute to go, but at this point, I think game 1, I don't think there's going to be any doubts on who's taking this game, but I think the question now really is, can Post take one off the bar, left in front? But it will be kept away by Sori. Now another touch. This one kept away, but a bump there. Mystic trying to barge his way through, and it almost worked as well, but clear off the back wall by Big Spence. And at this point for Post, they've put their foot down. They don't want to see any more goals, but St. John Fisher's got other ideas. That one deflected wide. And it will go the other way. 30 seconds remaining. Post still looking for their first goal of the tournament. But they haven't found it yet. They haven't had that many shots so far here. And If they can't get shots, who's going to say they're going to get any goals?
That was a great save there coming in from SJFU, and now we have 10 seconds remaining. Mystic bringing it up the field. Will we be able to see one more goal? Debo flying. Mystic coming in from the side, able to sink it into the top left corner. Mystic, again, I think that's his 4th goal, and he's just showing some pure dominance. He's ready to play today. Coming in, aerial flip, straight top left, and there we go. 5 seconds left.
As you said as well, 5 seconds to go as well here, and it's an 8-0 scoreline as well, and again, just a dominant start as well here. 8-0. St. John Fisher University. What a start. If they had any nerves coming into this, if they had any doubts coming into this one, those have surely been removed. What a start. 8-0. Incredible. That's incredible.
That's a very dominant lead, already coming right off the bat, just as game 1 itself.
Yeah, and I think the only silver lining to this one here for Post University is that, fortunately for them, these games do reset. They go to game 2, it starts at 0-0, it's a clean slate. They can forget whatever happened in game 1, whatever happened in those team communications and those rotations. But the problem is with it being a best of 5, with it being a quicker match, they don't have a lot of time in between games to talk things out, to make adjustments. But so far, it just felt like in game 1, they were nervous. They came in, they just weren't feeling confident. We need to see that confidence. I need to see that confidence on that rotations. They need to trust each other more. Just right now, there's a lot of clumping. There's a lot of times where I see 2 players jumping for the same play. And when you do that, that's really a sign that a team just isn't confident in each other. Post needs to be confident, because if they aren't, they're not going to make it very far. This is a LAN event.
Exactly.
Confidence wins. Confidence will win these events.
Exactly, and with that, game 1 has finished. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be tossed into a small break. The action will come right back, so stay there. See you soon, guys. Welcome back, guys. Game 2 is now on the way. St. John Fisher is back against Post Esports, and now hopefully this match will be a little bit more competitive. The players were here, they're ready to warm up, and already off the bat, Quality is going for something pretty massive. And yeah, I'm really excited. I think that the energy is back for both teams. Amazing save already coming up. Mystic again with a shot off, not able to get through, but this is anyone's game now.
It is. It's all even, and as we mentioned, at 0-0, that scoreline. After a game, it always resets, and St. John Fisher trying to get themselves back in that confident groove, but I love this from Post Esports, bringing that early aggression in, and that's what they need to do. After a game as rough as Game 1, they've got to bring that offense, they've got to bring that energy, but a bad touch in front. Oh, a missed shot from Mystic. St. John Fisher so close to that first goal, but just could not do it.
As you're saying, that was so close. Mystic being the point man here for Fisher, and he's really been the one that's been that pain in Post's side right now. He's just putting up so many shots, making them put those saves in, but now we're taking it a little bit slow. Not much boost there for Mystic. We're going to see Koala up for the pass, but no one is going to be able to be on the receiving end. The demo is going to come through now, and now the ball is moving up onto the orange side, and we're going to see a save coming in from Post, keeping that ball out of the net, and on the wall. Not really much there. Mystic gonna come for a save, following it up. And already you can tell that this match is already off to a lot better start for both teams.
At least a lot better for Post Esports, and that's really what they're looking for. Post needed to really show up after, a game 1 like that. Unfortunately for them, obviously with that tech issue that we had, they got a break that they, didn't ask for, but will absolutely welcome. And now they're looking to make it work, but a 1v1 play in front. I really like this from Post as well. They're challenging earlier. They're playing it more aggressive. It just feels like they needed a game. They're now a little bit more comfortable. It's a little bit more like the series we're expecting. A miss in front. Chloe will take it. Post's first of the night.
Looks like a little bit of miscommunication there on St. John Fisher's side. Mystic wasn't able to get that boost pad, and I think Ebo might have taken the one on the left side, so that's going to be able to give Post that 1-0 lead.
It is a huge lead for Post Esports. 1-0. St. John Fisher had the early lead last game around. They won't be given such a benefit now. They've got to battle from behind. Post low. Look for the clear. Left in front. What a tap down. It's wide open for Debo. St. John Fisher with the tied game. And that pass in front from Mystic. It was completely unpredicted for the side of Post Esports, but it works to the benefit of SJFU.
Exactly. I mean, Mystic, he's being that magic man for St. John Fisher right now, making pretty much any play work, and that was an amazing touch, and he was able to just give that ball to Debo to be able to make that goal happen for St. John, and now right back into the action. Foul is gone past Koala. Mystic looking for a shot almost off the back right corner. A little bit of miscommunication there coming from Post, but they're able to clear it. And now Mystic with 0 boost, he's going to try to get it around. Debo following it up. Going to see a nice save coming in. And now we're just going to be moving around the ball. But again, Fisher's coming in with these very close shots. And Mystic, he's putting in the work. But still tie game, still a lot of time left to take this win.
And that's the thing about SJFU. Even when it gets tough, they find ways to elevate, and they're doing so right now. Pass in front, looking for the play there, but it will be cleared back for Debo. Back corner. Post Esports holding there as well, but will be down for Mystic. Shot on, saved by Big Spence. It's SJFU trying to keep things calm. Mystic, it's a great first touch. And just find some plays midfield. SJFU taking a step back, looking for space.
Debo,
Pass there!
Mystic! Beautiful shot. What a pass off the backboard. Mystic reading that coming up clutch with the shot. 2-1 now. Beautiful pass and play again. Mystic on that front end with that beautiful shot. And both teams are looking alive here. This is an even game.
It is a very even game here. 100 seconds to go even. And while SJFU have held the offense, that does not really speak too much about how this game has gone. It's back and forth, and all Post University need is one opportunity, but so far they've rarely progressed past that midfield line. SJFU holding themselves solid off the back corner, looking for number 3, that insurance lead that would absolutely set them straight in this best of 5 play in front, but it's supposed to clear it away and will be left in the midfield. They get offense here with a minute to go. Post Esports, 60 seconds, 1 goal needed. This is their opportunity.
Fisher. Now they are bringing the ball down the field. 1 minute is remaining. This is a make or break now for Post. They need to get one more to tie this game up, but obviously Mystic, he's looking for that insurance shot. He's going off the wall. Debo is up for the pass. Unfortunately, nothing connects, and Spence is just going to let that go through. A triple commit coming in from St. John Fisher with only 45 seconds left. That's a little rough.
And as we said, all it takes is one chance. All it takes is one opportunity. SJFU gave that opportunity to Post, and Post said thank you very much and ran with it. 2-2, tied scoreline, 45 seconds to go. And at this point, it's anyone's game's taken. Just imagine for Post University after an 8-0 decimation loss in game 1 to come back in game 2. They're so close, and yet they're still searching. Play in front. Debo, Mystic, double commit for SJFU. Just trying to get this ball out. Panic here on the side of the team that won game 1. Now rolling in front. Big Spence. It's a great first tap, but it's Debo who will wait under it. Play there. Shot on! Save off the post. SJFU nearly taking the game there. Another long clear. Mystic will be there. Pass it back to Debo. Time and space here for SJFU. Debo, one chance!
Oh,
Flick! It's gone through! SJFU is this game 2!
Again, Post, they did the same exact thing you saw SJFU do there in the first few shots. It's just they left that goal open. I don't know if the third player was moving around, but now 7 seconds left, and Post is down 1 goal. They're going to need to be able to keep this up and keep the tempo going, but sorry, he's just going to bring it right up the wall. And obviously, they're going to be looking to cancel this game. Ball goes down on the ground, and SJFU looking a little shaky there at the start because Post is coming online. That isn't a lot different than game 1. You can obviously tell that Post Esports is back to how they're originally playing. I think that this series can go any way.
It really can, but the problem now is that for Post University, they may have played better in game 2, but they still haven't gotten that win, and it's a best of 5. Now they have to win from here on out to take this series. Reminder, you only get to play each team once, so this is their one opportunity against St. John Fisher. It didn't start well. They still couldn't seem to put it all together in game 2. It felt like they were missing one piece, one play, and I really felt like the one thing they were missing was just that tenacity on the midfield. They didn't bring the challenges in the midfield. They didn't bring enough aggression. They kind of got sat back in that middle part of the game, and that was really the crucial point for them, where they need to show up. But with them stuck on defense, I mean, St. John Fisher, they're going to take every chance they can get whenever their opponents are stuck back there. But yeah, as you said, credit to Post, able to bounce back from a very tough game 1. But now that they're 2 games down, they have to complete the reverse sweep, and that's anything but easy.
Yeah, no, really, this is going to be 3 games that they are going to need to be able to secure their spot for the victory for this match 1. But as you said, we're not really seeing that offensive ability there in the midfield from Post University. It's more of they're playing some solid defense. You can obviously tell that they're communicating. Some double commits. 1 triple commit happened during that game, leading that free shot to come straight down the lane. And obviously, they're going to try to stay away from that. They're having their coach talk to them right now. They might be thinking of doing something a little bit differently, playing the game a little bit more aggressive. And I think that's exactly what they're going to need to be able to move forward in the direction of getting those 3 wins required. Now, it is group stage, so they still have a lot of time left to play, but they really want to get this solid win in to put themselves in that key spot to perform well in the elimination stage. But right now, they looked a lot better than they did in game 1. You can tell that they are still warming up, but obviously, there's still a long way to go, and I believe that Post might have the ability to get that.
Yeah, and we are moving into game number 3 here. St. John Fisher University can take the series in a sweep here, and I know that our overlay says best of 1, but I promise you, this is game 3 in our best of 5, and while we missed it, well, what a start here. Debo, what a great double tap, and we'll get to see this on the replay. St. John Fisher off to an incredible start, less than 30 seconds in.
They're ready to close it out, Simon. I'm telling you right now, they are ready to close it out. 4 minutes and 30 seconds still left on the clock, and we already have 1 goal towards St. John, and now we're going to see Post being a little bit more aggressive here. I'm hoping to see some more passing plays come out of them. They're going to bring the ball back to their side of the field, passing it around, getting that mid push. Unfortunately, no one's going to be on the receiving end. Some bumps are going to come out, and obviously, St. John Fisher being 1 goal upper now, they can play it a little bit safer. They don't have to look for everything, but Mystic, of course, he's going to be putting himself in that prime spot, trying to get that flip reset, but sorry, he's going to be coming in for that extra shot. All 3 players are up on the side of the field, but unfortunately, Post wasn't able to get past them and secure that triple commit.
And as you said as well, St. John Fisher really playing aggressive for that 2nd goal. 1 goal is not going to stand. They want 2! And as I say it, they do it. Debo doubling the lead, his 2nd of the game. And St. John Fisher, you mentioned it, ex-captain. They want to close this one out in 3.
Definitely. I mean, Debo already the MVP of this match. 2 goals already in the first minute and 20 seconds. And now we're just going to be sitting. I mean, they don't really have to do much here. They can play very defensively. They don't really have to play fast. But Debo, he's still looking for his hat trick. Pass comes in. He's looking for the tap. The ball is going to be sent out. And now Big Spence, he has control. 2 demos coming in. That might be enough to get the ball across. Nimbix, he's up, trying to find the ball, isn't going to be able to hit it. Now we just wait. We wait to see what they're able to do.
I think the same goes for SJFU. They're waiting. They're asking Post all the questions right now, and Post just hasn't brought the answers, specifically in the midfield, ex-captain. They have not been able to win the midfield yet this series, and it continues here in Game 3. Play across, sorry. Big clear off the back corner here, left in front. Little tap up field, Post trying to play with space here, but it's Debo. The back corner, time here for Post, but still, they just need to get out of defense right now. They've been stuck waiting all series long, and you just can't do that when you're 2 goals down with half the game to go. Gloa just trying to find a play. It's a good flick up field, but so far the only major chances that Post have been able to take have been when SJFU have overcommitted, and right now SJFU, they're not playing all that aggressive anymore. They're not playing up that high. They're not sending off the players. They're really asking Post if they're willing to create the offense themselves. They're willing to take the risk.
Yeah, unfortunately, as you said, Post University looking like they're playing too much defense this game, not really able to get anything done in that midfield. We just have St. John Fisher taking the ball and just nailing it back because they can play that safe spot because they're already 2 up. And now Swallow looking for something, unable to connect. Bruce is coming through, but here comes a pass and play from Mystic, and he's going to get the pass off to Sari, bringing that comfortable lead now. 3 goals for St. John Fisher in the 3rd match. And this is starting to look a little troublesome for Boost University.
Yeah, we didn't mention Sori when we first mentioned SJFU, but I think we'll be mentioning him after this series a lot more. He's had an incredible performance so far, and with 2 minutes to go, he's been instrumental for this team. As now he'll go for the kickoff, gives it up to Debo. That's just going to fall in there, but Post able to get a hand on that one. Still they can't collect. Shot on. Great block in there, but Post Esports still stuck on defense. Well, that's great. They've been playing good defense all series. It's not defense that's going to win you this game. It has to be that offense, and they'll look to find it here. Big Spence pinched away. SJFU had a shutout win in Game 1. Could not do it in Game 2, and in Game 3 right now, looking to keep it that way as we are entering closer and closer to the end of Game 3 and what could likely be SJFU's first win.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Debo, he's just dribbling the ball up the field, looking for a shot. Great save coming out from Nimbix. And now we have Koala. Minute 23. He's trying to find anything he can. Pass is going to get deflected, but Spence is there to nail it up the field. He's going to follow this up, but Debo, he's just a little bit faster. And now a little bit of a miscommunication there, but the ball is going to be cleared. And now all that Fisher has to do is just keep this ball under control, keep it moving, keep it away from Post University, and just secure their spot for this match win.
It will likely take 3 wins to be at the top of this group, and SJFU make sure they get that started as quick as they can. And if I'm not wrong, game differential itself is another pretty major tiebreaker here as well. And there's no better game differential than a 3-0 sweep here. Final minute here, and Post still looking for any way back into this one, any glimpse of hope, but they've been on defense for the entirety of the series. It doesn't look like it's changing. Time will tick away as SJFU looking for 1 more goal for the row, but they'll leave it here. Post have to take this chance, but Expense undershot that one. And that was the chance that Post Esports needed to take. SJFU not going to give them any more room in this series. They'll get dunked. Post trying to find something, but time is minimal right now, and time will run out. The final 10 seconds, it makes no difference. SJFU start on the stage. A 3-0 sweep. You could not ask for anything better.
As you said, Simon, I mean, the ball's still up now, but unfortunately they're delaying the inevitable. St. John Fisher University getting 8 goals in that first game, getting that 1-goal lead in their second, and then a definitive win for their 3rd match. I can't say anything, but this was a pure dominance from St. John Fisher. They came in really hard, they came in really high, and then they made sure that they kept that pressure up for the whole 3 games.
Absolutely did. It was, I mean, if it went any other way, I would have been surprised with how we were seeing this. St. John Fisher, I mean, yeah, as you said, that was domination, really midfield domination. I'd love to see kind of the field domination aspect, how often we were in that orange side of the field, because it felt like We were there almost 100% of the time. SJFU won the midfield of that series, and I guess and what saying that they won it is saying it lightly. They dominated.
They dominated,
the midfield,
yeah.
and they took over, and that's how you play on a LAN. That's how you play confidently. SJFU, again, they want to be that top team here. You got to get wins like that, and you really got to show that against teams like Post, you aren't going to take them very lightly, and you aren't really going to focus on them too much. You're just going to play your game, keep the offense, and for Post, they do have a little bit of time now to talk things out, but it was not a good start. They've got to pick things up if they want to keep this day going, and if they want to be able to prove that in their next series later today, they are not going to play the same way.
Exactly. I mean, as you just saw, Post, a little shaky start. I think it might have just been, brushing off the rust in the morning, but unfortunately that didn't really do them any good. And as you said, their defensive game, they played a little bit too much defensive game there, and that was a little bit, I think that was their downside, honestly. But thank you guys for watching the first match here. We're going to be going on to a little bit of a break here. Don't go anywhere. We still have a lot of matches left. We're going to be seeing RIT versus Monroe Community College next. So stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
Hey, we be the best, yo. You wanna cook on my test, whoa. You want to see we the best, hey. You don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen, but now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat those they don't get it like.
You made a monster.
invincible.
You made a monster. You made a monster. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are right, come
Welcome back, everybody, to match 2 of the series. Match 1 kicking it off the start, and now we're going to be watching RIT play against Monroe Community College in their next best of 5. Again, 2 great teams. We're going to have our home team here starting their first match of the day. I'm really excited. What do you think?
I am definitely excited as well, and you mentioned it as well. RIT Esports are the home crowd favorites, and many I think would consider them the favorites in this tournament as well. And you mentioned it as well. They've got a lot of pressure on them here, but this is a team that is used to that pressure, has been here before, and they take on Monroe Community College in their first match of the day. And right now, RIT, they're favored in this match, but it's not an easy one for them here, and they're going to have a lot to prove. They've got to prove in this first match. Just get through those jitters. We saw earlier the same go for St. John Fisher in their matchup, winning in a 3-0 sweep in their match against Post Esports. So, very important for RIT Esports here in this series. Very important for both these teams. Just like how St. John did it, you got to do well in that first game. And as we get closer and closer to that series, I'm sure these teams are going to settle in and are going to find their groove.
Exactly, but now we're going to be looking at our RIT roster. We're going to have Yam, Sebward, and Sean. They're both going to be on the screen in front of us. They are all 3 amazing players. As I said before, all 3 of these players are at the top of their game, and they are also been here for a while. We have some veterans here. Sebward, obviously, the president of the Esports Club. He's been here for over 4 years now. The same thing with Sean. Yam, I believe he is a newer recruit onto the Esports team, but all 3 players are exactly what you would think as top competitors for the collegiate event. Now, with that being said, will they be performing first game? Exactly what you said about the rust in the morning. It could be a little bit difficult to shake off. RIT, they're going to be having a lot of pressure on them already because it's going to be the home crowd. They have to perform well, and if they don't, people are going to be a little bit more skeptical about it, but hopefully they play really well. They show us what they've been doing all season, and we have a wonderful game.
Yeah, as you said as well, and while we do that, you mentioned as well, I think for RIT as well, that, again, Yam's newer, but I remember overhearing earlier with Sebward that he has a lot of faith in Yam and what Yam can do on that field.
He's an exceptional player.
That's really a lot of what they're looking into is seeing to really have Yam kind of get more comfortable into this thing and find that inner ability. They talked about how he's probably the most mechanical player on that team, that if he shows up, people are going to be scared of him, and that's what RIT will be looking in here. But while we do that, you mention it, their opponents as well in this one: Monroe Community College, Hot Ice, T. Santon, and Ricola. Another solid roster so far, and the best of 5 continues. So Monroe showing up, joining into this one. They're going to have a tough match here for round 1, but just as you said again, maybe upset's going to happen. This is where the pressure's going to be there. Monroe, the first competitors for RIT Esports, they're going to look to bring in their best, because you might as well bring it early, you might as well bring it now. Again, teams only meet each other once, and this is important for Monroe, not only just for them to get used to this, but to also step up into the spotlight and really show against the favorites of this tournament that they have what it takes.
Exactly. Now, we're going to be getting started into the game shortly, but as we said, RIT, we're looking for that win here. This is the RIT LAN after all. We're trying to see if they can bring it home for us. But again, we have a lot of competition here. We have 3 great teams playing. We already saw that Post University, they got off to a shaky start, but that doesn't discredit them at all. They were able to compete at a high level for Game 2 and Game 3, but that might be a little bit more than we need.
As we are getting a little bit of confirmation here, actually, Yam not actually here right now, so Errol subbing in, and that's huge. You know, I remember hearing earlier them talking about Yam, and talking about how important he was as a player to this roster, so the fact that they're bringing in a sub, RIT Esports, this is a different situation. Not only are they having to play with a sub, they're having to play that first series with a sub, and again, without Yam, it's going to make things a little bit tougher for RIT, but as we've said already, as you said as well, this is a scary team, but Errol subbing in, there's going to be a lot more pressure on this sub jumping in, because generally for subs, these LANs, these are not exactly the positions you want to be in. So often those subs, they sit out, they watch these matches, but now you got to play, especially with, again, as you said, with the crowd watching you. Errol's going to have a lot of pressure on them. It's really going to come down to Sean and Sebward if they're going to be able to pick them up and kind of be able to allow them to find that comfortability, because in a LAN, it's very tough to tune out that crowd. You need those veterans to help you get there.
Yeah, no, definitely, but a lot of it also does come down to chemistry. I mean, we have two players here that have had chemistry for a very long time, so that might be able to compensate for a substitute player, but as you said, substitute players coming in on a LAN stage could be very difficult for the team itself. Hopefully that doesn't put too much pressure onto the starting two, but anything can happen. Maybe he comes in, maybe he shows dominance, maybe it goes the other way around, but at the end of the day, we're going to have some great games.
It is.
So it's still group play. Elimination isn't on the line yet. So having a substitute player isn't the worst thing in the world, especially when the substitute is still a decent caliber or a higher caliber player. I don't really think there's going to be that much of an issue. But then again, Monroe, they're going to have their starting lineup. They've been playing with each other for the whole time, the whole season. They're going to have that little advantage.
They are definitely going to have that little advantage as well. In that aspect of the game, they will definitely know each other. But we aren't really going to know who's going to have that advantage until we get into this match. And that's really what it all comes down to, is when you get into the series, who shows up, who doesn't. You know, so often you don't think about the players nearly as much as you think about what the players did. And for these teams, you mention it, even with a sub, you still got to find wins. It's still a very important thing. And again, this is really going to be that trendsetter, that starting point for both of these sides. So while we again try to get these players into the lobby, while we get our second series set up soon here, RIT Esports, Monroe Community College, and reminder, all these teams in the same group, they're all going to be making that playoffs, but it's really for seeding and really for that experience, really for being able to posture themselves and basically get themselves on stage and prove themselves, get comfortable with the environment. And we've already seen earlier just what it's like, just how, you know, comfortable we can get on the stage with what we saw from Fisher. And as we get into our match, here they are, RIT Esports playing with a sub, Monroe Community College on the orange, and our best of 5 has begun. Our second series of the day, RIT in the blue, Monroe in the orange. And, well, again, the question is, who's going to get themselves off to a good start? Who's going to get comfortable on this stage? Because even for veterans like RIT, it can still be very, very difficult.
Yeah, as you're saying, we still have that substitute player, but unfortunately it may not be that problematic. RIT already started off very dominantly. The pressure has been put into the Monroe side for 30 seconds here during this match, but Monroe, they're still playing it slow. 0-0, anyone's game currently. Both teams are off to a good start. It doesn't seem like they were really that affected by that rust this morning like some other teams were, but they've had some time to warm up, so they should be in a better position than most. But currently, slow game. It's in the corner, trying to control the ball. But Sean, he's looking for a pass here. Aerial's up, and he's going to miss the shot, but the pass goes through to Seb. It's going to go wide. Sean's going to put it back on net, and there we go. First goal of the day is going to go for RIT.
And it's just a barrage of offense. It's Area who got things started, but it's Seb, it's Sean, it's everybody from RIT Esports getting involved in the plays. Passes in front, plays in front. RIT Esports, you said it, it's a first goal. It's a good start, and once again, it's control in the midfield. We're seeing RIT winning the offense, winning that midfield right now. And for Monroe, as we've said earlier about that match we saw with Fisher Community College, that midfield, if you can win that thing, you're going to have a huge reason to take these games. And right now, RIT not giving Monroe any time. Seb with a second. RIT Esports just continuing to score, and well, I think they're comfortable now. They've got 2 goals, and Monroe right now just struggling to get out of that net.
Yeah, that was a beautiful pass coming in there from Sean. Seb able to keep that shot right on target, and exactly what we want to see. 2-0 already off the bat. Very confident start from RIT. I think Monroe is still getting their foot in, but the defensive play is still something that they have to keep in mind. But RIT's relentless shots are just bombarding the defense, making it very difficult to get anything done.
It is as well, and maybe a lot of this is that Monroe side feeling the pressure. I mean, this is a team of veterans in RIT Esports, but there's also an RIT Esports that knows how to make things happen. Sean, quick shot to the back post. Monroe will be there to keep it away, but long clear straight to Sebward. Sean in area, both there, area, the intended target, now to the back wall, looking to play in front, Santon can't get there! Sean missed the play, but it will be cleared away, and RIT backtracking to defense. Can Monroe get anything upfield?
As you saw, I mean, a beautiful team play already come out of there from RIT. Just a shot coming a little bit too high. But Monroe, they're showing defensive prowess here as the ball is hit into their net. But as I'm talking, the caster curse does come in. And Sebward able to get a beautiful right side shot. Minimal boost, but a beautiful pinch off the wall to secure this third goal for RIT.
3 goals in the first half of game 1, and it does feel like it's the same thing we saw earlier with with St. John Fisher. It's just one team right now feeling comfortable, the other still trying to get used to this play, but RIT, I mean, it just feels like there's not much slowing them down right now. Sean, Seb, goal for RIT Esports on a roll, and it doesn't look like it's ending anytime soon.
I mean, you can just tell right off the bat, the passing plays that RIT are bringing towards this offensive side of the field is absolutely dismantling Monroe's defense. I mean, you can see Sebward and Sean playing very well together in the mid-round, and it is just showing. I mean, Ariel also doing a great job keeping himself in the plays, passing the ball around, but Monroe, if they really want to get this game won, they're going to have to dig deep here. 4 goals down, still 2 minutes left, very possible. They're going to have the ball pressuring in RIT's side of the field, but Sean, he's looking to get this ball towards the mid, and Seb is not going to be there for the redo, but Ariel is going to be up for the save. 2 minutes left.
Monroe with a stint on offense. Will this succeed? It will. In comes Ricola. And Monroe, their first of the event. Sanson kept fighting, kept pushing, and RIT gave an opening there right in front for Ricola. Monroe have a goal back.
Things are looking good again. 4-1. Still a 3-goal deficit, but they have the time at their disposal. But what's going to happen here is Sean, he's going to be looking for something sneaky here. He's going to get the ball up towards the side, rushing in for that pass, but that's going to get deflected by Monroe. And now they're just going to be playing a safe game. Ice is going to be able to get the pass up. They didn't really get it where he wanted to. Seb trying to find Sean in the midfield. He's going to go up to the wall. Double tap coming in, going for the goal. Sean able to consider another shot to his score streak. Is that a hat trick from him?
Well, it's a lot of goals, to say the very least, for Sean, and we've seen him do this before. We've seen Sean do just that. He will score goals. He'll find ways to score goals. This is not new to what Sean can do, and I believe it is 3 goals for Sean so far. Actually, I believe it might be 2. Seb's now going to take a forfeit. Yeah, that is 2 for Sean. It's now 4 for Seb.
Oh, 4
so
for Seb. Okay, there we go.
Sean's almost at his hat trick. He's only 1 away, but Seb, he's got 4. It's 6-1. 93 seconds. I mean, this is RIT Esports playing as RIT Esports do. They have that, composure. They're comfortable here. They've been here before. Some may have probably been here, for classes as well here in Magic Spell Studios. But RIT, they just look comfortable. I mean, and it makes sense. The home crowd team, this is their stadium, and they're really letting Monroe Esports know that they're not exactly very welcoming to these newcomers.
As you said it, I mean, we can see Sean and Seb's passing plays showing on the field. Ariel now getting involved in it. Trying to find Sean. He's not going to be able there, but the defensive is coming in. They're going to be able to clear the ball out of their side of the field. But Sean, he's going up. He wants another goal. He's looking for something here. 1 minute left on the clock. Ariel, he's going to keep this in front of the goal. Looking for a shot, getting deflected. And now Ricola going up. He's not going to be able to beat him. But Ice, he's there to clear it. But Seb is just going to be on the receiving end of the ball, keeping that forward momentum going, and Monroe's not able to get a break.
Yeah, Monroe just can't even get out of defense all that much. They had 1 play on offense, and it succeeded, but that was about it. RIT with a clear from Seb. Sean still looking for his hat trick, but it is cleared back. Sean again, 30 seconds to go. RIT just trying to keep this going, looking for 1 more. Play in front, cleared away, demo there, but open space, not easy to find. Seb. Monroe keeping on offense as it will be T. Sanson. 11 seconds, 10 and counting. RIT only taking this game, but they're just looking for any sort of goal to end on a good note. Seb. pop tie, but it will go to the floor. RIT Esports, a 6-1 scoreline, and just like our first news today, the second one, starting off with a very one-sided first game.
Definitely 6-1 does show pure dominance there for RIT Esports. Again, this might be a situation that we saw from match 1 with the two other schools. The dust might be getting settled off from Monroe. They could be playing completely different for game 2. We don't know that yet. It looked like they were a little shaky, trying to get their foot in. RIT, again, they still looked a little shaky than we usually see them. We see that Sebward and Sean are doing their two pass-in plays together. Ariel is still trying to figure out where he meshes with the team, but I feel like that won't be a problem in the future games to come.
I mean, when you got players like Seb and Sean who have been teammates for such a long time, I think Area can be pretty happy about maybe not having the biggest impact on that field in game 1. That's the kind of thing that RIT have. They have Seb, they have Sean. Those two players are going to play well. They're going to play the way they want to. They're going to be successful in that way. And as we move to game 2, I mean, real question is obviously going to be who is it going to be now that steps up on Monroe? It felt like they were stuck on defense. They were really sitting back. They had offense and they had plays, but they didn't have a lot of success, in game 1.
Exactly.
They had one play on offense. It worked.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. They need to focus on that. They need to stick to that. It's a new game, and really, I need to see step up from them as well. And really, going into game 2, who's that player that we saw step up in game 1, that played well in game 1, that we need to see in game 2 perform even better for Monroe to really step up to RIT? Because as you saw in game 1, they didn't have that much to speak about.
Exactly what you were saying. I mean, again, the midfield playing is a little bit skeptical on the side of Monroe. They're still trying to find their footing, which is what we've been talking about. But again, you can see that the passing plays on the side of RIT looked a little bit more fluent. It looked like they had something planned. They tried getting the ball to each player, but it looked like more of Monroe. They were just trying to get the ball around. They were stuck. They kept getting hit by the wall in the middle of the field with Seb going up all the time trying to get that ball. And it's going to be difficult, but they can get it through. They got their first goal, which is more to say than none. And I think they're going to be able to do it good.
Well, we'll see how they do in game 2 here. We get right back into the action. RIT do have that first game in their favor, but Monroe need to step up. This is their game to do it. Game 2 on Forbidden Temple. RIT Esports trying to find their footing. Oh, sorry. They have already found their footing. Monroe's trying to find their footing now in game 2. And as we get ourselves into this game, the question poses itself, can Monroe get themselves off to a good start? Can they get themselves a goal early? Can they find what they need to do then? They find their space here in game number 2 of this series. RIT has so far proven that game 1's their game. Now can Monroe prove that maybe game 2 can be a little bit more on their favor?
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, right now, the game 1 has started. So we're going to be getting to the action in a second, but RIT off the bat already did get 1 goal. So we will be fixing that as soon as possible. But RIT already, they know what they're doing. They're trying to keep it going. They're going to be up already. And it's kind of looking a little rough for game 2.
It is definitely looking a little bit rough here for Monroe, but RIT, as you said, already leading 1-0 so far in game number 2, looking to add another, really keep it going. A quick shots, and off the crossbar here, RIT Esports are holding themselves into offense once again, but Monroe clear away. Ricola getting stopped right there, and I really feel like it felt like it was Ricola who was in the middle of the offense for Monroe in game 1, and there wasn't that much to talk about, but it was Ricola who scored. It was Ricola who, she led that offense. She was the one who scored at the very end of it, so, if it feels like there's someone in Monroe that I would want to see really step up, she's really that player that can do it, because she has been the most aggressive player on Monroe, and if she can just kind of find space, find time with the ball, she's going to make things happen.
Exactly. I feel like RIT, they're going to continue to play how they've been playing. But Monroe Esports, they're coming for that second match. They have something planned here. Sebward, he's going to be looking for a goal, easily defected by Ricola. And 3 minutes left. 2 minutes left in the game. Only a 1-goal differential. Both teams are looking really well. You see a missed shot coming in there from, I believe, Sebward. But they're going to be putting it back on target. Shots are still coming through. You can obviously tell RIT is applying that pressure, but Monroe, they're going to be clearing that ball out of there, and they're going to start playing more aggressively.
As you said, Monroe's got to find some space. And we haven't seen all of it. They have been playing very well. That first minute was aggressive, but it wasn't effective. All right, the Esports have another, and it's Sean once again and it's off the pass from Sebward. It's the same story all over again. Sean and Sebward finding each other, but if it works, they're not going to remove it. And it's working. It's working every single time. They're finding goals. They're finding their plays. And RIT just continuing their incredible start from Game 1 here in Game 2.
Yeah, that dynamic duo again, just showing why they do what they do. And again, we're going to have another shot right off the bat. Sebward leaving no time in between the previous goal. He's going to find another goal to add onto his list of how many shots and how many goals he's going to be taking for RIT. And again, 3 goals down in the first 2 minutes of the game is not a position you want to be placed in if you are Monroe.
It is not. It is probably the last thing you want to do. And the thing is, we're off to a good start as well, but it has now been all thrown away. 3 goals already for RIT. Rochester Institute of Technology. I'm trying to find yet another clear away here as Seb. Now in for Sean off the back wall. Looking for the infield play, but it will be cleared out. Seb playing for the midfield. RIT keeping offense, keeping that possession. Monroe suffocated right now on defense as Sean double tap, unable to connect, but he gets the bump too. Monroe panicking on defense, but they've made the block. Will get that ball away, but RIT, you mentioned it here, ex-captain. It's a brick wall on defense, and you know the Brick City is not going to have any shortage of fortifications. RIT with a 4th, and that wall on the midfield continues to stand tall.
Exactly. I mean, Sporty, this is another game that you and I are going to be witnessing where RIT, they're just going to show off their true dominance. Everything is working out exactly how they play. The passes are excellent. The communication seems to be there. Again, we're going to be going for a flip reset. Not able to hit it, Monroe. Beautiful defense, but Ariel's there trying to keep the pressure on. But Sean, he's going to collect the ball. He's going up with it. Backboard, double touch coming in. It's going to land in front of the net. Unable to continue going in. But Seb with a beautiful shot from the right side of the field. He's going to be able to get that goal to hit top right in the cookie jar.
RIT Esports have found a very big opening on the Monroe side. Monroe just isn't covering their back wall. They're so nervous about these immediate shots. They're not covering the fact that RIT can shoot it wide and take full advantage to counter with another shots. And it's Monroe who themselves just aren't covering their back wall, aren't covering that side wall, aren't covering what RIT Esports can do. And it's 6. It's almost 6-0 here. In goes Area. That shot nearly made it 6, but RIT Esports looking to keep the offense going as Nicola having to put it in reverse, but Monroe Esports just not able to get out, and now an open chance. Sean missed top right. Will be cleared away by T. Sanson as Hot Ice trying to loiter upfield, but RIT still doing nothing to let Monroe through. I mean, Monroe had offense last game. We've seen none of that so far. They had glimpses of pressure, but feels like this game has just gotten worse. RIT have gotten better, and Monroe just don't have an answer for that.
Yeah, it's rough to see. 1 minute is left on the clock. Still a 5-goal differential, but Monroe, they now have the ball up the field. They're just trying to look for something, but Seb, he's in a prime position to get this ball flicked back to the midfield. The block is going to come in. Sean's still on the wall. He's going to look for the tap above the net. Ariel goes up, unfortunately too low to receive, but Seb, he's going to send it right back across the field. Now Icy has the ball. Ricola's going to nail it over. Sean, a little bit of a failed defensive block there. Ricola's going to take full advantage of that, but 30 seconds are left on the clock, and I don't know if they have the gas in the tank to continue this game for map 2.
20 seconds to go, but at this point, a 5-goal difference. There's no way Monroe will come back from this. It's another strong performance for RIT Esports. A second game with, I believe, a 5-goal difference being what the end result will be. And just like what we saw with Fisher earlier, RIT Esports coming in with that pressure, coming with the confidence. Game 2 is theirs. And unless something miraculous happens, it looks like this series is going to end in 3 games. Unless Monroe can do something different. This break in between games is going to be crucial if this series can continue.
Again, I mean, you see Sebward and Sean, 2 goals, 3 goals respectively. They're just being a pure powerhouse towards that RIT offense. And it shows, I mean, their passing plays, it's really working out for them well. We have great aerial shots coming in, backboard shots coming in. We see that we have a flip reset trying to be hit. It's just showing a lot of beautiful play styles coming out here. It's unfortunate we aren't to see their third component that they've been playing with this whole semester, but already watching just these 2 players play is fantastic. But I do not want to discredit Monroe in any case. Ricola's showing excellent defensive prowess, keeping that ball away from the net as long as possible. It's very difficult when you have these offensive players suffocating you on defense. You can't really get anything done, but that doesn't discourage Monroe. They are still trying to piece things together. They still have a chance, and I think that this can be brought out full matches.
It is as well, but we need to see Monroe show up. That's been the question of the series. We know what RIT Esports can do. It was Monroe who came into this one as a bit more of a question mark. And so far, they just have not been able to find... They've not been able to find much. They found a goal in Game 1, but that's been about the only bright point so far this series. RIT Esports one game away, and it feels like they're in full confidence mode. They look extremely comfortable right now playing into the series. It really doesn't feel like they're at all phased. And Monroe, I mean, they've got to show up. They've got to play here. We asked this earlier in that first series, and it didn't happen. We might see our second match of the day also end in a field sweep. That is unless Monroe can do something about it, and they can, but it's gonna take a full team effort. And right now, while Reckless played well, we need to see Hot Ice. We need to see T Sanson. They haven't been active enough this game so far. Reckless really has definitely shown up, but when it comes down to Monroe Esports, if they're gonna have any chance to beat RIT Esports, it's gonna come down to T Sanson. It's gonna come down to a full team effort. It's gonna come down to Hot Ice. We're in Game 3, DFH Stadium. RIT Esports, one game away from winning the series in a sweep, and Sean gonna get things started. Dunk off the back wall, but not in, but RIT already early offense, and Monroe Esports need to shut down, especially on that back wall, where RIT has been the most dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, already off the bat, I feel like I can see that Monroe has some juice left in their tank. They are really going to be pushing for this match on their own. Already the ball is being brought up by Ricola, looking for a shot, but Sean is going to be there to save the day. He's going to be bringing the ball back up the field. Sebward looking for a fake. Definitely takes Ice out of the picture. Missed recenter. Ariel now has to go for the ball in the corner, but 1 minute is basically drained on the clock now. The ball is moving more into the RIT side this half. We can see that the offense is coming back from Monroe. Hopefully it's not a little bit too late.
Well, let's see about that as RIT. A minute already gone by. No goals yet. The longest amount of time we've had so far in this series without a goal, but that nearly changed there with that infield pass. Seb unable to connect on that play from Sean. Now Area getting the dunk. Monroe waiting back, and it's Hot Ice with very little boost, but it's going to be where Seb can challenge. Monroe still trying to find the clear, nothing there. Sean not able to get to it, but Area goes. Sean looking for whatever that was off the back wall. RIT still attacking that play, and Monroe again. That back wall's been an issue for them all day long. It continues to plague them here in Game 3. And RIT Esports, sooner rather than later, they're going to find a goal off that play. Sean, Aiden! And as soon as I say it, the back wall comes to strike Monroe. RIT Esports a little more than 90 seconds in, but their first goal, and it's where Monroe has been their weakest.
Yeah, RIT throughout this whole series already, you can tell that they are able to find that back wall more times than not, and unfortunately Monroe isn't putting the defense on that wall as needed, which just gives them such a drastic opening in their defense where RIT is just going to keep abusing. Because as soon as that ball comes off fast with a lot of speed on that back wall, it becomes very difficult to do anything defensive about it.
Sebward finds Sean. RIT Esports letting the duo lead the way here, but RIT, they're only up by 1. It's not a very strong margin, and it's not the kind of margin that they've been winning by in this series, that's for sure. Monroe maybe took them 2 games, but now they've gone here. Maybe this is the change, or maybe it's just RIT heating things up again. Left in front for Area, but the shot wide right. RIT will have to hold their 1-goal lead for now as Monroe will push for offense, but Sean with the win there. Back wall. Sebward won't need this as it's Area to jump in, but RIT racing back. But calm as he is, Sebward collecting the midfield. RIT still on offense this side, just not letting go. And you mentioned as well, Brick City holding strong. It's not really a brick wall on defense, other than just a brick wall on defense as Rochester continuing their offense, leaving in mid-front. Sebward's going to take this one. Great block for Hot Ice, but Monroe, how many more of that do they have?
I don't know. I mean, Hot Ice there, the saving grace to allow one more shot being saved. That was a beautiful fake coming in from Sean. But unfortunately, Sebward wasn't able to place the ball correctly. But Ariel now trying to get involved in the action. He's going to get blocked by Ricola. But this pressure from RIT is just an onslaught of offense. They're not able to grasp, get in the boost in time. But Ariel, again, off the back wall, is going to try to do a double touch. Unfortunately, wasn't fruitful. But that gives to Sensen time to get in front of the ball and play up the field.
RIT keeping the offense. It's over to Sean, but right now for Monroe, they had a huge. That was a chance there for T. Sandin, but it was such a small glimmer. But it's something that says that maybe they still have what it takes here. Still only a 1-goal difference. RIT may be dominating this game on possession, but they have not been able to score often. Monroe, if they can just find a chance upfield, if they can find a breakaway opportunity, a quick play against RIT, maybe this is it, but they're getting faked out. Sean is just waiting, and Monroe Community College was so nervous. They jumped in anticipation, but nothing ever came of it. Sean forcing Monroe to overthink this one, and RIT with a second goal, and with what we've seen from Sean so far, that does not surprise me in the slightest.
That was a beautiful chip shot coming in from RIT. I mean, the aerial hitting him to get the bump out of the way, just letting Sean cook. But again, coming off the backboard, trying to make more magic happen, but Ricola's going to go up. Unfortunately, the ball hit the top corner, bringing that straight down, and Sebward, he knows what to do. He's going to finish that excellent pass coming from RIT, and they're going to secure, again, a third goal. Minute left on the clock. It's going to be very difficult for Monroe to gain any sort of traction here.
Yeah, it feels like it's near impossible, but we've seen this kind of stuff happen before. RIT just need to find that space to get things to work. Left in front for Seb. Light tap up, and that could be goal 4. It will be goal 4. RIT add yet another to their tally, and the Tigers continue to push through. 48 seconds to go, but that goal may be the nail in the coffin, at least for this first series, as Monroe Esports once again struggling to even put one. They had that goal in Game 1, in the middle of Game 1, but since then it has been nothing from their offense, and it feels like it will stay that way for the rest of the series unless something happens in these last 40 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, again, Monroe not able to get off on this fresh start that they needed. I mean, it is very difficult for these two players, but as I'm saying that, RIT piecing together a passing play, leaving Hot Ice by himself. He's going to miss the first save, but he has his team there to help him and support him. Ricola is going to be able to get the ball out, but unfortunately, this is the spot where they get stuck. The midfield play ability isn't really what's driving their force right now, and Sean, he's just going to follow that ball in, Sebward from across the field, and 5-0 with 10 seconds left on the clock is going to be very, very difficult or close to impossible to come back from.
I would say it is impossible at this point. I mean, I don't see a team scoring a goal every 2 seconds.
Yeah, you get a cucks or pinch against the wall, you know what I mean?
I mean, you have to do that 5 times.
Five times.
As much as I'd love to see that happen, we're not going to be seeing it here. As much as you say that about anything can happen on LAN, I don't think that's going to be something that we'll be seeing happen anytime soon here, as that will end the game. A third game win, a second straight shutout for RIT Esports. I mean, this is what we were expecting from them. 3 games, all with 5 goal differentials. A plus 15 goal differential in that series. The goals were 16-1 in favor of RIT Esports.
Is a very dominating scoreline.
It
very
was.
Dominating.
It was, and again, I don't think anybody would be too surprised to see that happen, but it's what you would expect out of RIT Esports coming in this one as that favorites to make the home crowd happy, at least for now. And in their first round, again, they've got the experience, they've got the strong players. RIT Esports, they brought what we expect out of them, and what we expect out of them is going to beat Monroe Esports here, and it's very likely going to beat Monroe Esports anytime they play against them. So for RIT Esports, great job in the first round. Monroe, again, not out. They still have 2 more matches in this group stage and will be playing that semifinals guaranteed, but not a great start for them. They've got to be able to pick things up. They have a little bit of time to wait, a little bit of time to rest. But when that second series comes around, that's where we really need to see what Monroe Esports is about.
Exactly. I mean, already off the bat, we have RIT 3-0 Monroe Community College, and now the fact that Monroe was able to play, they were able to play still. They now know what RIT looks like, so if they venture far enough into the bracket to go against them again, we will see maybe something different. They know the play style. They know that Sebward, they know that Sean have a very strong connection together with the pass and play and the midfield. All we're really looking for from Monroe is being able to put a player in a key spot where they're able to take the ball and just keep it from falling past the half-point line. They just need to keep it on the other side of the field. Honestly, I mean, their defense, they show that Ricola, obviously, he knows what he's doing. Hot Ice, when he's in net, he can obviously put some of those saves into fruition, but they just have to be able to drive past the save. They get the saves, they get the boost to stay on their side of the field, but they're not able to move that ball up into a prime position to be able to take a shot on RIT's net.
As you said as well, at RIT, again, they're going to take that one. Monroe really could, yeah, as you said, could never really stood much of a chance in those later games. RIT proving what they're made of here, and again, that's round one as well. We've still got 2 more rounds of action. We've still got 4 more matches. These teams still have a lot more to do today, but we are going to go to a break. When we come back, round 2 of the RIT Esports Invitational here, the 2024 Fall Invitational. So we'll see you guys then after this break. When we come back, round 2, more from the group stage will be here.
All right, stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
You made a monster. You made a monster.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, a life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Superhero.
walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
I just wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you won't see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have been trusting the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, you barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come and test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball on the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat those they don't get it like.
It's like I woke up from a nightmare. It's like I woke up from a nightmare. It's like I woke up from a nightmare. Because I finally got away from you. And I ain't never going back there. If it's the last thing I'll ever do. But now it's R.I.P. because it's over and you're dead to me. You just a memory that I can't break, but I can't shake the ghost that you left behind here. Decided to turn into a bitch. We used to be lower than down. Anybody that knew us would admit. Then you suddenly switch. Yeah, you suddenly switched. In all of my years, I never seen someone corrupted so quick. Lately, I'm feeling like I'm being haunted by all of these demons that I got inside of me. Deep in my arteries, don't even know the reason of pathology. Fuck it, I feel like I'm ready to blow up. I'm ready to blow up and call it a rap. Call it a rap. You can have all my shit if it means that I see you. I don't want it back. It's like I woke up from a nightmare. Because I finally got away from you. And I ain't never going back there. If it's the last thing I'll ever do. Like fuck that. But now it's R.I.P. because it's over and you're dead to me. You just a memory that I can't break, but I can't shake the ghost that you left behind here. But now it's R.I.P. because it's over and you're dead to me. You just a memory that I can't break, but I can't shake the ghost that you left behind here. Suffocating, struggling.
welcome back, everybody, to match 3 of the day. We're going to be seeing RIT going against St. John Fisher. And both teams so far right now 1-0 on the day. They haven't let go of a single game. This is still the group match, so this isn't elimination yet. This is just for seed-in to see who's going to take that first seed. So get into the roster now. We're going to be having our subs still filled in. So we have Subword, Sean, and we do have Airroll. And unfortunately, Yum, he's not here yet. We still have 2 main components of the team, and so far they've been looking pretty good.
Yeah, I would say that RIT Esports is actually looking pretty great so far. I mean, they've like totally swept their opponents so far. I also do believe St. John Fisher has done the same. So, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that like these people are 1-0, both of them, and this is going to be our big match today mainly.
Exactly. Now we're going to be going for an interview. We have Subword going to be interviewed on stage now.
So, going into our 1 second. Oh no. Okay. Going into our match, our big match of the day, as the master so aptly put it. We're so good. You have had a tear of a run through the brackets so far, swiftly beating MCC, sweeping them, one might even say. Do you think the same is going to happen with St. John Fisher, or do you think things are going to be different?
I mean, it'll be a tough match, but I think we got the momentum going for us. Still stayed on after the last match, so I think we can keep it rolling.
And how are the nerves?
So the nerves are all right. We're doing pretty good. I think we're pretty chill right now and just get into the swing of things, especially in this group stage right now or round robin. So not the high priority or high matches, whatever. But we'll get there.
Sounds good. Well, hopefully we'll see it on the stage. See how it goes.
All right, interview coming in there from Sam. Obviously, he's saying he's pretty modest about the nerves. I don't really think he's that nervous, but you know what? At the end of the day, he is him, but I think that he's pretty confident going into this next match. Of course, him and Sean, they've been showing very, very well together, and I think that's going to continue going into this match 3. Now we're going to introduce St. John Fisher's lineup again. We have 3 amazing players coming here. We have Debo, Vaults, and Mystic. They showed us what they could do in the first round. And obviously, they put up really good numbers in their first game, going 8-0 against, what was it? I think it was playing against Post University. And I don't know. These 2 teams, they're the highest caliber that you can probably get in this game. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup to see both of these teams going against each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like St. John Fisher does really good with Debo, Vaults, and Mystic here. I feel like their synergy is incredible. However, I do feel that here on RIT's own soil, it might be a little bit difficult. I will say, swing at the king, you best not miss.
Definitely. Again, we now have another interview on the stage. We're going to be interviewing a player from the other team.
Not yet.
So here I am, joined by Hayden, and the first thing I want to ask is, you guys are both RIT, supposed to do Post Universities. Do you think the same is going to happen with them?
100%. I have high hopes for my team. We did so well in the first matchup against Post. Had a little talk after, and then I'm very confident.
I like to hear the confidence. I like to hear the watch. Now, the other thing I want to say is, as the captain just said, this is their home turf. I think that's going to have an effect on how you guys play.
Not really. We played all over the place, especially at home. So it's pretty much no different. Play 5 location 5.
Sounds good. Well, you guys have been putting on an amazing show so far, and I hope the best for you guys this time. Well, good luck on stage.
And now with those words of wisdoms coming in from the floor, we now have a little bit of time before our match starts. We're going to begin the match setup very shortly. But again, I just want to congratulate all these teams currently from coming here. It's very great that we have 3 teams coming out to participate in this LAN event. It's a great day for Rocket League. And I'm excited to see the outcome of this game, especially since this will be the seed in position. We're going to see who takes that number 1 spot going into the elimination stage. But from what I see so far is RIT, they're doing a great job with the midfield. They're passing the ball around a lot. They're getting those key components to being able to get those shots into prime position to score. Again, Ariel playing as a sub. He's shown great fortitude. He's getting those passes to where he needs to be. He's playing the defensive position. And that's something that's going to be really important playing against this next opponent, is making sure that we have an equal amount of defense and offense going into the match.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that RIT Esports, even though they might not have their main player, I feel like the substitute is still doing very good for them. I feel like that Yam and Seb had that energy, they had that synergy together. But I feel like both of these teams have been really shutting down their opponents, and I feel like if we have two teams that like really shut each other down, going head to head right now, I think this might be a very interesting match.
Yeah, no, it definitely will. I mean, both teams, they've shown why they are where they are right now. I mean, we might see some problems coming up between them in game one, trying to figure out the play style, trying to see how each other plays, but that will all get ironed out. It's still a best-of-5 series. We're still in group play. Anything can go. It's more of just figuring out exactly what you want to do and how you want to do it. But RIT, amazing offense. Something we saw SJF do. They were doing really well with the defense. I want to see them more working towards that midfield. I want to see some passing plays come out of them because I think they have the ability to do that. They have the players. They have the ability. I just want to see them finish and have some high-scoring games here. Maybe even low-scoring games. That may not matter, but I just want to see some solid Rocket League coming in between these two teams.
Yeah, I definitely do want to see some solid Rocket League as well. But I do believe we are going to head into our first match very soon. Yeah.
Yep, players are entering the lobby right now. We have 5 minutes going to be on the clock. As soon as we're ready to go, the action is going to get started. Here we go, 5 minutes left. RIT Esports kicking it off against SJFU. And already off the bat, we're going to be seeing some aggressive play style coming in from both teams. Seb with the shot early on. Unfortunately, SJFU was on the back foot there, getting back in the net. He got the demo off, but sorry, just hit the lip, pushing him out of position, which ultimately just led RIT to getting that first early goal.
Absolutely. It felt like RIT Esports totally blindsided at SJFU here. But getting up to the next play here, it seems that Sean trying to get the ball, but unfortunately the ball's in RIT Esports' court now. However, all of a sudden Earl trying to get a shot in, but Sebward also not being able to get one in. They got to chase the ball down over at RIT's side.
Yeah, Mystic, he's going to be able to get it over the top. Now, sorry, moving the ball up in a forward position. Sebward keeping that ball away from Mystic's aggression towards the net. A little bit of double commit coming in here. Sean not able to get the boost pad, leaving Debo in full possession of this ball here, but great defense coming in here from the substitute player. But sorry, he's going to shut that down. Ball's going to move back up the field, back and forth. This is exactly what we wanted to see against these two teams. And obviously, these seem like a very even matchup. Ariel's going to go for that 1v1, but Mystic is not going to get baited. The pass comes through. Save is done. Mystic now in a great position to bring that ball up the field to score. But Sebward, he has to stop this. He's looking for that fake. He's not able to get it. But right now, very even matchup between these two teams.
Absolutely even. Even though RIT did get that one total goal at the beginning that totally blindsided everyone. After that, however, it seems that it's been very close. Nobody's really had the ball. They really had it in the other team's court for very long. Devo here going to get a nice save, getting the ball out of their side and bringing it to RIT's side. Hopefully to try to line it up to get a score. However, it is being sent right back. Oh, that's an open goal. Sedward might score, and he does.
Again, off the ceiling, off the wall, off the ground. Sebward showing absolute dominance in the air, bringing that goal again for RIT. I mean, he's just a goal-making machine this split. I mean, he's scored over 16, not 16, he's over 8 goals so far in the last 2 matches.
Absolutely. It seems that Seb is such a valuable asset for RIT here. However, Debo,
shot.
That was a nice pass. That was a
beautiful goal coming in from SJFU. I mean, exactly what we wanted to see. The pass and play from Mystic coming in. Ariel not able to get there, leading Debo to get that beautiful shot on. SJFU on the board now, 1 goal differential.
Absolutely. Even if SJFU is not the favorite here, they could show that they still have what it takes to maybe scrap with RIT in these situations. However, sorry, going to hit the ball. Already. Sean, however, making a shot, and he will get it in. Unfortunately, SJFU not able to block that shot.
Something very interesting here, game 1, is just these 2 goals that have slipped past John Fisher's defense have just been mistakes from the players themselves. It's not really like these 2 shots were that amazing. It was more of just Debo couldn't get, he had his face towards the wrong side of the net. The same thing happened with Sari when he hit the lip of the goal. It's just been very, very bad mistakes that have cost them dearly in those 2 early goals that are probably going to put them into a little disadvantage here. However, the time is still very relevant. 2 minutes, 43 seconds. Beautiful bump on the wall. Anyone's game still.
It is still anyone's game, and even though SJFU might be having a couple flubs here, I do believe that it could just be a little bit of nerves. After all, this is RIT's court, not only in the game, but also where we are right now. And sorry, we'll get a score. It seems like those nerves are starting to shake off a little bit as SJFU keeps it close.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot from the ground. Ariel wasn't able to get up in time. Not enough boost to get up there. Double jumped up, but not close enough. Sorry, now bringing the score line to 3-2. We still have plenty of time left on the clock for both these teams to make some sort of advantage play. But Sebward, he's going to be looking back towards the net now. Sean is left alone with 0 boost in the back right corner. He's going to be going up the wall. Mystic, same thing. He's going to try to get the ball to the middle of the field, but he's not really going to be able to get much out of it. And again, back and forth coming in from both teams. Debo lining up the shot for Mystic, not able to get through. Beautiful defense coming in from RIT, but they're not done yet. Pass into the left side corner. Debo's going to get it up. Sebward trying to deflect it, but now he's on a breakaway with just Sean to defend. It's going to be close, but he's going to try to get it out. Demo's coming through. Sebward missing the shot. Mystic might have it here. Huge mistake coming out from RIT, leading Mystic to tie this game up, scored 3-3.
Yeah, like I predicted, I feel like these nerves might be shaking off now. I feel like they might be building up for RIT instead, as it's now 3-3 here. It could be anyone's game. 1:46 on the clock. It is starting to, we are starting to get to the back half of the game here. So we might be seeing a little bit different plays.
Maybe. I mean, RIT still keeping their foot on the gas pedal. Debo, he's looking for a save possibility here. He's trying to get the pass out, but Sebward's easily going to be able to define that. Sean finding aerial mid, not able to get it. Trying to find a space in towards mid. Nothing is happening. Both teams very minimal on boost, but now we have a little bit of a 3-man play here. Sean trying to go up. He's going to be forced back. 1 minute almost left on the clock here. Remaining time, he's going to go up for the ball. He's going to get it out of the harm's way. And now Debo, he has a lot of space to work with. Unfortunately, it's going to be met with Sean. He needs to find this ball to mid to get this ball out, but 1 minute now on the clock. Ariel going for a play, finds the backboard, but the demo comes through.
Oh, that was a great save from Sebward, blocking Debo's shot there, but Mystic going to try to shoot again, potentially. Once again, Sebward and RIT Esports trying to get it out of their side, because even though the game is tied, there is less than a minute left, so they definitely have to score to avoid that overtime, avoid that extra stress. But Sean might get it in, and he does! 4-3!
Beautiful fake. Beautiful fake coming from Sean. He kept composed. He kept the line going. At the immediate movement, he just moves it across the field, and he gets that beautiful bottom right corner goal.
Yeah, absolutely. And now 4-3 when it's only 30 seconds left on the clock. RIT here definitely has a lot more advantage than just a single point. That is a single point with 30 seconds remaining. SGFU does not have that much more time to score another goal, maybe bring it to overtime or bring it to a win. Oh, however, SGFU's goal, ball did get knocked away. Debo gonna try to make a shot. 10 seconds left on the clock. It's counting down now. SGFU's got to find something to maybe potentially save this game.
They're going to be trying to look for anything. 2 seconds left, and the ball is going to get hit down to the ground by Sebward. An amazing game. That is the type of game that we were looking for here on the Caston booth. It's just, that game could have gone any way. I mean, Debo with an amazing shot, Sari with an amazing shot, but again, as we saw, 4 of those goals that game, 2 from RIT side and 2 from SJFU, were mistakes. I mean, you can see that Sebward, he wasn't able to get that flip onto the ball, preventing Mystic from getting that easy tap in. And then the same thing with the positioning on the side of SJFU. Debo catching the corner, coming for his save. He wasn't able to get his car onto that. But then again, the same thing. He was turned the wrong way in net, and then we just have Sebward nail it right side. So it's very difficult. But those were only 4. Those were only 4 goals. Every other goal was accounted for. They played a really good game. That's the type of Rocket League you want to see here at the LAN event.
Yeah, I definitely feel like if both teams could sort of tie up their loose ends here, it could definitely be an incredibly intense match, even more intense than what we just saw. Because if we weren't mistaken, that first shot, that first goal from RIT was a total blindside to the entire game. So if that didn't happen, maybe SGFU could keep it incredibly close, maybe swing it in their favor. However, we'll have to see that in Game 2 as we get that set up.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just mistakes. Honestly, if those get polished out, these next 2 games can be anyone's game leading into that third and final match for this series win. But we're going to be getting started now onto the next game of this best of 5. RIT still on the blue side, SJFU following up in orange.
Already starting off, Devo's getting it onto RIT's side. However, Sebward will hit it out of there. Oh, they got a block shot immediately. Beautiful save by Sebward there to prevent another blindside goal
Exactly
from SGFU.
what you needed. I mean, Devo showing off some prowess there at the start. He really wanted that shot, but Sebward with a great flip reset counter to keep that ball away from their goal. And now Ariel, he's putting in some work. He found a little shot to take, but Sebward's going to be able to follow that up. Coming off the top of the goal, Debo is going to be able to secure that save, leaving Sean to defend for himself in the back line.
Yeah. However, now we're on the SGFU side. Sean will get a nice tap.
Ariel, yeah, great job bringing that up the field. I mean, he needed to bring that above the net, leaving Sean in a great spot just to tap in. Mystic with no boost, no way he could even get up to that save.
Absolutely. I think that was some very nice team play there. Passing the ball with the backboard. However, here we are to the next play. Already managing to hit the ball a little bit towards SGFU. However, sorry, will try to take the ball, hit it away. However, that's another pass. Nobody on SGFU were really able to defend that ball there. RIT is going to get 2 points on the board in under a minute.
Unfortunately, that backboard is a very, very vital spot to play defense on. If you can't prevent them from banging it off that wall, it's a very difficult read for any defender to take that fight, and they can't really win it. I mean, unfortunately, Sebward, he's going to hit that shot 90% of the time, and not being able to get a defender up in the air is going to be very difficult for SJFU to block it.
Absolutely. When you're playing a team of this caliber like RIT, you can't expect them to miss. You really have to prepare for when they hit the shot. Not if they hit the shot, when they hit the shot.
That's true, unless you're Sebward on 0 boost, looking for a flip on the ball. That could be a little sticky, but Debo trying to get it in front of the net, not able to succeed. Ariel, he's trying to bring it up for Sebward to hit here. Little bit of pinch, not going in the favor of RIT. Mystic's going to be able to clear this very easily, but the ball is going to get right over Sean. He tried going for the bump there, but A-Pearl is now going to be getting in. Demo's coming through. Beautiful save by Debo. Ariel trying to find his first match of the series. And he's not able to get that goal. But now it's anyone's game. 2 minutes have bled from the clock. SJFU only down 2 points. They're still able to get this tied up and ready to go. He's going for a solo fight. He's not going to be able to succeed. And now we're just playing time.
It definitely looks like we're playing time as neither team have really been able to get like a massive shot on the other's goal. So it seems that right now, especially playing time, that doesn't seem to be what SGFU is going to want, because when less than half the timer is gone, you definitely want to start getting some shots in so that you can bring this game back, maybe to overtime, but maybe just to a game win. But right as I say that, Sean scores another one, which might spell doom for SGFU if they keep playing a little bit slow here.
Exactly. I mean, Sebward, he's putting as much work as possible to get that pass up with 0 boost, and then Sean, he flies up, full confident in his ability. He gets that shot and brings it down to the right corner.
Yeah, absolutely. But starting off again, the ball is already near SGFU. However, they will send it back. Sean here trying to get a nice shot. Sorry, will block that one. Stuck in the corner now, trying to get it out. Sorry. And Mystic shooting the ball straight towards RIT's goal, but it does not hit.
That was a great pass and play from SJFU. We're looking for that. That was a great form of events, but Debo now trying to get control of the ball. He's going to be able to bring this up. Unfortunately, nobody's there for the pass, which leads Sebward to be able to get this towards that back wall where he wants it. But Ariel, he's going to stay there on the receiving end of the ball, looking for a pass coming up. But Sean, very little boost, very important save. He's going to need to get some help back there, but it's going to get cleared out, alleviating a lot of pressure. But Sebward able to get the shot, get the hat trick. That shot looked a little difficult. There was nobody in net. Unfortunately, Debo out of position, was not able to get that loft shot. Lead in RIT to get a substantial 4-0 lead over St. John Fisher.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that really long shot is definitely an indicator of the match. I feel like RIT might have figured something out with SGFU here. But, however, SGFU will not be able to make another goal because it feels like RIT's defense here has been really solid, but also their passing plays have also been beautiful. Here comes Earl trying to get the shot, but however, Debo will block it. Debo trying to send the ball into RIT's own goal. Sebwood will hit it back. However, Sari's just in position to hit the ball.
If Sari has anything to say about this, he's trying to get this ball past both defenders, but Sean, he's moving up with Sebwood. The dynamic duo looking for some way to get in. He's going to get the back wall. The pass is going to be there, but Ariel not able to get that around the defender, leading Debo to have a break, but Mystic, he has no boost. He has no presence there, but Sari, he's going to line up the shot. Top right corner, beautiful goal. They're going to get one onto the board. There is nothing better than that when you're asking for a shot.
There's definitely still some life left here with SGFU. However, they do have just over a minute to score 3 goals. While it can be done, it is definitely going to be tough to do it against somebody like RIT with just really good defense and also amazing passes.
Ariel now up. This is his first time in that scoring position. Sean's going to help him out a little bit. 0 boost on him, but Sebwood, he's just going to come in. They know exactly how they're playing. Both players able to bring this ball up the field. Amazing team play right there. He's leaving the ball for his teammate. The comms are coming in very well. And again, a solidifying their lead. This is going to be a very difficult game for SGFU to take back into their own hands.
Yeah, I feel like RIT Esports might have ran with this game already. So I feel like if you're SGFU, you might have to start thinking about the next one because it might take a lot of energy to try and win this one back. However, they will still fight for it. Earl here, looking to hit the ball. Got almost a clear view of the goal here, but Mystic will save it. Prevent RIT from getting another goal here.
Yeah, I mean, Ariel, he's still trying to get his name on the board for getting a shot. A little bit out of position there. He's going to let Seb go for the ball and take that, but Mystic, he's trying to find his teammate midfield. He's not going to get it. 8 seconds left, now going down. 5 seconds are on the clock. They're just trying to find one more goal to make this match look reasonably competitive. They're going to go for another shot. Sean's going to deflect it off the ground, and there we have it. RIT Esports is going to be able to take the second match in this best-of-5 series. Again, Sebwood and Sean showing prowess in their scoring. They're going to be getting 3 goals, 2 goals, another hat trick for Sebwood, leading RIT to take a substantial win over SGFU.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that game was a lot less close than the first one. It seems that RIT definitely figured something out. It seems that SGFU is going to have to maybe compose, maybe think about what they're going to do next game, especially against somebody like Sebwood who's scoring a lot constantly against them.
Exactly. I mean, it's difficult to put yourself into a position. I mean, John Fisher, they're trying. They're trying everything they can. They're now down to the last game to try and save themselves from getting kicked out of the seeding position in which they really wanted. So they're going to be trying to prevent RIT from getting that third and final spot to win this best-of-5 series, but it's going to take a lot of work. They're going to have to really dig deep and try to figure out how to work this team play in the midfield. Again, it's been something that we've been talking a lot about today, especially with the other teams. It's just they get the saves, they get themselves into a great position to be able to move the ball forward into another spot on the field, but then they just can't finish. They have to be able to get that ball into the other side of the net to get the points that they need to continue. But we're going to be going into the match 3 now. It's going to be starting very shortly. We have all players in the lobby, and this is for the final win to make this best-of-5 complete.
Yeah, definitely. SGFU's back is to the wall here. They got to pull off a reverse sweep to potentially win this match. However, it's not looking great right now, but the ball is in RIT's court. Not a perfect shot by Sari there. However, I feel like SGFU might still have control of the ball as Sari hits it a little bit more towards midfield, but Sebwood will hit the ball away towards SGFU again.
Yeah, SJFU, they're coming back with a little bit more heat, it looks like, this game. They're bringing that ball past the half field point. They're just trying to find anything at this point. Bump coming in from Sari. He's opening up the field for Debo. Debo's going to try to find a pass. Inner. He's not going to be able to connect that. Aerial now moving up. Sari limited with boost. Already a minute is about to bleed away, but Sever's playing that beautiful defense in the sky. Sean, he's going to get the bump out of the way. Mystic is going to score. Beautiful bump coming in from Debo to make that goal possible.
Yeah, with that goal, I feel like SGFU could potentially hold on to their 1-point lead here. Maybe try to find a way to hold on to it as long as they can, because it did take almost an entire minute to get that goal. I feel like because of that, this game might not go very fast. But Debo, unfortunately, doesn't get the ball. All of a sudden, SGFU's got to play defense somehow.
Exactly. I mean, this is the first time that St. John Fisher's been up this series, and if they can just maintain this lead, it will be very crucial for them getting this next game required for them to continue going on in this best-of-5 series. But Sean playing excellent defense. Sebward again. He's up for the bump. Aerially, he's going to unfortunately pass it right back. They're going to maintain control. Sorry, he's going for a shot, but Sebward's already on the back wall, preventing that from going in. But again, Mystics in prime position. They're just trying to cycle in their players, trying to open up the defense. The bump has missed, but Sebward is just flying across the field. He's going to find the shot again. Sebward tying it up 1-1. What a beautiful take by himself.
That was honestly really nice of Sebward there. Just getting the ball in almost by himself entirely, managing to avoid SGFU here. Now that the score is tied, SGFU's going to have to fight even harder to potentially get that lead back.
And just the control we see on these players is incredible. They're really showing why they're cemented as a great team, but Ariel, he's looking for something here now. He's going to get the ball to clear out. A little bit of a bump to help him out. He still has a lot of boost left on the tank. He's going to try to find that to get it across the field. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to find much. Sean playing defense. He's going to get the ball out of harm's way. And now they have to work it up the field. 2:50 left on the clock.
Yep, it seems that our team might have control of the ball over here as it ends up in SGFU's court. But right as I say that, an open shot for SGFU. However, it does get knocked straight back. Mystic trying to take control of the ball again. But Sean going to hit it even closer towards the goal. Sebward's got a nice shot here. Unfortunately, does not get it. But Errol will save that shot. Nice pass to get the ball in. 2-1.
Ariel finally getting his name on the board. Required 2 of his teammates to set him up. He's able to get that goal in. That must feel great for him. He's going to be seen now getting that second goal for RIT. That might be the goal that succeeds this series.
Absolutely. I feel like with the pace that this match has been going, I definitely feel like that might have been the goal to win it. However, Arrow here maybe lining it up for a second time. Fortunately, Debo will knock it back. Ball's in RIT's court, but Sebward here to take the ball. Stop FJZ from maybe trying to score here. Ball is stuck in the corner. It is starting to move towards midfield, and Errol covers it. It's the ball a little closer. Seems like he passed it straight towards Sean.
Unfortunately here, I mean, we really didn't see much come out of that play. They tried bringing it up the field, but it was easily blocked by Mystic, and now he's looking for another shot opportunity. Ariel in a great spot to get another goal. Unfortunately, it goes wide, hitting the crossbar, and now we have another minute and 40 left on the clock to try and get these two teams to go against each other. Right off the backboard, Sean is there. He's going to send it a little bit too high, and now 2 players on SJFU. They're going to move up the field. Limited boost, but they're going to try to do as much as possible to contain this ball. But Arrow, he's looking for the pass. He's going to get it around. Mystic's there to block, and they're going to move through. But Sebward, he almost got another shot off. The panic is now coming in through from SJFU. They have no boost in the tank, but they're doing an excellent job on keeping this onslaught at a bay.
Absolutely. I feel like even if RIT has been pushing them, SJFU in this game has managed to keep it close, managed to defend themselves. However, right as I say that, Sebward will manage to sneak his way into the goal, scoring another point. With 1 minute left on the clock, this might not look very great for SJFU here.
Yeah, again, there's only 57 seconds left. It's going to be quite difficult for any of these goals to come through from SJFU. They have the time, though. Sorry, now in an excellent spot. Unfortunately, RIT's defense is becoming a problem here. And Mystic now, he has to get this ball past both players, but unfortunately it's going to get popped up. And now they just have to scrap anything together for these last 40 seconds. The game is there. It's almost close. Again, Mystic with a beautiful shot, able to get SJFU one goal closer to tying up this match.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like that goal, if they keep going at that pace, FGSU could potentially tie or even take this game narrowly out of RIT's hands. However, RIT does have the ball here. Sean going to try to hit it in, but Mystic going to manage to take control of the ball again for SGFU. Both Sorry and Mystic not going to be able to do much with the ball. Subward tries to hit it closer to the goal here.
He's not going to be able to find much, though. I mean, RIT now in a very panicked position. They have 3 members of SJFU up on the field. Nothing's going to be here. Debo trying to get something. He's going to find a beautiful shot coming up backwards. He's going to be able to tie the matchup with 10 seconds left on the clock. He's able to get up and around the ball, bringing it right to the top corner, not able to get defended by anyone.
Yeah. All of a sudden, SGFU here has to hold out for 10 seconds, or if they feeling really risky, they could try to score immediately to potentially close out shutout in overtime. However, it might not look like we're going to there.
Oh, beautiful save. And now they have put us into overtime, 3v3. It is going to be an amazing shot here. It's probably going to last a decent amount of time. Both teams know what they're doing, but the sneak shot almost comes in. Ariel having to save that, but now RIT's in a prime position to score this. Sean's looking for the hit. It's up the wall. Now Ariel is going for the shot. He's going to miss, leaving Sean by himself, having to bring this ball back up the field.
Yep, however, the ball is going straight towards FGSU here. Debo will manage to hit the ball to the side. Now they just got to control the ball. As Ariel tries to line up a shot, not going to get it, unfortunately. However, Sorry here, trying to shoot it a little bit more towards the midfield. Manages to keep the ball going, but Ariel is going to try to take control of the ball here. Edward will take the ball, and so will Mystic. Try to take it back. Both of these teams are trying to get the ball to the other side. Feels like somewhat frantically. All of a sudden, it's kind of lined up for SGFU. However, it is stuck on the wall, and it will get bounced out. A little bit more towards midfield. SGFU has the shot, but unfortunately could not get it in there. Debo seems like he's going to take the ball.
The panic is real now. Sebward, he's able to get that needed save, pinching it across the map. But now this is where we have to dig deep. Both teams are panicking. They need to find this goal, but Debo's going to send it mid. He's going to be able to get that pass off. Unfortunately, the goal is not going to happen. The defense RIT is playing right now is solid and strong. They're going to be able to work it up, but what we need now is we need some of that Sean and Sebward magic to make sure that we can get another goal. But again, the save comes through. 1 minute 38. Ariel, he's up. It's going to get blocked. Now, with the shot, Seb, he's going to send it up. Double tap, maybe? He's going to find his Seb with his shot to get another goal on the day. He's going to find the backboard double touch, and that's going to lead RIT to taking that 3rd win for the best-of-5 series. What an incredible way to finish the game.
Yeah, that was a bit of a tense game 3. However, that amazing double tap by Sebward there, I believe, did manage to clutch out a 3-0, did manage to shut out SGFU here. Narrowly prevented, or just barely prevented, a game 4 from happening.
I mean, what can we say? Again, Sebward with another hat trick. Sean with another assist. I mean, we have Ariel getting his first goal of the series up there too. All 3 players are moving perfectly together. You would think that these 3 are the start and 3 lineup for RIT Esports, but the way to finish that game, Sebward with an amazing double tap. Mystic was just shy of being able to get up there to defend that backboard. But again, Sebward's showing why he's this great. He's able to play on the wall, on the roof, on the ceiling, anywhere. He's able to get this goal and make that win happen for RIT.
I definitely feel like in addition to that, RIT has started to build up a lot of team synergy with Errol. I feel like that one goal he did score, it was pretty amazing by all 3 players to line up that shot in the midst of that chaos.
Yeah, it was a very, very, very strong match. Exactly what we wanted to see. St. John Fisher, they're bringing the heat. They're bringing that what we needed to. And that's going to finish up for our match 3 of group stage. Up next, we're going to be seeing Post University versus Monroe Community College. That's going to be our fourth and I believe final match for the group stage. So don't go anywhere. We will be back soon. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero.
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling up, yeah. Talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out.
feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you'll see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have been trusting the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, you barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. Sure. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best. Yeah, we be the best. Yeah, we be the best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come on and test? Whoa, you want to see we the best. Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat those they don't get it like.
monster. You made a monster.
Welcome back, everyone, to our fourth match here in the group play of the RIT's Invitational LAN event here for Rocket League. And now we're going to be getting started with Monroe Community College versus Post University. But before that gets started, we're going to be having an interview on the stage right now with Sitsin from Monroe. Well, going off of that, I mean, didn't really hear much, but I assume that they talked about something that was good. But, you know, we're going to be seeing now this next game, Santon, sorry for mispronouncing his name, we're going to be seeing Monroe Community College now with their lineup coming up. We're going to be seeing both schools, both schools have three great players on each side. I think that it's going to be great. And now we're going to be taking a look at Post's lineup here. We're going to be seeing Big Spence with Chloa and Nimbix. So we're going to be seeing some good players here. We already watched all three of these people play earlier on today. We know that they have really good defensive ability. We've seen a few attacking strategies. They're really good at passing. So we're going to see what goes up against a school that currently has only dropped a game to RIT. So we're going to just see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely we're going to see what happens this game, because even though these two might have dropped a match to SGFU and to RIT, I definitely feel like pitted against each other, I definitely think this might be a very close match. Even if we couldn't tell from the interview, we might not know what they talked about, but they definitely surely talked about maybe how they're feeling against their opponent.
Exactly. Now, I believe that both these teams, the nerves are completely gone, so I think this has mostly just come down to ability to play the game now. The game will be getting shortly. It's currently just being worked on in the lobby, and once that is up and running, we'll be switching the screen over, and everything will be fine. But what we're going to be doing is we're not going to be going into a cast interview. We're going to be just introducing Monroe's lineup. Now, Monroe's lineup, again, we saw them earlier today. We have Hot and Ice, Santon, and Ricola. They did really well playing before. We could see that Ricola, great on defense. It's just what we wanted to see out of them is more. We want to see what they can do in that midfield percentage, and they just want to get the ball up at the field. I think that's the main thing we need to see.
Yeah, I definitely feel like on Monroe's side, I feel like from what I've seen personally, I think Ricola might be their star player right now. I feel like if maybe they could take advantage of what Ricola could do, just like what RT did with Sedwood, I feel like maybe they could definitely go far against Post here.
Exactly. This is anyone's game here. Both teams are really good. There's no rust anymore. This morning is over. We're moving on towards the latter half of the day. We only have 2 group stage matches left, and then we're going to be able to get into that elimination bracket where those games start to really, really matter, and where we bring it to that best of 7. But now we're going to be having the players join the lobbies. Very shortly now we're going to be getting live onto the field, and we're going to get this game started with St. John Fisher University going against Post Esports.
Yeah, now that it's round 2, I feel like like you said, a lot of the rust will be shaken off at this point. I feel like we can expect to see maybe a little bit less flubs, maybe a little bit more huge goals, maybe huge opportunities being taken here.
Exactly, but we'll be getting stuff started very shortly. The kickoff is underway. However, we just have some things we're fixing up, but that's fine. Right now, the clock has started, 4:50 on the clock, but the game is still going pretty well. There's nothing much happening, just a little bit of posturing. But we're going to be seeing Hot and Ice getting very comfortable with the ball early on, trying to get that early on aggression. But now we have Santon. He's trying to look for a save. Unfortunately, he was missing that, and that was a little bit rough. But again, this might be a game where we just see small mistakes leading to big problems later down the road.
Yeah, definitely. Starting off here at the next play. Post Esports is up a little bit, but Hot Ice might just score the goal immediately, just straight into goal there, evening it up almost immediately.
I mean, again, mistakes. That's going to be the big thing that's going to lead this game into the high echelon of points. But hopefully we're going to see both teams start to relax a little bit, find their groove, and be able to prevent that from happening. I mean, right now we have Nimbix moving the ball up the field. The save's going to come in from Mercola, keeping that off the back wall. But we got a ball coming past now. It's into the corner. Spence is going to have to clear this. Unfortunately, does send it right back towards Hot and Ice. And now we're going to be seeing an even game still. The ball is going to be coming over. It's going to get deflected off. Santon is in a great spot to take the shot. And now it's going to be down to Nimbix to get that save. But the reads coming in. Mercola not able to turn the ball around. And they're just going to have to try to get this out of their side, or they're just going to have that pressure coming at them. Beautiful save coming in to prevent that goal from happening. And now they have a breakaway.
It feels like after those first two huge shots from both teams, I feel like the game sort of cooled off at this point. Mercola here trying to get the ball a little bit closer to post court. Fortunately not. Seems like they're not going to be able to get it just yet. However, Mercola is lined up for another shot, but Nimbix with the amazing save, just narrowly stopping it. Narrowly stopping Monroe from getting a point here.
Yeah, that was very close. He pretty much just fell on the ball, stopping the momentum completely. Chloa now looking for something, but he's not able to get it. Hot Nice playing excellent defense. Again, this ball is being very unpredictable. Both teams have had equal shots, but it's not really related much to any success. They're going to be going for something here. Not able to get that going, but Santon now trying to pass back to Cola, getting into a good spot to bring this ball up the field. Still just a lot of stuff happening that's not really correct in the movement of just bringing that ball closer, but Sandy, he's trying to get it around. The defense is staying strong. We're already 2 minutes done with the game, and now we have a 1v1 in the net. The flick not able to get through. It's going to be sent away, but Big Spence is trying to bring that back. Unfortunately, it's not going to be able to do much.
Yeah, I definitely feel like both teams here are trying to take control of the ball, but unfortunately neither of them can really take advantage of it. Right here, I feel like both teams are managing to snag the ball from each other just as the one is getting started. However, right as I say that, the ball is in post court. Mercola here going to try maybe to line it up, potentially opportunity for a pass, but there's no one around to help him.
Yeah, no, this is a little bit rough to watch right now. 2 minutes left. Both teams still trying to get something in. They're not able to get around the ball to get that double tap. They're trying to just find anything right now. It seems like they're just not really playing as a team together. There's not that much passing going around, but the solo shot coming out from Chloa, that is what you need to do. If we can't get the ball between the teammates, take it and play ones.
Definitely. However, I would like to mention that it's under 2 minutes now. Post does have the lead here. It feels like after, like I mentioned, though, after those first two amazing goals, the game has definitely slowed down now. So this isn't just a point for Post Esports. It could potentially be a lot more if Monroe doesn't find a goal. I would say pretty soon, honestly. But Chloa looking to try to extend the lead even further. Big Spence almost got that ball in. Unfortunately, he did not, because Monroe did manage to get the ball out of their court and is starting to send it near post. However, Big Spence will launch it back again. Seems like Chloa was trying to line it up, but the demolition stopping him from potentially completing that pass here. Nimbix pretty much all alone here trying to get the shot. Unfortunately, will not get it. Santon trying to swing the shot back towards post, but unfortunately not getting it.
Both teams right now, they're just trying to play their game right now. Post is just pushing as hard as possible. They have that confidence under their belt that are really driving them forward right now. And Nimbix, another brilliant save, preventing that tying point from hitting. Quella not able to get up there. 1 minute left. All Monroe has to do is just get one more goal to even this match up, to play into overtime. But Post is just going to keep that ball away from them. Trying to go for a play there. The flip reset wasn't able to hit. And now Hot is trying to look for a teammate, but he got pushed through. Huge mistake coming in from Monroe. They tried getting it midfield, but unfortunately they couldn't get it across because of the low boost. And Nimbix just coming right in between, finding that spot, taking the space, and bringing Post to a comfortable lead.
Yeah, Nimbix definitely snagged the ball there. That looks like it might have been the final thing that Post needed to maybe secure this game, unless Monroe can manage to clutch up and find some incredible goals here at the end. However, it looks like they might be able to do it, but Kloa will block that shot potentially for happening while it's going towards midfield. On ice, trying to take control of the ball, but Nimbix sending it to the side.
All players are up. There's 20 seconds left in this match. Oh, that shot goes a little bit wide. Post could have had their fourth and maybe their final goal of the game. But now best of 5 is going to be coming down to match 1 here. Post Esports, they are up comfortably 3-1, and that is going to take match 1.
Yeah, match 1 going to Post Esports. As we said, seems like everyone on Post definitely contributed a fairly equal amount. Both, or all 3 of them, managing to get a shot each.
Yeah, they all got involved in the game, which is something we wanted to see there. Again, the commonality between both teams for that game was mistakes. We see a few early on mistakes leading to those 2 early goals, and then again with that mid pass that didn't have enough power in it, which just to let the other team just get right through and just take that straight into their own net. But very close game. These teams are on a very even level, which is great to watch, which means that this next match for the best of 3 series can potentially go either way.
I definitely feel like even if you look past the mistakes, you can definitely see the foundations, like the skeleton, for a really good game here. I feel like both teams had a lot of maybe missed like double taps and hat trick that they probably could have gotten. And I feel like if the players could maybe compose themselves a little bit, because you're on a LAN, you just gotta maybe take a breather here, focus up, and maybe they can start hitting those double taps, maybe sealing off some mistakes, tying up some loose ends, and maybe running off with the lead here. Because it definitely seems like both of them are fairly close.
Exactly. I mean, what you just said perfectly describes it. Both of these teams are in an amazing position right now. Elimination is not yet on the table. They're just trying to get seeded for that remaining part of this afternoon. But as we see, both teams are on the same level of play, shows that this match could go either way. And I am very excited to see the remaining part. We're right now just fixing up a few minor technical difficulties, and then once we get back into this, the game will continue. But from right now, I think that this game could go probably in the favor of one more than another. I don't know yet. We'll have to figure that one out. But it's going to be a little bit difficult to see right now from the point of both teams.
Definitely. I feel like since both teams had those flubs at the beginning, there could still be some nerves. I feel like by game 2, if those nerves go away, we might be able to see precisely the skill of both of these teams, and maybe we'll see an incredibly close set, as we've been talking about here.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, I don't really know the longevity of these teams so far. I don't know how long each player has been playing with each other. I would assume from what I'm watching, most of these players have been with each other probably for like the last 2 years, maybe 3 years, because they have some sort of chemistry, and that's something very important, especially in a game like Rocket League, is being able to have that chemistry with your team. And talking about chemistry, we do have our third player for RIT. He has come back. He is here now, so he's going to be filling in. And we're going to be taking Ariel back out. Amazing plays that Ariel was able to do with RIT in the first match of the day. He showed great confidence, great compatibility with the 2 players that are normally on the roster. So I'm going to be looking forward to the matches that follow up after that.
Yeah, definitely. It is important to note that this is round 2 of the group stage. So no matter what happens, the vast majority, I believe all the teams actually, do have one more chance to potentially maybe get a higher seed and a better opponent. So there's no eliminations just yet.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens because, again, as you have the seed in position happening, it's going to have better teams going against a lot lower teams, which can be beneficial if you want to get a higher seed, and it's going to be very difficult if you're at the bottom because you're going to be facing an elimination, and it's going to be tragic if you can't really find an opponent that you really want to go against as the first match. But with that being said, we will be back very shortly. We're just fixing some things up. And once that is back, we'll be going straight back into the games. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. game is now back up. We got Post Esports going against Monroe for this final spot.
Yeah, definitely. We took a little bit of a breather here, which could potentially help out Monroe. Post may have won that first game, but after that long break, they might have been iced a little bit. However, Loa trying to get the ball, kind of left it open for Rekolo, but does not get it. Big Spence manages to hit the ball towards Monroe's court. Getting off the backboard, Nimbix has a shot, but unfortunately does not manage to hit the ball there. Another clear shot here for Post. But there's no one really around to hit the ball into the court. Sanson will protect the court, but it's still stuck on their side. You gotta find a way to get it out of there.
Yeah, Ricola trying to go for the save, got saved there by Santon. Obviously wasn't really trying to get that there, but the boost is still available, just trying to do anything to get this ball out of the corner, but Big Spence isn't going to allow that. He's going to keep the pressure going. He really wants this ball to get in. Fantastic pass to the midfield. Chloa is going to be able to follow that up with a brilliant shot coming in from Post Esports.
Yep, there's some team synergy coming out from Post here. Going to take a lead at the beginning. That was a minute, however, so it definitely feels like they are still playing a little bit slowly here. But like I mentioned before, that 1 point might be a little bit more than just a single point here. That might also mean multiple minutes off the clock if Monroe maybe can't move fast enough. However, it looks like they might, as Rekolo trying to hit the ball here. Getting it a little bit closer, but Nimbix will take control of it. Getting it a little bit to the corner. Potentially could line it up here for a shot by himself, or maybe from Chloa. Unfortunately, neither of them will get the ball here. It is still stuck on Monroe's side.
Yeah, they try to go for another pass and play, but Nimbix takes it into his own hands, and he just takes a shot straight to the top near the crossbar. And again, Post Esports now with 2 definitive goals to put them ahead in this series, 2-0 with 33 seconds remaining from the 3rd minute. And I don't know, I mean, from this side, we're seeing Spence, he's coming in hot, he's putting up that ball towards the midfield, allowing his team to take those shots. And again, Nimbix taking it into his own hands, looking for something. But as I said that, Ricola was looking for a shot of his own, but he wasn't able to connect with that. And now, all right, now we just have Monroe just looking for something, anything here, but not able to go get that a little wide. Big Spence, he's trying to figure out something too. 3 minutes have left, and now we have to see what can Monroe do to get back into this game.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Post ran away with the lead almost. But Monroe here trying to stop the bleeding, maybe get a goal in here. However, Nimbix will take control of the ball again. Rekolo trying to stop him. He just shoots it to the corner. Chloa will take control of the ball. Oh, but nice from Ice there to stop the ball. But right as I say that, Spence has control of it again. Hits it kind of high into the air. There's no one around from Post to maybe hit the ball back. Now it's in Post court again. Rekolo, Ice here. They both have to try to find something. Well, both of those missed, but Santon couldn't really get anything as Chloa managed to hit the ball again towards Monroe's court here. Rekolo going to try to take control again, but he does get demolished here.
Yeah, I mean, now we're back down to that 2-minute mark. Post Esports in a comfortable position for the remainder of this game, and Nimbix trying to do a little bit of a pass and play here now. Gets over one of the defenders. Hot Ice, he's the last one there. The backboard pass is going to come through. Nimbix following it up. This man is being very, very vital to this success of the Post Esports this game. That's going to be his 2nd goal, 3rd assist. He's going to bring that right over Ricola, and that's going to put Post Esports into an even better position going into the last 2 minutes of this game.
It definitely felt like that team synergy is starting to really matter for Post as they pull ahead with 3 points to none here. With the ball again on Monroe's side. It's a very, very scary position for Monroe. You definitely got to find a way to stop the bleeding. Stanton going to try to find a way, chasing the ball here.
The demos are going to come through, though. Big Spence, he is done with this, but that demo is going to follow up. He's looking for a goal of his own. It's going to shy to the left. And now Santon, he has to try to get this out, but Koala's going to follow it up. He's going to put it over. He's looking for his double tap. He's not going to be able to get it. And now we have Post with the ball on their side, still looking for something. The ball is going to be sent high. Ricola's going to be able to hit it off. Santon now just needs to work up. The miss is going to come in through Post University. And now Santon's going to go for the shot, or he's going to go for the pass. The pass almost went through. Hot Nice not able to get it up. But Nimbix now, the man of the hour, he almost had a scoring possibility, but Chloe is going to keep it on the side of Monroe. They have a minute left on the clock, but they're still trying to find a fourth. There's going to be a very, very difficult battle for Monroe to get back into this game. It's slowly just leaving them, but Big Spence trying to stop it. Nimbic sending it back. They are just in complete panic mode right now on the side of Monroe, and I don't know if there's anything to do to fix it.
I'm not sure if there's anything to do this game. It feels like every time Monroe tried to shoot, it felt like Post was just one step ahead of them almost every single time, managing to save so many shots on their goal. And Spence is going to try to maybe get a fourth here. I said he didn't want that, but 30 seconds remaining is not looking very good for Monroe here. However, they do got a clear shot, but Nimbix will block that one. Nice save there to prevent Monroe from even scoring once. Like I said, they just seem to be one step ahead every time as Spence scores again. Only 17 seconds left, 4-0.
I believe that might be the deal there. I don't think there's anything Monroe can do at this point. Post Esports, they came with power this game. They started playing very well together. Again, each member on the board is going to be able to have a goal. And we have 15 seconds remaining, but Santon, he was trying to find something, but Nimbix prevented him from getting any type of shot off. And now they're just going to hold the ball and bleed the clock out. Monroe Esports, they're going to let a fifth one through. Not much boost or coordination left in the tank for them. They're just trying to find anything they can. But Post Esports, again, with a 5-0 victory over Monroe Esports.
At this point, 5 points to none, 4 seconds on the clock. You might have to start looking at game 3 here. To start recomposing yourself, probably think about what you're going to do in the next game here. The ball is still up in the air, but right as I say that, it will touch the ground, and that is game 2 for Post.
Again, I mean, as you can see, one team was able to fix the mistakes that were happening so prevalent in the games before this. I mean, the first game you could see there were 4 crucial mistakes early on, the 2 early goals, and then of course not really playing defense on your own backboard, which really gave both teams those 2 early on shots. But this game, you can see Post came back. They really solidified their defense, they solidified their mid-game, and that's exactly what you need to see from a team that wants to put as much pressure as possible on the other side.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Post played that so well to the point where I had to do a double take of whether or not that was Post or RIT. I was confused for a slight sec because that synergy definitely started to come in. I definitely saw a lot of great shots here, and especially from Nimbix. I don't know if you noticed, a lot of saves, just one step ahead of Monroe almost every single time here.
Yeah, no, Nimbix definitely was the man of the match. He had brilliant saves. He was able to prevent at least 3 from going in at the start. The one coming straight down, that was a little bit awkward to watch. I mean, that could have gone either way. That more felt like he just fell on the ball. But whatever happens, happens, and it worked out for him. So that's what you got to do. He's putting everything on the line. On top of that, he was able to get beautiful passes into the net, also get 2 goals to help them win the game. And now we're going to be going into map 3, which is what we got to finish. This is going to be the definitive game here for this best of 5 series. Now will Post be able to get their 3rd win needed, or will Monroe be able to bring this back?
Yeah, Monroe here back to the wall. They got to start looking for maybe something, maybe a little bit more like commits here.
Yeah, a little bit more aggression might go a long way for them. They're skeptical about reaching the ball out together. They're trying to find those passes, but it seems like they're just playing individually, which is something that might have to change to lead them into success. But Big Spence had the ball here now, but now Hot and Ice, he's going to try to bring this in. Beautiful pass. Unfortunately, there was no player there to receive it, but he's not going to give up. He's going to just back up, grab some boost, and let his team recoup, grab the save. Beautiful save. Almost going in. Looked a little bit hesitant there, but we were able to get it. Post University, again, seems to be playing with that aggressive nature, trying to get anything possible to be put on Monroe's goal.
Definitely. Now, here it feels like, okay, the ball's midfield. Santon trying to maybe put it in post court. Could really only put it in the corner. Fortunately, it looked like there he hit it to where there was supposed to be a pass. Fortunately, there was no one to receive it either. However, Reckel are going to try to hit it midfield. This is Santon and Reckel's ball here, but unfortunately, they will not get it. Hot Ice sending it back to the corner to reset it. Unfortunately, does not get it again. It looks like Big Spence might be taking over. Nimbix might also be taking over here. Got a clear shot of the goal, but unfortunately, he will be blocked. Reckel here trying to stop the ball, but it's going straight into Monroe's side. Santon getting a nice save here. Big Spence hitting it right back, however. Hot Ice is going to try to get the ball out of this corner. maybe send it towards midfield, maybe send it towards post. Ball goes midfield. Recola here, unfortunately, cannot hit the ball there. That would have been a beautiful pass here. But Nimbix gonna set it up maybe for his teammates here. Nobody's able to receive it though. But Nimbix is in the right position to block the ball again. Right as I say that, Recola here is trying to take the ball.
Both teams know definitely. I mean, 2 minutes now left the clock. Both teams are now being more aggressive than they usually are. They're trying to find that win, but Spence, he has an opening. He's going to take it. The defense was slacking. There was no goalie. Something went wrong there, and Spence saw it as he just takes the ball and delivers it right into the bottom left corner.
Yeah, with how long it took to get that 1 point, now this point definitely means a lot. I feel like Monroe was scrapping with post in a lot of situations, but they let their guard down one time, and unfortunately, they weren't able to get it. It looks like Santon is a little stationary here.
Yeah, it looks like we're doing some sort of defensive play here. Both teammates are right now seeing who moves first. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Nimbix currently sitting there waiting. He looks like he's winning this battle, but unfortunately, I think there might be a little bit of a technical difficulty there in the game, and we'll see what happens. But again, you know, 1-0, Post was showing that they were coming up. They put more aggression onto it. Monroe also put into more aggression into it. So both teams were trying their best out to try and figure out what they wanted to do. But Monroe, they really need to lock in here. This is going to be one more. They have to win this match, or they're not going to be able to continue with this best of 5.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Monroe did have signs of life when they were trying to get the ball. They definitely could make shots on Post here. It just felt like Post, like I mentioned before, is one step ahead a lot of the time, if not all of the time here.
Definitely. I mean, we'll have to just wait and see what happens. We're just going to be trying to fix this issue that's come up. I mean, it seems like there's something that's going on the ground floor, but that's fine. And honestly, I think they're playing a lot better right now. And both teams are starting to actually put in some work together. They're playing very aggressively, which is exactly what I wanted to see. And I really think that 1 goal Big Spence was able to find, it comes down to that mistake again. I mean, they let it go through, and that's a problem that's going to happen no matter what.
Definitely here. I feel like as well, if you're Monroe and the game pauses, I feel like this is the time where you need to really think about what you're doing here. This is definitely when you need to get composed and figure out what is the next thing you're going to try here with your team against a team with Post, a team like Post that has players like Nimbix with amazing saves and also just in general great team synergy.
Definitely. I mean, right now we're just waiting for this to get going again. Looks like we're going to have to do a little bit of a rehost here. There seems to be some sort of problem, but that shouldn't be any issue. We'll get that rectified real quick, and then we'll get right back into the action. We're going to be putting it to a little bit of a break real quick, and we'll be right back, guys. Sorry for this. guys, we're back into the action here. We did get the restart for the match, and we're going to see Ricola bringing it right off the bat. Monroe is going to get their first point right off kickoff.
That was an instant point. Only 2 seconds here to get the point. It seems that this reset here on game 3 might have been what Monroe needed to really get their head in the game and really start building up momentum to potentially stay alive in this set.
Yeah, now they were gifted this as well, so let's hopefully they don't squander this opportunity to get back into this game. They still have 4 minutes and 40 seconds to get this cemented as a win for them. But Nimbix now, he's holding the ball. The demo is going to go through, but it's going to get over the defender, which isn't always great. But Santon's still back there in net. He's looking for the follow-up. Koala's going to be able to get right over him, going for the double tap himself. Almost there. Beautiful attempt coming in from Post Esports. And now Ricola, he's going for his second shot. He's going to be able to find it completely day and night here for Monroe.
Ricola definitely the star of the game this time for Monroe here, getting 2 goals almost immediately. Only about 36 seconds from the clock, and now Post has to play from behind now. Post has to find a way to get 2 goals.
Yeah, this series may turn into the first series that has more than 3 games being played. Big Spence, though, he's trying to find someone mid, but Ricola, he is being a very, very stable person in this game as needed for defense and offense. He's going to look for something. Not much is going to come out of it. And now Santon, he's going to get caught by. The ball is just going back and forth right now. Both teams are trying to fight for that possession. But Koala might have a break here. No, Santon's going to keep it away. And they're just going to keep playing the back and forth game.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like, I'd also just like to mention again that it feels like this is a brand new Monroe out of nowhere here. But right as I say that, however, Kloa will manage to stop the bleeding by getting a point in for Post here. Post Esports here.
Yeah, the times when you think it's going to be downtime, I mean, Kloa, he's confident in that shot. He's jumping up 0 boost in the tank, and he's trying to find whatever he can to get in Post Esports closer to that BO5 victory. But now we're starting right off the bat. Great kickoff coming in. Santon's going to knock it away. Spence is going to be there to find the ball and probably bring it back up the field. But right now the rotations are really good between both teams. They're just trying to find whatever they can. Players are coming up and down. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. More passing players are going to be needed to be able to get these goals for the remainder of the match.
Definitely here. I feel like I said, those, like you mentioned, those passing plays definitely going to do a lot here, especially for Post. Maybe Post just needs to find a few more passing plays in order to bring it back in the lead for them. However, Hot Ice not letting that happen. Santon here going to try to go for the ball. Both him and Kloa will unfortunately miss as Big Spence trying to bring it back. It's in Monroe's court now. Almost a beautiful, totally lined up shot for Nimbix here, and now it is now tied.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, Ricola wasn't able to get that ball where he wanted to before he got demoed, and Santon with that no boost, he isn't really able to produce much of that shot. And again, what we were talking about, I mean, 3 minutes now on the clock. This is looking pretty much how it has for the last few games. Teams are very close. This is anyone's game. All we need is 1 point from each team to secure this for the rest of the match, but it's going to be quite difficult.
Definitely. If the past 2 games have been any indicator, I believe that at this point it's going to be played very slow. I feel like both of these teams are definitely going to be playing like just trying to get the ball and are not really going to be able to get a lot of lined up shots. But right as I say that, Big Spence does manage to find one. All of a sudden, Post Esports is back in the lead despite the early start from Monroe here.
Yeah, no. Huawei was able to get that beautiful pass onto the wall to put Spence into the position to sink that straight into the net. That's exactly what you need coming out of them. I mean, the pass and play, again, how important that backboard is to defend. If you can't do that, a lot of goals are just going to leak in that are unsavable.
Absolutely. So Big Spence here got another shot on the goal. However, Ricola will manage to save the ball here. Hot Ice hitting the ball high to the air where Nimbix can't really hit it. It's almost lined up for Santon, but unfortunately he does not get the shot. Ricola here going to try to correct what Santon might have missed, but does not get it either. Ball stuck here in the corner. Big Spence is going to try to take control of it, but Santon unfortunately misses another shot here. Ball seemed to be stuck in post court. However, it did get moved to Monroe's side now.
Yeah, Kloa, he's just keeping that ball away from the sides of the net. Doing a great job playing defense. As you can see, both teams are now starting to play a little bit more defensively. That might not be what Monroe needs in the end, but a big mistake there almost cost another goal from Big Spence. And now Post is back on the offensive. Hit the ball away, and now Ricola is just going to take it right back. It's just a game of just playing back and forth right now. I mean, both teams are pretty even, but Kloa's looking for a shot there. Tries for the flip reset, doesn't find it, but does find the demo. And that is what you're going to need to sustain another beautiful lead against Monroe.
That was a beautiful shot from Post in general. Up 2 points now with 1 minute left on the clock. If you're playing fairly slowly like these guys have, trying to get the ball from each other, Monroe might just not have enough time to get enough points to score and get a point on the board.
Yeah, Post University, I mean, so far you can see all three of their players are coming to play. Kloa's looking for something else. 1 minute is left on the clock. Spence just needs to get back to play some defense, but Monroe, they're going to try and do something about it. A beautiful pinch pass coming through the midfield, and Ricola is going to be there to sink it in. Hot and ice. He's playing through. He's playing for that pinch, and beautiful read by Ricola to react fast enough to be able to land that ball into Post University's back of their net.
Yeah, definitely still signs of life here from Monroe. They just got to find another point, potentially at 45 seconds, it seems like.
Brilliant save coming out from Kloa. I mean, right now, Monroe, they're turning on the afterburners. They're trying to find this fourth and final goal they need to get overtime over the head. Big Spence has no boost, and Santon taking hold of it and putting it in. 30 seconds left on the clock, and Monroe, they are pushing hard. They are digging deep to find this overtime or potentially winning the match out for their first match win.
Definitely. I feel like that time, especially Post, the entire team felt like they overextended a little bit and left their goal totally open. Maybe if that happens again and Monroe sees that, maybe they can take advantage of it and maybe get a point on the board to potentially stay alive in this set.
The bumps are coming in. All they're trying to do is stall right now. Monroe does not want any chance of Post University getting that ball into the net. They're isolated Nimbix, taking away his boost, and now Hot and Ice, he's bringing it up, trying to get everything going. And he's going to sink the shot, but a beautiful save coming in from Spence, keeping Post University alive in overtime.
That save might have been what Post needed to shut this out on a 3-0. However, we're still not there yet. We do have to get through overtime. We have to see what we're doing here. Santon not really going to get the ball, but Kloa might be able to just score it in. But Hot Ice will manage to stop that. Trying to get control of the ball here. It's perfect line for Nimbix, but Santon hitting it away. The ball's in post court now. Kloa should have an easy time here getting control of the ball, but Santon managing to rush in, and Hot Ice trying to line it up. They score, and Monroe is on the board.
A little bit of a mistake coming there from Kloa. He wasn't able to clear that ball in a spot where he needed to. Hot and Ice, he saw that, so he came right off the top. Both players, zero boost in the tank, and Monroe are able to take their map, and they're going to bring this right to another game. They might be able to reverse sweep this here in the best of 5. They're the first team today that's been able to pull off another match win without it being a 3-0.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Monroe definitely took advantage of all those breaks that they had, all those technical difficulties. It felt like they did get composed a bit, as you saw at the very beginning. They did score a little bit, courtesy of Recola. And then after a while, they started to really regain themselves, even when Post was catching up. And it looked like Post was going to shut them out again. Monroe didn't manage to take the game.
Yeah, I mean, again, it came down to the first 2 goals. Unfortunately, were mistakes, and some players just out of positions. But again, those small little mistakes are what cost them the game. And again, Kloa was looking great with the passes and the plays that he was making. Those early on pressures is exactly what you needed. And again, I mean, Big Spence, he really tried his best to keep that game alive with that much-needed epic save from the end of the game. But Monroe, they just kept their foot on the gas pedal. They tried finding those mistakes, and luckily for them, they are able to catch it and find it and then abuse that to be able to get them to their match win. But now we have our next match coming in. This is going to be the 4th match of this best of 5. the decider on whether or not we're going to be able to get them in for the win or out for Post Esports.
Definitely. Monroe got to take advantage of this next game here. Game 4. No other team has had this opportunity here. Monroe's definitely going to have to find a way to make the most of it. But Nimbix trying to get the ball over Monroe's court, trying to stop them.
Nice. He's going to be able to collect that ball left for him. They're going to move it up the field, but Big Spence, he comes through, making Santon have to do a fantastic save there. But now the positioning is off. And Koala, he's not going to be able to get close enough. He went for the boost pad. The ball came in too fast. He wasn't able to save it. Very, very unfortunate own goal coming in from Big Spence, but that's only the first goal of the game. There's still 4 minutes and 20 seconds to try to get this lead back.
Definitely. I feel like something that I've noticed from previous matches to now is that, if you remember, Nimbix was amazing at saves earlier. However, right as I say that, Chloe interrupted me by scoring here. All of a sudden, it's 1-1 here.
Well, unfortunately, I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, he's still really good at saving. Luckily, that wasn't on Nimbix there. It was just a beautiful solo play coming in. And we're going to have 1-1 now. Back to even scoreline. Nothing's happened. Still 4 minutes left on the clock. Either team's game. But as I say that, Big Spence, he's going to change my mind. He's going to come in and just sink that ball in with a beautiful play by himself. Rule 1, just never put the ball on the hood. Right in front of the net. You got to get that out.
Yeah, definitely felt like the ball was a little bit slow there, just sort of a sitting duck, and Big Spence took advantage of it as quickly as he possibly could. That was I felt like a very sudden and almost sneaky goal, I would say. Nicola, you're trying to hit the ball, but Santon will get that shot. All of a sudden, it's 2-2 again.
Already a back and forth game, and I mean, again, just off of a missed hit here, the fake went through, and that put Post into a pretty bad spot to play any sort of defense there, and Monroe picked up on that very fast, and they were able to put that ball right into the back of the net.
Definitely. I feel like both of these teams have been playing much faster than they were the past 3 games so far. I mean, 4 goals in only over a minute right now. Both these teams have definitely maybe figured out something with the other.
Almost another goal was given to Post University. Big Spence, he's trying to bring this ball right back around towards the midfield. Nimbix isn't going to be able to find it, but he's going to split them right down the middle. Chloa found the gap and abused it, bringing Post right back up to that 1-goal advantage.
At this point, if you're Post, you're going to want to hold on to this lead as long as you possibly can, because Monroe has finally been managing to sneak their way into the goal. Going on here, Big Spence trying to make another shot here. Hot Ice trying to hit the ball away. However, it is still in Monroe's court here, almost lined up perfectly, but Recola will manage to hit the ball away. Up to Santon and Hot Ice potentially stop that score.
Santon, he did a great save. He's going to be very low on boost. He's going to be able to pick up that boost pad. Recola saving that ball from Simbix coming back in. But now he has to look for it. He's going to play it right to the backboard, but unfortunately he doesn't have any teammate there to be able to receive that ball, and that's going to be sent right back out. Nimbix is going to try and do some sort of pass and play. Spence is across the field. He's looking to jump up. That's going to be going across. Come on, Chloa. Oh, the pass wasn't able to get there. 2 minutes, 40 seconds left, and Nimbix is going to get that save. And so far, I mean, both teams are playing really well.
Definitely feels like both teams have sort of tied up their loose ends that allowed 5 points to get through at the very beginning now. We're starting to get into the later half of the match, where it feels like with Post and Monroe, they start to really play a lot safer, and they start to stop letting goals through as easily. So now they're really fighting for the point here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting rest of the game. It's still very close. There's 2 minutes left, but as I say that, I mean, High and Ice able to squeak another one right past the defender. That looked like another mistake coming out from Post University, but a brilliant pass, a brilliant shot, and that's what we need to tie the game right back up, all even.
Definitely. I felt like that was a rare miss from Nimbix. You're not able to defend the ball. However, it is tied and there's no lead for either team. So no need to sweat too much right now.
Ooh, close goal, almost got squeaked right by Stanton. He's on a break. Spence, he's going to go for a save, a little bit of a double commit. That could be a little bit difficult, but Chloe was there to save the day. But Stanton, he is not letting go of the gas pedal. He is trying to get this ball as close to the net as possible.
Definitely Big Spence here going to try to maybe hit the ball more towards Monroe's goal over Stanton. And Recola especially says no to that. They're trying to get it on post side. Ball passed straight to Stanton. Got to find a way to make the most out of this. Ice will hit the ball. Almost a straight shot towards the goal, but unfortunately does not get it. Stanton here trying to get another shot at it, but Nimbix doesn't agree with that, trying to stop him.
Yeah, anyone's game here now. We're nearing that 1 minute warning, and now Recola, he needs to do something. He's going to be sending the ball up and down, but he can't get a hold of it. And Nimbix going for a pass and play. Chloe now hitting the backboard. That was taken out very easily by Stanton, and now we're going to see 50 seconds left. Nimbix going up for the shot, off the ceiling, coming down with it. Couldn't get the flip in time, but Chloe is there to seal the deal. Maybe not. Here comes Spence off the top rope, sealing the deal for Post University. Both players unable to get it in first, and him coming in to seal the deal for Post.
Yeah, after a little bit of, I would almost say, an awkward scrap there, Post now has the lead, and with 39 seconds left at this pace, that one goal could potentially mean the game here. So Monroe definitely has to start looking for maybe some bigger shots here, maybe just some extra, like, other strategies, maybe get that 1 point in 30 seconds to stay alive.
It's going to be difficult, but it could be done. 22 seconds are now left on the clock. Chloe is just sending the ball away, trying to keep them away from the ball. It might be just a game of keep away for the next 12, but he's going for another shot. Hot and ice now with a break across the field. Stanton with a great pass, going for the right corner, but it goes shy just to the right. That was so close. That was the goal that they needed, but Recola getting bumped off. Will not be able to get the pass that he needed. And Spence, he's going to just have this ball drop, but they're keeping it alive. Chloe's trying to find another shot as well, and that's going to do it. Very close for Monroe. They were really pushing for it. They almost were able to tie that match up. Beautiful shot at the end. It went just a little bit to the right, right off the post. That was so close. I feel that was a heartbreaking shot. That should have got them tied up and going back to another OT.
That was definitely a very heartbreaking shot. I would agree with that. With such pressure on you at a LAN with a timer down, when you're down a game, and that game means you stay alive in the set, I could definitely understand how that might have happened. Unfortunately, very unfortunate for Monroe, I would say.
Yeah, I know. That was a very, very close game. Monroe, beautiful job winning that fourth match. That fifth match was so close to get in for them. They were very close for that reverse sweep. That's exactly what I was trying to find, but unfortunately, they really couldn't get their hands on that. But this is a lot better than we've seen earlier on today. Both of these teams are starting to perform to their standard level of play, which is very obvious. And I think that these teams could have a chance to rival some of the other two teams that went undefeated so far in this group play. Elimination stage is going to be coming. It's only a few hours away. And then we're going to just try to figure it out. But from right now, we're just going to be waiting for the next game to start. And we're going to see maybe if a player is going to be taking an interview off this match.
Definitely.
Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be
So here I am for the post-game interview with Chicksa, and coming straight off of their fresh win against MCC, 3-1. And it did seem to be pretty dominant in the first couple matches, but it seemed to be a little closer at the end there. What was the reason for that?
Yeah, I would say a lot of what we've been dealing with all season is some nerves, some consistency in matches. Maybe we get a little ahead of ourselves or a little behind ourselves. So keeping ourselves in check, making sure that we are keeping our fundamentals throughout the series, and then being confident, like having fun with it. We do our best when we're laughing with one another, when we're enjoying the match that we're doing. So not letting the experience and LAN and the environment get to our heads and really just focusing on the match ahead of us.
For sure. Great answer. Going forward, I mean, into the playoffs here, I mean, SJFU and RIT have proven themselves to be pretty worthy opponents. So how do you look to improve going into the playoffs?
Yeah, our series against SGSU earlier was certainly a little bit of a struggle, but our importance is scoring goals more consistently against a team like SGSU, as well as just getting a game win off of them. We knew coming into it, SGSU and RIT would both be very formidable opponents, so getting the little bit of steps and the experience against players that are higher ranked is something that we're looking forward to. We're hoping that experience will help us get and make things easier at the end of the day.
Glad to hear it. And once again, congratulations on your win, and I wish you guys the best in playoffs.
Thank you.
to protect your soul.
I just wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you won't see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but that is okay. Lately I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going insane.
Welcome back to the RIT Fall 2024 Rocket League Invitational. I'm Sporty FC. Joining me is Amethyst, and we head to round 3, the final round of our round robin format. Amethyst, 2 more best of 5s. All 4 teams return for 1 more match before we go to our single elimination bracket. Our next match here, our first of round 3, RIT versus Post University, a best of 5 matchup. It's huge as well. Again, this is the final round. RIT is 2-0, just took their win over SJFU, so 1 win away from securing the top seed out of their group.
Yeah, absolutely. Also 1 way away from holding their flawless streak so far. Very, very interesting to see. Very exciting to see if they'll be able to hold that.
Yeah, definitely. They've won both their matches in sweeps, and as we quickly approach match start time here, RIT, they've been looking solid all day so far. But reminder, they're not the only match that's going to be happening here in round 3. Right after this, we're also going to have the other 2 teams playing in as well in SJFU, taking on Monroe Community College. Again, another match, and one that will determine the 2nd and 3rd seeds going to this brackets. And again, at this point for a lot of these teams, they kind of know where they're solidifying. They kind of know where they're sitting here. But even then, you get your experience. You have 1 more round to, go on stage, get comfortable with everything around you. Because after this, no more chances, no more extra lives. You have to play single elimination, and if you lose, you will never have another chance to claim top prize. So RIT and Post coming into this one, and we've seen both these teams already so far. While we get into this match here, Amethyst, is there something about either of these teams? Is there something about Post Esports specifically that you think they really need to utilize from what we just saw from them not that long ago?
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially on the side of Post, they've been quite a bit too defensive in my opinion. They have strong defense, but I think I'd like to see them be a little bit more aggressive here.
And against an RIT Esports side that has been relentlessly attacking that back wall, Post Esports has got their hands full here. The last team to take on RIT in the group stage, and already offense falling in front of them. Clear ahead by Post. They'll look for the first goal of the game, but RIT not letting them have this easily. Again, took their sweep win in the first round against Monroe, then took on SJFU. Now they got to take on Post, and again, this is to secure that top speed. Currently undefeated. The only team left to be able to say that they're undefeated. As for Post, one of the benefits is they are coming off of a win against Monroe, so they're in a very good position, having just beat Monroe 3-1 moments ago. They've got to be riding high with that momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, coming off that win, they've got to be feeling great here. Even if they're going up against a team that's undefeated, they've got to be feeling great about their chances here, winning against Monroe here. And as we're seeing their very strong defense here, you know, fighting off all of RIT's advances here, stopping any potential goal here. And as Sean takes this, and Post Esports taking it back onto the side of RIT, RIT responding subward, sending the ball up onto Post's side, trying for that goal there. Unfortunately, unable to get it. The expense here giving some solid defense here. Sean taking it back over. Yam taking it over, trying to go for that double tap, but Post Esports here putting on some solid defense.
Yeah, and it's the first time we've seen Yam here today as well, part of the starting roster for RIT, but was not here for their first 2 matches. Subbed in was Ariel. Now in comes Yam, and we've heard much about him. And here's his start. A big goal, the first of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. Very strong goal from Yam here. Just a great positioning here. Just a perfect shot, really, taking in that one small opening that he had and taking advantage of it here.
Yeah, and the assist from Sebward, and we saw Sebward do a lot of that with Sean earlier as well today. It's definitely like that, but RIT, a risky kickoff will not go their way. Kloa has answered back, and one of the things that I found so interesting about Post Esports watching their last series, this is a very vocal team. This is a team that likes to talk, likes to get loud, so I can only imagine just how excited they are to get that goal, tie this game up.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that's also half the game here on LAN, is getting that volume, you know, being loud, being rambunctious in front of your opponents. Really, it's a bit of a mind game, honestly.
It definitely is, and it's one way that teams can keep that going. Post here, I have to go back again though, as Sebward, back wall, set up for Yam, but the shot not on. Sean will be there to support. Off the sidewall he goes, but RIT Esports taking a moment here to recollect things. Post Esports bringing a very good defense so far, definitely proving themselves to be a team that RIT isn't having an easy time against here. I mean, we've seen RIT, they had their issues against SJFU, but now the teams are getting more used to this stage. RIT's advantage of that chemistry, of that stage familiarity, starting to fall away from them, and I think the same thing happens with the fact that they are now back to their starting roster, back to the usual play that they're used to. They've got to get back to being used to each other. They had Ariel earlier, now they've got Yam, and this playstyle of RIT does change when you replace those 2 players. Yam, much more aggressive, much more Ariel based, and Ariel himself a little bit more grounded, a little bit more passive, and a little bit more of a support player. So RIT changing up those roles. We're seeing Sean taking that step back, and RIT Esports, it's just going to take a little bit of time for them to probably just get back into what we know this team can do.
Yeah, and especially with that change, you know, they may be looking to take these first gamers or 2 just a bit slower, you know, maybe get back used to having Yam in there instead of Ariel. But that also gives Post a bit of a unique opportunity here, because now they can play a bit slower too, maybe a bit more at a speed that they're comfortable with, and really play around RIT and find those weaknesses that they may have with Yam now instead of Ariel.
Yeah, great save there as well. Post Esports holding on, but RIT still bringing the onslaught of chances. Kloa, back corner, does get around Yam. Now a second chance from Sean is beat, but Sebward there. Sean looking for net. Sebward follows. RIT delaying it again.
Yeah, absolutely great team play here from RIT, you know. Seb putting it forward, Sean putting it down, and then just allowing that nice, quick, easy goal. You know, Post Esports getting maybe a little bit too aggressive here, you know, looking for that clear. Definitely allowed RIT to just get that quick goal there.
2-1 the score line, 90 seconds to go, but RIT looking a little bit more comfortable now that they have the lead. We've already seen Post Esports give them a bit of a heartbreaker before. They can do it again, but it just won't happen here. Sebward, a third for RIT, and Post Esports starting to realize that this is as tough a battle as it gets.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also what we're seeing here is RIT is very quickly starting to get a bit more comfortable with each other now that Yam is back. We're seeing a lot bit of faster play from them than we were earlier in this match. And I think it's catching Post Esports off guard. They're now not able to play at quite the same speed. They need to speed up on their own, and I think they're struggling a little bit with it here, allowing RIT to get these goals. And as we're seeing here, more just straight aggression from RIT here. Sebward going for the double touch, missing it. Sean bringing it up. Kloa trying to match it, blocking that shot. Post Esports taking control of the ball, but RIT responding with quick aggression, catching Post off guard, and with that, another quick goal for RIT Esports here from Sebward.
Quick goals, and a quick lead. RIT started off a bit slow this game. It was very close, but it doesn't look like it's going to end that way. Less than a minute to go, 3 goals needed for Post, and this team, how vocal they were earlier, they've got to find their voice again. Who will be the one to do it? Kloa trying to get the offense started quickly. Yam will not let him have that one off the back wall, and it's one of the big differences we've seen. RIT really taking full advantage of this back wall being open on most team sides, and it's open here again. They'll find the pass. This one is rolling in front. It will be tucked in by Sean. 5-1 Post Esports getting swamped right now, and RIT, as many would expect, and as the home crowd favorites, really making sure that they make these games as one-sided as possible.
Yeah, absolutely, especially finding these openings on the side of their opponent, especially here with Post, you know, maybe a little bit of an overcommit, leaving their goal wide open, allowing RIT to just put the ball in the goal, get that lead even wider than it already was.
Yum. Post just waiting back as Chloe will pop this off that ceiling. Sebward. RIT just gonna let this time tick away, and I don't think Post Esports is gonna offer any sort of defense to that idea. They want this game one to end just as badly as well. It's 5-1. RIT Esports proving in game one what they've already proven to us earlier today. Even though they brought their starting roster back in, they still look confident. While Post will look for one more, it won't happen here. RIT starting this series off, as many expected, very well. One game to them, and as they keep going, and as we move into game two, Post Esports, they've got a coach. They're going to need to use it here because that game one, that was definitely a gut punch for them, and they're going to need to find a way to rebound.
Yeah, absolutely. That was definitely a rough game for Post University here. Definitely a little tough. We did see some very good plays from them early on, getting that first goal, but RIT quickly responding with some really good aggression here, just really finding those small cracks in Post armor, just finding those small mistakes, and really taking advantage of them as much as they could.
RIT Esports with game one, and now we're moving into game number two. We'll see what they have here, but we've already seen from RIT here in game one is that they are willing to bring the offense, they are willing to bring that aggression so far, Amethyst. And for Post Esports, I mentioned it earlier before the series, we didn't really have a time to answer it, but now I ask again, what do they do here to even put up a defense to RIT? Because so far, we haven't seen anybody really be able to succeed all that much doing so. SJFU were the closest, but even they got swept. And against an RIT team using their sub, what does Post do here now that RIT is playing with their full roster and are still looking just as good?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely tough to play against a team that's as aggressive as RIT here. You know, they're so fast, they're so strong. They're able to do a lot of things and find those small mistakes and just exploit them really quickly. I think, honestly, maybe Post might have to respond with their own aggression here. We've seen them play a bit more defensively than RIT here, and I think that might be what's catching them a bit.
Well, I like the idea. The might as well go all out for it. They don't have anything to lose at this point.
Exactly.
Here against RIT. So Post Esports, yeah, you mentioned it. They so often on LAN, you see teams, they want to sit back, they want to play defensive. We've seen that with Post already. They can play the defensive, but against these top teams, that's just not going to work so well. And as we move into game number two, RIT Esports, I mean, they take game one, but the question stands, and you mentioned it, can Post be more aggressive? Can they take more chances? And honestly, maybe get more demos. That's a risk in this game, and maybe one that would work well. We haven't seen too many teams really battle RIT all that much with that physical play, and it's definitely something that can work against them, but on an environment like this, on a stage like this, it's very tough to implement those kind of changes easily. But Post Esports, I mean, with how game one went, they've got to implement some changes to that playstyle before it becomes too late.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw them play well. They were playing pretty well, especially early on, but they started to fall apart, and they definitely need to change up something in order to bring back their chances to win this match here against RIT. And as we're seeing here early on in this game too, Post Esports already on the defensive, RIT showing off that classic aggression, getting quite aggressive against RIT. RIT getting a demo on Post Esports, keeping that pressure on.
RIT sitting back here, and you mentioned as well those demos starting to show up, but in goes Jam, and I mean, we know that with the ball he can be quite the magician at times for RIT, and I mentioned it earlier already, kind of at the very beginning of the stream, but might as well mention again now that he actually is here, that, you know, I was able to talk to Sebward before, you know, this whole thing started, and I remember him talking very highly of Yam, but we'll see how things work here as I'm trying to go backward. Not a very good first play there. Didn't get that touch. Now he'll collect. Gets around one with the backflip flick. Now we're around a second with the 50-50. Play in front. No shot there. RIT looking to keep control is Seb. Sean. Yam on the backfield, but he's not going for this one. Post Esports recognize that RIT is not willing to take that first risk, and is giving them these openings, but again, for what RIT has done, they're not willing to take risks. They know that they can create plays. They know they can create chances. Again, and right now, they're just waiting to see if Post can do the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. RIT maybe playing a little bit back here than they were in game one, I think, knowing that their aggression can take them pretty far. Post here, although starting to show a bit more aggression, which is what I was really hoping to see here. Definitely going for some more risky plays, although still playing it relatively safe, trying not to give up that first goal of this game.
Yeah, no one wants to be the one to make that first mistake. No one wants to be the hero, but in comes Sebward, and that's what a captain can do for your team. The RIT Esports leader, and he leads them here. He hasn't been scoring a lot today, but that's a huge goal in a game that has been very close. They needed someone to step up. Who better but the team leader?
Yeah, absolutely. That was some great team play from RIT as well. The perfect pass going to RIT, getting that a quick, easy goal. And we're seeing here some quick defense from Post to respond here. Keep in mind, there is still a lot of time on the clock. Post could come back in this game.
Yeah, one goal lead is never safe in Rocket League, and I guess it's only ever safe really when that ball finally hits the ground. But we've got 2.5 minutes before that can ever happen, and RIT Esports aren't exactly one to take chances here. As Yam goes up for Sebwood, they're still looking for their second, and I mean, even last game, it wasn't ever really decided until RIT be able to score that third goal, and that's when things kind of got out of hand for Post Esports. It's the same kind of thing here. Post Esports has that confidence because not that many goals have been scored. It's when RIT scores 2 or 3, that's when things get a little bit more difficult. Post Esports, their biggest goal right now is not letting RIT do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, once RIT gets that early lead, it's really, really tough to come back no matter what team you are. I mean, we've seen in every single match, every time RIT starts to get that lead, it just snowballs, and the teams they're against struggle to recover. Although we're seeing Post here recover quite well against that first goal from RIT, showing some more aggression here, although Yam and Sean on the defense denying any potential goals there, showing back up with some aggression here, bringing it back onto Post side, stopping them from getting any sort of edge in this game right now. Although Post taking control back, trying to bring it back to RIT side, but RIT responding with that aggression, keeping it on Post side, keeping that pressure on Post University, and with that we will see a clean goal from Yam.
Yeah, great infield pass, and this is where things start to get more dangerous. Post Esports have been living on defense so far, but you can only do so much before things get out of hand here, and RIT Esports are finding openings, and I mean, it doesn't matter how good of a defense you have here. You're going to get scored on at some points by some of these top teams, and really the question, it matters more, how do you bounce back from that? You're going to get scored on at some points. I mean, every team in this tournament has seen goals against them. It's just, how do you bounce back from that? How do you adjust? How do you play on from that? And how do you, find your answer?
Yeah, absolutely, and as we've been talking about, the Subword getting another score, widening that lead for RIT Esports, now being 3-0 with a minute left on the clock. This is that score lead we were talking about earlier where it starts to become really difficult to recover, especially this late in the game with a minute left. Still very doable, but it is going to be quite an uphill battle for Post Esports.
Uphill is saying it lightly here. Well, it might not seem like a massive lead. Post Esports just hasn't shown all that much offense so far, and RIT Esports 3 goals up. Can Post do something? I don't even know if they've scored yet this series. Maybe I'm lying about that, but it doesn't feel like their offense has really seen any life so far, and RIT are not going to let them have it here as Yam flip resets, can't actually get it, but those Esports are so petrified on that pack wall, they still expected him to find a way to get there, and that's the kind of respect that RIT is being given right now. I mean, teams know how just how comfortable this side is, and no one wants to be one to challenge them early, get beat, and leave their defense hanging.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is, I think, something we've seen from RIT. It's just this incredible aggression is leading to a lot of respect from these other teams. They may not be going for the moves that they should be here for the right plays, just because they're scared of RIT's aggression. And that's something I think we're seeing here, Post in these last seconds of Game 2. Playing even here where they've got nothing to lose, they should be aggressive, not really going for much. They might be a little scared of RIT's aggression here.
Yeah, scared's one way to put it, but what we can say for certain, RIT Esports now take that second game and have just not skipped a beat since the very start of the day. They came here early, they found their stride early, and even with them having to play their sub for their first 2 matches, they're still making these matches quick. They're still showing us that they are that #1 seeded team in this event, and now that they're 2 games down, only 1 away from a perfect showing here in this first stage of the event, RIT Esports 1 game away, and right now it doesn't seem like Post Esports has any chance of stopping them.
Yeah, absolutely. RIT having some great momentum here. They've got to be feeling good being up 2-0 in this series. 1 game away from a perfect run here in this round robin. Definitely a great feeling for RIT here, but it's also a chance for Post to really come back, maybe get that reverse sweep.
It is definitely Post Esports' chance to surprise some people. They've already had I've always trying to say that they are willing to make that happen, but this is their chance to show up. They've got to be the ones to do it, and, well, we've already seen RIT Esports aren't exactly a team that's going to be any sort of a pushover here, so as we move into Game 3 and DFH Stadium, this is where RIT Esports can win this series in a sweep. They're already 2 games down, 1 away from the perfect group stage performance from 9 games straight having won. This is it for RIT Esports. I'm sure they're not feeling all that nervous at this point, but I mean, tonight has been a night of RIT Esports domination, and I don't think they're going to stop here in Game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. RIT just showing off why they're so good at Rocket League here, playing nearly perfectly this whole game, this whole day. You know, flawlessly defeating every team here, and with their chance to do that against Post here, taking on that perfect group stage.
RIT Esports trying to find themselves up to offense here, but Post waiting back. RIT find some chances. Yam near the net. Post will clear it away, and as we start up back in Game 3, RIT, they're going to get these goals started soon. They're going to do just that with Sebward. Goal 1 is in favor of RIT.
Yeah, perfect play here from RIT. Oh, and it looks like we may be having some technical issues on the side of RIT. Looks like they're missing one of their players. Not sure what's going on here.
I'm sure they're telling themselves, I'm sure I forgot something. I don't know what it is, but they found out soon enough that you can't play 2v3 in matches like these. So we are going to quickly get this thing sorted out. It's, we have to make sure that everybody is showing up for this match here. But while we get things sorted out, while we get these teams kind of sorted out, fixed up, and we get these rosters going in, RIT Esports, I mean, have shown up so far. But we can take this kind of as a break here for Post. They get a little bit more time. They have, again, as I mentioned earlier, they have a coach, they have support. This is their time to use it. I mean, it's a break called by RIT, so now's their chance to see if they can make any adjustments as needed, or at the very least, see if they can slow down that momentum from RIT.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, RIT been on an unstoppable run this whole day, doing quite well. Post needs this opportunity to really, really slow down, take a breath, think about what they need to do here in this next game to keep themselves alive in this series. They've been playing well, but just not well enough to defeat the powerhouse that is RIT so far.
And they have not been able to do so, but, and we still ask the question, are they going to continue this perfect run? Well, we're going to find our answer after this quick break. We're going to fix up some technical issues, get all the players back in their seats. When we come back, Game 3 of RIT versus Post University will be back. Welcome back to Game 3. It wasn't going to be that long of a break in the first place here, but we're already back to Game 3. We've got all the players back in, and RIT is actually playing 3v3 now and not 2v3. We go to Game 3 here. Post Esports trying to come back into this, but obviously that break didn't help them as much as maybe we hoped they would. RIT already on the board, 11 seconds in.
Yeah, just a quick goal from Sebward here. We can see, although Post changing up their strategy a little bit, going for a bit more of these physical plays. We saw a lot of bumps coming in from Kloa there. Perhaps maybe on the wrong person, getting that bump, but they were out of the way, unable to save that shot from Sebward. As we go into here, we see Post taking early control of the ball. Oh, we have another pause.
Oh boy, well.
Oh no.
We've got another tech issue here, so we're going to try to get things sorted out. Again, we've got another call from RIT Esports, so we're still having those technical issues from earlier. I think maybe someone's chewing on the cords in the backgrounds here, but while we try to get rid of our critter problem here, RIT Esports versus Post Esports, we're going to try to get things sorted out, and again, we're going to go back to break. We were here very shortly. We gave you a little cameo. We're going to go to break. When we come back, hopefully, third time's the charm, we'll actually have Game 3. So apologies for all of you. We'll be back in just a moment. we'll see if third time's a charm here. Welcome back, everybody. Another quick break, and hopefully, we hopefully have fixed our critters eating up our cores in the background here. RIT Esports versus Post Esports in game number 3. So RIT, again, are 1 game away from having a perfect group stage performance. But, of course, Post Esports, and they've had a pretty extended amount of time to get things sorted out. They'll look to score first. That's Sean a little high. Sean gets the dunk through, and RIT feeling that pressure early on, and now it's Post trying to get their plays working. And I mean, I like to see this from Post. We're seeing a lot more passing, a lot more teamwork. If they can just keep that going, RIT Esports are definitely going to have their issues.
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely seeing a bit of a different Post here. We're seeing a bit of a more aggressive Post, which is great to see. Definitely changing up the game plan, you know, responding to how RIT plays, definitely changing it up, playing quite well. Sean on the aggression here with Post, but RIT being unable to get that shot on goal, getting it through into the net. Post Esports here responding with some great defense. Sebward taking the ball all the way up to Post's goal, getting it sent away by Post back onto RIT side, but RIT responding with their classic aggression. But Post responding quite well here, though, with very solid, strong defense.
Off the sidewall it goes, and yeah, I like that you mentioned as well that this defense has been strong, but the thing about RIT is that back wall can be open! Sebward drops it down, RIT! What a way to enter back into the series!
Absolutely, a great goal here from RIT. Sebward and Yam playing quite well here. Everyone on RIT playing well. Post just having that slight lapse in their defense here, allowing RIT to get that quick goal. And with that, Post Esports is going to have to respond with a goal soon to stop RIT from getting their classic, just insane leads they've been getting all day.
Post University, another play here, but it's an overcommit. RIT just hitting off the back post here, but Post Esports are going to have to be a little bit more careful than that, because RIT Esports are going to watch you for your overcommits. This is a team that, so far today, has not really ever pushed all that heavily for overcommits. This is a team that has that solo ability that they don't really look to do it. And I mean, you can see from Post University, they've already tried to do it a lot today, trying to push heavily, trying to push all 3 players to offense. They want everyone to get involved. And while it's a good idea in practice, in reality, it does have its issues, and a lot of it is from overcommits. And they got to be very careful about that, because RIT will take it here as Yam double tap waiting, but that one goes wide, and everybody committed for RIT. A wide open net. That's a miss. Follow-up goes in by Big Spence, and Post Esports are back in it.
Yeah, a great response here from Post Esports, taking advantage of that overcommit from RIT, getting that nice, quick, easy goal here. Bringing the score back up to 1-1 with 2 minutes, 40 seconds still on the clock. Still a lot of time for this game to go either way here. Post Esports fighting to keep themselves alive in the set, fighting to keep themselves going in this best of 5. RIT just looking to close it out and keep their undefeated streak going.
Almost halfway through this game already. Both teams have proven what they have, but Sebward finds an extra gear. RIT, you know, you can sometimes, you think you have them beat with that first goal, but again, as we mentioned already, it's not that first goal that is the scary part about them. It's when they have a 2 or 3 goal lead. That's when Post Esports really seems to struggle. So for Post Esports, the last thing they can allow RIT to do is score again.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're seeing here a bit more aggression from Post Esports. Maybe a slight overcommit on the kickoff, but recovering quite well, having some great defense here as RIT continues their aggression, continues the attack on Post Esports here. Looking for that goal, looking for anything here to start getting that lead going, but Post Esports responding. And Sebward with an insane double touch here, starting to build that lead for RIT Esports.
Insane is definitely a way I would describe this as well. Fast is another way as well. That was quick. He was not wasting any time on that one. And RIT Esports, I mean, we've already seen them go for those double taps and hit those double taps already today. And they're doing it here. They're making it look easy. I can promise you, it is not easy to go for those plays and hit them in a stage like this. 3-1 now, and this is the dangerous position here for Post Esports. Already talked about it. They don't do well when they're down by a couple goals. Things only seem to get worse for them. In the last 2 games, that's been where things have really fallen apart for Post Esports. They can keep things close, but when things start to fall away for them, this feels like RIT Esports. Once they get like a 2 or 3 goal lead, that's when Post Esports really seems to crumble. But they will go here, 3-on-1, but it was a quick shot for Nimbix. I would have liked it if he just wait a little bit more, let his teammates go for some bumps there. Just felt like Post Esports just weren't organized on offense, and now the other way, RIT would love to have another drop down in front, and in goes Sean. Everyone was focused on that aerial play from Yam, but it was Sean who was the real threat, and who will take RIT's 4th of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Post Esports definitely focusing a bit too much on that aerial play. just allowing RIT to get that quick ground hit. You know, Post Esports already committing 2 people into that save on the aerial, not looking for that ground play, definitely allowing RIT to widen their lead. And now we're seeing that 3-goal lead, that wide lead we've been talking about, where all these teams start to fall apart against RIT. You know, Post Esports only 1 minute and 20 left on the clock. Definitely going to be tough for Post Esports to come back in this game. Although we're seeing here some aggression from Post Esports, definitely trying to stay in this game, trying to stay alive in this set. But RIT responding with some great aggression here. But with a whiff from Yam, the pressure is on for RIT. Post Esports looking for that goal, trying to pass it around, trying to stop RIT from getting it. Going up the wall here, Big Spence going for that, trying to get that double touch, but unfortunately not being able to. RIT responding by taking the ball away, trying to put it back on Post side here, looking for that goal. Post responding with some great defense here. RIT, Sean hitting this up, trying to get some touch going. Nimbix just responding, taking it away. Yam here trying to take control as well, but Big Spence taking it away, trying to get something going here. And with the clock ticking down, RIT is just trying to play keep away.
Yeah, RIT is playing is playing that clock masterfully right now. Just wasting time, letting those seconds tick away. Pinched back, Post Esports still looking for something here. Any reason to keep going? It's left in front, but Sebward gives them no opportunities. Kloa, Seb off the back wall, it's left there, 10 seconds and counting. Kloa will wait under this one, but it will not matter. RIT Esports 9 games straight, a perfect group stage performance, and the Tigers, the top team of this event, proving why they are. No one can seem to stop them.
Yeah, absolutely, and like we said, you know, once they got that goal, Post Esports kind of falling apart, unable to really make anything happen here. Really struggling to get those shots on target, struggling to really get the ball off their side of the field. We saw a lot of defense from Post here, but when they did have it off their half, they got aggressive. They did what they had to, and unfortunately, RIT responding was just some great, really strong defense here. Just Post really struggling to get any shots on target here.
It was, and it feels like that's been the struggle all day, that teams just cannot seem to get through that RIT Esports midfield. And I mean, we've coined it as the Brick City Wall here so far today, but it really is a brick wall here from the Brick City that teams just cannot seem to find their way through. RIT have been unstoppable so far, and I think for a lot of people coming in this event, they had RIT as that top team, but I don't know if people were expecting this from them, this kind of domination. But they prove it here. But our round 3 is not over. Next up, St. John Fisher University taking on Monroe Community College. Our last match of the group stage, our last best of 5 to determine even more seeding before we go to the semifinals. One more match of our first stage of the event. We'll be seeing that right after this quick break, so don't go anywhere because SJFU will take on Monroe.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero?
Welcome back to the RIT Esports Fall 2024 in Rocket League Invitation. I'm Sporty FC. Joining me once again is Amethyst, and we will now conclude round 3 of our first stage of the competition. St. John Fisher University taking on Monroe Community College. And from what I hear, St. John, as is the trend of a lot of teams, I guess, in this event, are making some roster changes here, adding in H-Vault and Tricky Knights. So a few changes here for SJFU, and for them being as good of a team as they are, they take on Monroe. I mean, at this point for SJFU, they're in a pretty good position. If they can win here, they'll be that second seed on the opposite side of the bracket of RIT to make it to that grand finals, which for SJFU, they'd love to do that. I'm sure they'd love to get their rematch against RIT in that grand finals if that chance comes. But right now, obviously, focusing on this match, their last best of 5 here, and just trying to make sure they keep their confidence running.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this last best of 5 is crucial, to complete the seeding for the rest of this tournament. Very interesting to see that SJFU has decided to sub out 2 of their players, right before this crucial game. It's definitely interesting. They're going to have to change up how they play. We may see some inconsistencies here because of it, but we could also, on the other hand, see a much stronger team.
I mean, we saw that from RIT earlier as well, that they subbed in Yam, looked still like the regular RIT. So I wouldn't put too much pressure on SJFU. This is a team that has already proven us today with a sweep win and a sweep loss. So this team is right now even in the bracket, but again, a win here against Monroe would be huge for them. And for Monroe, 0-2 right now. They are looking for their first win of the event and any sort of win here in this event. Reminder, all 4 teams are going to be going to the single elimination brackets, so there's no one that's going to get eliminated from this first stage competition. But this is just for seeding, but even then, you don't want to be that 4th seed, because reminder, if you're that 4th seed, you got to play against RIT Esports, and that's not really a team that anyone wants to go up against.
Yeah, absolutely. RIT being so dominant here, being that 4th seed is definitely putting you at a huge disadvantage here. So these 2 teams fighting to try to make sure that they're not that 4th seed, is so important here.
As you said as well, and again, while we get things sorted out here, again, SJFU making those changes, but both these teams definitely watching, and you know who else is watching? We have Post watching. They're almost certainly watching this match because it's going to determine where they stand as well. If SJFU can win, Post will be in that 3rd seed's position and will take on SJFU. If we see Monroe win, there's a very good chance that it might be the other way around. So again, we're going to be preparing for this next best of 5 matchup. SJFU and Monroe Community College. We've already seen a lot from these teams today, but I feel like the players to really look at, on the side of SJFU, obviously is Mystic, who I believe is the one who's sticking around for them for this matchup. So we're just seeing how Mystic plays, leading this roster. But for Monroe, so far today's been Ricola's day, and she's shown up for this Monroe team. But I think the biggest issue the biggest question for them is going to be on Hot Ice. He showed up in that last series, was the reason why they were able to keep things close. If he can show up again, they could do the same thing against SJFU.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, both these teams quite strong teams. It's definitely going to be interesting to see how both teams play against each other here. It's going to be, it's a huge game for both of them and a huge game for Post here to determine that seeding. It's going to be quite interesting to see how this goes.
It is. I think every single team watching except RIT is watching this match right now. But I know for a lot of these players also, that lunch break is coming up. They want to get this series done quickly so that they can go and eat something. And, well, I don't blame them on that. So I'm sure that SJFU and Monroe are looking for a quick free sweep, go to break, have a little bit of food, and then come back in and play the best you can in that single elimination bracket. So, again, as we get these players in the lobby, as we work on some small tech issues here, Monroe's definitely the underdogs coming into this one. From what we've seen today, they have not had an easy time so far, but I think that one win that they had against Post is something that we can really look at as being some sort of confidence booster for them. But we'll see how they play here. And coming into this match, what have you seen so far from both these teams that really should give you confidence for rooting for either side?
Yeah, I mean, especially on the side of Monroe, we've definitely seen them start to get a little bit more comfortable later on, especially with that one win. They started to play quite well. It'll be interesting to see how they respond to how SJFU plays here. SJFU both already being quite a strong team as well. Definitely going to be a close match here.
Yeah, I think a big thing as well is that SJFU has had a long time from their last match, which was a sweep loss to RIT Esports. So any sort of momentum that would go against them, it isn't really there anymore. For SJFU, they had a long break, which is going to work to their favor here. They got a lot more time to reset, to talk things out, and as these players get in the lobby, they're ready to talk Rocket League. SJFU, St. John Fisher University taking on Monroe Community College, our last best of 5 of the day. Reminder, after this, it's all best of 7 from here on out. SJFU on the blue, Monroe Community College on the orange, and our last best of 5, our last match in stage 1 of the RIT Rocket League Invitational.
Yeah, and I believe we have some slight technical issues here. We see Ricola from Monroe on the blue side here, so I believe blue side is actually Monroe and not SJFU. But regardless of that, we can see already just some quick aggression from Orange here, going up against Monroe here, putting up that aggression, putting up, strong plays. Going into this, both teams really not giving each other any chances early on to make any strong plays to get that opening goal.
As you said as well, and while we do work on those technical issues, Monroe right now sitting back on defense, definitely having their issue so far, and again, we'll see if we can get things sorted out as soon as possible here. SJFU just trying to find some space, but Monroe, their first real major chance upfield, but it just gets cleared away. And so far, St. John, they're holding on offense, as I think many expected, but it really is going to come down to that first goal. We've seen already a lot of teams like Monroe sit back, wait, play mostly defensively, but find their chances to attack. This is definitely a team you don't want to ever kind of fall asleep on, because that's when they're going to strike.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we're seeing here in this match, both teams playing quite well, playing, responding quite well to each other's plays here. This match being neck and neck here so far. No goals, a minute and a half already down on the timer. Quite strong plays from both teams, and you see here Tricky Knight trying to take it across, but getting that ball stolen from them. Ricola going for a play here, going for the pass, being unable to make anything off that. Their teammates just not being there to support. And as we see here, the ball rolling over onto the side of Monroe here, and SJFU just applying that aggression, applying that pressure, getting responded to, and now that ball is on the other side. Both teams here really just neck and neck, not letting anything pass. And with some strong defense here, we will not be seeing a goal just yet.
Yeah, and with Debo again being that one player sitting in, how will he play? Well, that's a great way to get things going for SJFU, who again are the team on the orange in this matchup. A great strike, and it's from Debo, who's been here all day so far for St. John Fisher. And well, that's a great way to get things going. Just get a goal, be that team leader that your team needs, because while he's out here playing his way, he's going to need to give time for H-Vault, for Tricky Knight to just get a little bit used, because so far they haven't played yet today. They need to get more comfortable, but nothing like getting comfortable when you can just score goals. H-Vault puts one in, and SJFU now get to feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, it's just some great opening plays here from SJFU. 2 minutes down the clock, starting to build that lead here. Definitely going to be really great for them here, starting to build that lead. Starting to maybe make Monroe panic a little bit here. They need to get a goal here to stay up, although there is still 3 minutes left on the timer, which is a lot in Rocket League, but that can slip away so quickly.
It can be. I mean, it's a lot of time, but as we've seen already today, time hasn't really been very friendly to many teams trying to make these comebacks happen, and SJFU are definitely a team that's not letting Monroe have any space. A third goal in. Tricky Knight set it up, then it was just in front for Debo, and SJFU, this is a lot more comfortable than what we saw earlier from them. This feels like a roster that just knows each other, and maybe this is a team where they just had to start off with their subs, kind of like how RIT did earlier today, but they look comfortable, they feel comfortable now, and I feel bad for Monroe to say this, but this is not the start they were looking for, and SJFU just looked like the far better team.
Yeah, SJFU here starting to look a lot more comfortable than they were in past games here, playing quite well, being able to be a bit more aggressive here, and they're looking for those openings and really taking advantage of everything here. Not allowing anything past them and putting on some great aggression. And as that happens, Debo here getting another goal against Monroe Esports here. With now a 4-0 lead with 2 minutes on the clock. Definitely going to be tough for Monroe to come back here. 4
goals, 2 minutes to go. SJFU has been the team that's playing right now, and again, for Monroe Community College, you definitely got to feel bad for them. They've been here all day, but man, these matches have not been kind, but that's a great chance in front. And in comes Ricola, and who else but Ricola to score? She's been leading on scoring for Monroe all day, and she adds another to our tally here as FJFU left it open in front of the nets.
Yeah, great play here from Ricola, finding that one opening, trying, starting to close that gap here, starting to get their footing in this best of 5. First goal of the best of 5 for Monroe Esports here. Definitely great to have that first goal here. Maybe in a match where it's not as important though, but it is still important for them to get those goals. No, they can score against this team. Figure out their game plan here. These first games in best of 5s, usually they're just great for feeling out the other team, knowing where you can and can't, go for certain plays, figure out where their weaknesses are. And I think that's what we're seeing here from Monroe. We may not be seeing, some fancy plays, but I think they're starting to just figure out how SJFU plays, figuring out how to respond, because now we're definitely seeing a bit more aggression from Monroe Esports here. We're seeing them go up for the ball more. We're seeing a bit more physicality here. SJFU getting that quick demo, but I think we'll start to see that from Monroe as well. Monroe here playing some strong defense here, going for it, and Debo getting another goal, a 4-goal lead for SJFU here. Definitely going to be tough for Monroe to recover in this game, being down 4 with a minute left on the timer.
And it's Debo who has 4 goals so far, a 5-1 lead in game 1. So we're seeing that from them so far. This St. John's Fisher side just does not stop scoring. And again, reminder, this is our last match of that group stage, the last match of the best of 5s. After this, it's eliminations and best of 7. So the pressure is going to get bigger. But right now, the goals keep flying in. Devo cannot stop scoring. 5 goals at this point. And I don't know what else to say, but this is Debo's night.
Yeah, absolutely. Debo just showing off why they're on this roster, why they're so good. Debo just continuously applying the pressure, playing so well here for SJFU. Putting a lot of pressure on Monroe. It's only game 1, and he has already shown up, put on so much pressure, really showing why SJFU is such a strong team here. You know, definitely a tough start for Monroe University here, or Monroe Esports, but SJFU showing their strength, and with that H-Fault scoring again, it is now 7-1 in favor of SJFU. Definitely a great start for SJFU, tough start for Monroe.
And I'm sure that we're going to be starting to pack our bags here and go to Rio de Janeiro in Brazil on Manfield night. 7-1 the scoreline, 45 seconds to go, but at this point, I think things have kind of wrapped themselves up. A one-sided start, and this is not the first series we've seen this happen to these teams. A lot of these series have started being one-sided, and it feels like for Monroe, they always seem to get better by the end of the match. They're a team that can adapt, but this is a pretty rough game 1, even for their own history so far in this tournament. So 7-1 here for SJFU, and again, they just don't seem to stop. And it does feel like, as you said, and as we've already said earlier, that they're more comfortable now with this roster than they were before.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a much stronger team here from SJFU, but we're also seeing, I think, Monroe start to adapt here, starting to play a little bit better, starting to play a little bit more aggressive, which I think is what they need to do here to stay up in this series, to, you know, prevent more sweeps, more 7-1s here. Quite a great game here from SJFU. Not much really to say here. This has just really been the Debo show. 5 goals out of their 7. Just insane to see.
Yeah, almost a double hat trick, but 5 goals is quite extraordinary for this SJFU side. So game 1 will be theirs here, and as we will be moving into game 2 shortly, SJFU, they looked very, very comfortable that game. I mean, they're making these changes. They're adding in 2 players, and it doesn't seem like it makes them even seem like they're even better now with those 2 players added. And you know, if I was RIT Esports looking at this match, I'd actually be a little bit more nervous that this roster is playing this well, because they make these changes and they already look better, and you know, without too much warm up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 2 of these players coming in, you know, off maybe such a short warm up, you know, maybe just getting here, playing so well just in game 1 here. That's definitely got to be scary for RIT looking at this. You know, SJFU was a team that they defeated, you know, pretty easily, and now we're seeing them, you know, really show up and play great against Monroe. Definitely putting some strong aggression here. You know, this could be a scary team in bracket.
It definitely could be here, as we'll again be moving into game 2. Mind, this is the best of 5 matchup, and so far all of our matches have ended in sweeps except one. Monroe was the team to prevent the sweep in round 2 against Post University. Can they do it here? We go to game 2. It's an important match as well. SJFU have already looked quite confident so far. They'll look to keep this going as we head to Forbidden Temple, head to the second game of our 5-game series potentially, and with the chance to take match points right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know, I'm sorry for the stream, you can't see the game right now. It is going on. We're really, early on, we're seeing some great aggression from SJFU, but we're also seeing some response from Monroe Esports here, starting to get a bit more aggressive, starting to get a little physical. There was a demo on the player who was on the ball. I couldn't see who it was, unfortunately. But we're seeing some great plays here from Monroe. Definitely looking very different than they were in that game 1. I think we're seeing a lot more aggression here from Monroe. You know, even right now in defense, we're seeing some more aggression, maybe some overcommits, and I think that's going to do them in as Debo gets a quick goal here on the side of SJFU. That first goal, 40 seconds in for SJFU.
SJFU off to a great start already. You said it, 40 seconds in, but a goal in their favor. And mind you, this being game 2, they're in a pretty good position to take match points. These best of 5s can end very, very quickly if you're not careful enough. And SJFU right now are definitely able to take control. So that early goal, not a good sign for Monroe, but we've seen them face this adversity. Can they prove that game 1 is not going to repeat for themselves?
Yeah, and here we're seeing some great defense here from Monroe. You know, getting a bit more physical. We're seeing SJFU struggle to get that ball off the backboard into the net. However, responding with some great aggression here, keeping the ball on Monroe's side, definitely putting the pressure on. Monroe responding with some great defense here. Ricola now on the ball, looking to maybe make a play here, looking for maybe a pass, but unfortunately SJFU intercepts. H-Fault's going for that touch, trying to put it on target. Unfortunately, no one else able to support him there. Debo going up for the ball. Tricky Knight now going up. Definitely trying to keep that pressure on for Monroe. Monroe responding, though, trying to take the ball back, trying to take control back in this game, trying to get that ball over onto SJFU's side, but SJFU responding. just keeping the ball on their side, keeping it right in front of that net, keeping that pressure, and with the H-Vault is going to score and now get that lead up to 2-0 in favor of SJFU.
Yeah, even though this game may not be nearly as strong of a start as they had in Game 1, it's still a very strong start. 2 goals already, and again, SJFU just feel like they're playing quite comfortably, quite calmly. They're not really finding too much pressure, and with 3 minutes left, still looking for more is St. John's Fisher here. As this goes in front, won't be able to get very far. Tricky Knight now, still hasn't scored yet, I think, in this series, so trying to find his first goal of the event, but SJFU, again, very comfortable, waiting in that midfield, playing the midfield in their favor. Monroe just having a tough time being able to challenge them.
Yeah, Monroe here putting on some strong defense, although despite struggles to get the ball off their half, they are keeping it away from their net. You know, St. John Fisher here, though, responding with some great aggression here, bringing it into the corner, bouncing off, potentially here going for a shot. Ricola whiffing the ball here. Definitely rough for Monroe here. You know, they've only got that one player on defense, and it looks like Debo looking to capitalize on that, get that goal. Monroe is spotting with some great defense here on Santan, taking the ball away from their net, keeping it out, just preventing St. John Fisher from getting that 3-0 lead here. Santan taking over to SJFU's goal, but Monroe seemingly a little scared of overcommitting, staying on their side here, not really going for anything, allowing St. John Fisher to put another shot on target, and Tricky Knight will get a goal here.
And I believe that's their first of the day as well. Tricky Knight was searching for that goal for a while, but it comes here in Game 2. And I like what you mentioned as well, that it feels like Monroe and SJFU are both playing defensively. They're both sitting back further. They're not really trying to push too much anymore, and I think that's why this game is has so many few goals. There's not that many goals happening. There's not many plays that are getting scored on. I think a lot of it is just these teams just playing patient, playing a little bit further back, playing a little bit more defensively. That favors SJFU. Right now they've proven they've got the quality on offense and they've got the control. Monroe have to be the ones to push up, take chances.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing a lot of defensive play from Monroe here. I mean, they had a chance to get a goal here, you know, maybe a good like 30 seconds ago. But unfortunately, Ricola was, and their other player, I don't know how to pronounce it, was sitting there in the back, not really doing much, you know, not responding to the aggression. But as we say that, Ricola getting a goal here, keeping Monroe in this match. You know, that goal, that lead from SJFU starting to close with that goal from Ricola.
Yeah, and again, it's been Ricola that has been the player for Monroe today that has really stepped up for this team. But as I mentioned, that player that you want to watch out for is definitely Hot Ice. He was the one who showed up when they took that game against Post University in round 2. They need to find that kind of play again, but not an easy thing to do when, you know, your opponent is SJFU and they look like this. 3-1, a minute to go. Monroe feeling the pressure. Recola's shown up, but who will show up with her?
Yeah, Recola just taking this ball over onto St. John Fisher's side, you know, struggling to get that shot on target. You know, Monroe as a whole still playing defensively, although Hot Ice putting the ball up on St. John Fisher's side, trying to get more aggressive here. We're seeing more aggression. We're seeing putting SJFU into that defensive play style. You know, and Monroe getting great aggression here, although SJFU responding with their own aggression, putting the ball back on Monroe's side. You know, and great save from Ricola here, keeping them up in this match. It's still very, very close. You know, it's only 2 goals with 30 seconds. That sounds tough. It is doable. Although Tricky Knight putting a shot on target, Monroe was responding with some great defense here, and Debo looking to make a play here, you know, get that goal, solidifying this game for SJFU. H-Vault's going for that touch, unable to make anything of it. And as the clock ticks down, SJFU looking to take Game 2 in the series.
And they'll do just that with that last touch there. Match point is theirs, and for Monroe, this final match of the group stage has not been favorable for them. But Game 2 was a step up. It was a step up from Game 1. It was better. It was more confident. But we need to see more offense. We need to see more showing up on that offense as well. Recola may be scoring, but right now, I need to see someone else up there on offense. Someone else taking those shots. That's where this Monroe side can really find their groove, find their stride.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Monroe just needs to be a bit more aggressive, like you were saying. We've seen some great plays from them on defense. We've seen them being able to get the ball past SJFU here, being able to play quite well. But unfortunately, they've just been maybe a little scared to leave their side, scared to overcommit. And I think that's been what's doing them in here, is that they've been struggling to get that aggression here on SJFU's side.
As you said as well, and yeah, they definitely have been struggling, but we're going to be moving to Game 3 shortly here. SJFU can take this series in a sweep, end the first stage of the competition, and go to lunch early. You know, they can go and get those sandwiches early. But again, they just got to win this game. They got one game to go, but we've seen Monroe. This is game 3 was where they won against Post. They got to do it here. It's a much tougher opponent, though, in SJFU, at least on paper, and it's proving to be a much tougher one for them right now in this series. But this is what they have to deal with. This is the position they're stuck in. This is the position that they have to work with. So as we move to Game 3, SJFU looking confident. They may not be playing nearly as aggressively, but they're still finding goals, still finding plays, still finding those chances. And right now, it doesn't seem like there's much to stop them. For Monroe, we've already mentioned what they need to do. They need to bring more people on offense. That's it. It sounds simple. It's a lot harder than it really is. But as we, again, get things sorted out here, with Game 3 being set up here, we're only one game away from securing who are top 4 and how they're going to be seeded. We know all of these teams are going to be here, but right now, it's one game away from Monroe being forced to play against RIT in the semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's definitely a tough spot for any team to be in, just going against RIT, seeing how dominant they've been all day here, playing so well. SJFU definitely looking to take that last victory, you know, secure that top 3 slot, you know, not have to fight against RIT in, you know, their first match of the elimination bracket. I don't think any team really wants to fight RIT right now.
No, and for Monroe, they were that first series that RIT played today, got swept, and the goal score line was 16-1. It was 16-1 in favor of RIT, so they really don't want to go against RIT Esports if they can force it that way, because the last time they did it, they didn't stand a chance. And generally speaking, when rematches happen, you don't see a change of that kind of score line. So these teams, I mean, both these teams don't want to play against them. SJFU got swept by RIT as well, and that was RIT with their sub, but I think SJFU would be more confident. Still, they want to go to the finals. They want to take on RIT in the grand finals. Monroe wants to avoid them at all costs.
Yeah, absolutely. Monroe seeming to struggle here a little bit today, especially. Still playing quite well, though, but unfortunately just being unable to really break through these teams. You know, I think they just need that aggression. I know we've been saying it over and over again, but I think that's really all they need to do to really get their footing here and maybe bring back this series.
We'll move into Game 3 shortly. We are having some technical issues here with one of the teams, so while we get things sorted out, Game 3 of this series, you know, once again, we have to hold people, you know, under pressure before we go to Game 3. So, again, we should just recap on this day how everything has looked. RIT's been dominant, but SJFU right behind them as well. It has been an incredible day so far, but it does sound like we are having some issues here. We might be going to a quick break, so we are going to be moving a little bit. We're going to go to a break. We're going to go to a little bit of a BRB screen, and when we come back, Game 3, SJFU versus Monroe Community College. So for now, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to be closing out this group stage.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my
Well, we had to hold you guys under a little bit of stress there. We did it last series. We've done it to you guys again. But we're back. It's Game 3. And SJFU, reminder, are only one game away from winning this series. Monroe needs to find something. So far, they've scored 2 goals this series. That won't be enough to beat SJFU. They've got to score more than that.
Yeah, SJFU have been putting on quite a show this series, putting on, getting quite a lot of goals both games. Getting 7 goals game 1, getting 4 goals game 2. Definitely 2 goals is not going to be enough to stop SJFU and keep Monroe Esports in this match. And with this, we're seeing some great aggression early on from Monroe. We may be seeing our first goal, but Devo saving that ball, stopping it from going into their net. Monroe responding with more shots. Ricola really trying to get something happening here early on in this game. In this game 3, this match point for St. John Fisher University. And we're seeing some great defense here from St. John Fisher that we hopefully will see them turn into some aggression here. And that is exactly what we're seeing. Them getting it past 2, but Santen responding with some great defense here, stopping the ball from going into their net. Monroe definitely struggling here a bit with their defense, bringing it back though, and now this ball just easily in the position of Ricola. Seeing some bumps come in from St. John Fisher, and they're looking to take that and make it into a quick goal. Debo putting it on net, slightly, just ever so closely missing. And now with this, Monroe looking to take control of this ball, in front of their net and stop St. John Fisher from scoring.
Yeah, at this point, they're just trying to prevent the bleeding here. SJFU bringing that aggression, and they're fighting tooth and nail for these opportunities. Pass in field, Tricky Knight caps away off the back wall, but it's H-Vaults. SJFU, another infield pass. Ricola will be versed to it, but it's Debo back again. He scored 5 goals in game 1. Looking for 1 here in game 3. Ground pinch. That one just a little wide, but Monroe, we're not ready for that. The pressure came to them, but they will clear it away with Stanton. Debo off the corner, left in front, free shot for H-Vaults, back wall, second, could not put it under the bar, and SJFU keep the offense going. Tricky Knight now, flip reset, blocked away, Debo setting up the infield play, T-San can't get there, still left in front, SJFU trying to keep the offense, but it will dissipate here. Monroe holding down well, but I can't expect them to hold this much longer.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a bit of a scramble here from Monroe. All of their players being pretty low on boost. Only one really having any semblance of boost, Ricola. Santan getting that full boost, which could be really helpful here for this defense, but SJFU not really giving them any time to recover here. Just keeping on that constant aggression. And Tricky Knight going for a touch here. Maybe turning this into a goal, but Monroe responding with some great defense here. Santan keeping this away from the net, and H-Vault scores with 3 minutes into the game, our first goal for St. John Fisher University, looking to take this set home.
First goal took 3 minutes. It was a pretty long amount of time for that first goal for SJFU, but they take it. That's all that matters. And what really is important about that is that they still held the midfield. That Monroe has not seen any offense. And for SJFU, I don't think they really care how long it takes for them to score if they keep the offense. But a double! Debo! Oh my goodness!
My God, what a play from Debo here. An insane double touch to get that second goal in the game. Perfect play here from Debo. Getting that lead here going for SJFU in this game 3. Looking to finish out this set here. As we go off into the kickoff, Monroe Esports looking for some opportunity here to bring this back. Santan taking it off the wall. Looking for that touch. SJFU responding with some great defense here. H-Vaults going for a play here. Yet trying to fight Hot Ice here for the ball. Hot Ice winning the 50. Tricky Knight coming in, trying to keep it on Monroe's side, trying to keep that pressure going. The ball slowly rolling into SJFU's side. The wall pinch coming up here into the midfield. Santan going for the play here. Debo keeping control of the ball, playing really well. Great defense here. Hot Ice, again, going for that challenge, trying to keep that ball on SJFU's side. And now we're starting to see some great aggression here from Monroe, but maybe possibly an overcommit, as Monroe here now struggling to get back in time for this defense, but still getting a great save here. But Tricky Knight looking to maybe get a play here, trying to keep that ball on Monroe's side. Recola getting it back on St. John Fisher's side. H-Vaults struggling to get some defense here, but his teammates picking this up quite well. Debo looking to make a play here, looking to bring that ball back to Monroe's side, trying to keep Monroe on their toes here with just a minute remaining. They just need to stop Monroe from scoring. They've done what they need to here. And as we see that, Debo keeping the ball on Monroe's side. H-Vaults going for a play here. Santan playing the defense here. H-Vaults trying to scramble back, trying to get that ball. And we're seeing here maybe a slight lapse in defense from SJFU as that ball is slowly rolling over in front of SJFU's goal. Keeping it going, Hades trying to keep something going here. And with that, SJFU responding with some aggression here. And another goal for SJFU from H-Volts.
H-Volts puts it in, and that may have just silenced Monroe Community College. 3 goals for St. John Fisher University, and they just won't stand down. What a goal, what a game it was. Debo with what might end up being the goal of the tournament here to give his team that 2-goal lead, and they haven't looked back, looking for 4. H-Volts will take it, and SJFU score once again.
Yeah, just some great playing here from St. John Fisher here, really taking advantage of Monroe's ever so slight lapses in their defense. You're taking advantage of it, getting that lead going. 4-0 now with less than 20 seconds left on the clock. I'm afraid that might be all she wrote for Monroe Esports here in this match, in this series. Looking for that 3-0 sweep from SJFU. And with the clock ticking down, SJFU winning this game, winning this series, keeping them away from having to face RIT in the bracket.
It's confirmed, SJFU are your second seed, and Monroe will be taking on RIT in the semi-finals. So all of our matches have been set at this point. Amethyst, RIT Esports takes on Monroe Community College, and St. John Fish University taking on Post University. So I think it's as we expected here. A lot of matches going the way as expected, but this last series for St. John, it's got to be a good confidence booster going into that semifinals, going into that single elimination bracket, because at this point, we're going to start eliminating teams from the competition. Teams are going to see their runs end here. You know, they've had 3 matches to prepare. Now it's their time to show up. All that happened in Stage 1, it's just to prepare for Stage 2, and Stage 2 is where the real action happens.
Yeah, and we've seen a very different St. John Fisher this whole series here. We've seen a very different team, very different playstyle here, and it's been working very well for them against Monroe. Definitely something great for them to have right before this elimination bracket. Definitely show the other teams that they're a lot different now. They're a lot better now.
They definitely are, but we're going to go to a quick break here. When we come back, we start to eliminate teams from the competition. We start Stage 2 of the RIT Fall 2024 Rocket League Invitational. All 4 teams are back, but we're heading to the semifinals, and we'll be back very soon. First on the docket, RIT Esports, Monroe Community College. We'll see you soon.
side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words, they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain, for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling out, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain, for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling out.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, a life destroyed.
wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you won't see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have been trusting the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come on a test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball on the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause we will defeat those they don't get it like.
All right, and welcome back, everybody, to the RIT Fall 2024 Invitational here for Rocket League. I'm Amethyst, joining me is Panda, and we are going into our first elimination bracket match here. So this is definitely where it really starts to count here. This is definitely where it starts to get real. We will see teams getting eliminated here.
Yeah, that already the nerves of all these teams coming in. I mean, there's already we've mentioned before already the nerves stepping into a stage, but when you put an elimination on top of it, it's a whole different game. You know, you got that. They already have played each team a little bit. They already know some strategies, but it's a whole different thing when you put this might be the last game they play.
Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely where the pressure really starts to get to these teams. You know, this is definitely where everything matters here. You know, every single mistake could send you home here. So this is really where everything starts to get really real.
Absolutely, exactly what you said. It's going to be really interesting to see, especially with these first games, the first two teams coming up with RIT, with Yam, Sebward, and Sean.
Yeah, RIT having just such a strong team. You know, having an undefeated performance all day today, going 3-0 in the group stage, not dropping a single game in any of their series. Definitely. Where you've definitely got some nerves, getting to you, especially later on. It's tough when you're going undefeated to think I need to keep this undefeated streak, I need to keep going. It can be nerve-wracking.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like the pressure is probably building for RIT already because they've had such a great round so far. Seeing the semifinals, you probably will see either they're going to build off that confidence and they're going to go, or that pressure is going to catch them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, with the performance we've seen from them, we can expect them to be quite dominant here in this game against Monroe Community College here, Monroe Esports.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I mean, Monroe already putting up, a great performance all day today. Rakola, Santan, and Hot Ice all playing quite well today. Unfortunately going 0-3, but in every game they've been playing quite well. And, seeing them, play against RIT here, maybe we'll see RIT crack with the added pressure of elimination here. We could see an upset, but good match.
I absolutely agree. I mean, despite every single one of these games, we've seen Monroe build up in confidence and change their strategy amongst each player, and they've had a chance to play RIT. They'll have some idea of how RIT plays already, so maybe they'll use that previous knowledge and things like that and turn this game around. Maybe they'll break RIT's undefeated streak.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen RIT nonstop be quite aggressive all day today, play quite well, playing, using that aggression to their favor, especially on some of these more defensive teams like Monroe. But if we see Monroe play maybe a little bit more aggressive here, we could see something very different than what we've been seeing, all day today.
Absolutely, and that would change the game because this is the first round of elimination. It would be a huge upset if RIT run undefeated in the entire rounds, and then the first semifinal goes home.
Yeah, and as we get into game one here on the kickoff, we're already starting to see maybe a little bit of aggression, a little bit more of defensive play from Monroe Esports here. RIT going for that aggression. Yam flying in, trying to get the touch on the ball, trying to get out of that corner for RIT to do something. Sebward putting a shot on goal. Santan responding with some strong defense here. Yam again going for that aggression here. And we're seeing Hot Ice here get a little bit physical, bumping Yam here, trying to take him out of the play here. But RIT continuing with that aggression we've seen all day, keeping the ball on Monroe's side. And as the ball slowly rolls onto RIT's side here, Monroe getting a little aggressive, starting to feel themselves here in this match here. Rekola going for that touch here, keeping it in their corner, probably the safest spot on their side here. And with the demo, we're seeing RIT put shots on goal, but just ever so slightly missing here. Sean going for the touch here, trying to take it off the wall, trying to do something, set it up for his teammates. Yam going in for that double touch, almost getting it in, and it does go in. First goal for RIT here, scored by Yam a minute into this first game.
What a great goal, and we're already seeing that confidence, just like you said. RIT is coming out, they're playing aggressive, they played all of these matches, they know that the strategy that they've been using is working, and they've played this team as well. So while Monroe's got that knowledge on them, RIT has the knowledge of how Monroe plays. We already see a demo on Yam coming from Monroe, and it seems, again, we're seeing that RIT confidence sort of, they're just trying to get it back onto Monroe's side so that they can put up another and open up some shot opportunities.
Yeah, we're seeing some great aggression here from RIT, keeping that ball on Monroe's side, definitely putting the pressure onto Monroe, getting them to scramble, maybe overcommit a little bit going for these. A shot going onto the backboard from Sebward, just ever so slightly missing the net. Yam trying to keep this on Monroe's side, unfortunately passing it right to Hot Ice, but staying in here, trying to keep that pressure going, keeping the ball on Monroe's side. Hot Ice trying to get it past Yam here, struggling a little bit. Ricola going for that 50-50, keeping it kind of in midfield here. Sebward keeping that aggression going. Hot Ice trying to respond. Yam having the ball here, going for that aerial play, and we see a double touch. Nice, fast goal from Yam. Goal 2 for RIT here with the 2-0 lead with 3 minutes left on the clock. There's still a lot of time for Monroe to recover here.
Yeah, and I wanted to know, on that goal right there, you can see great teamwork coming between, I believe, Sebward and Yam right there. They both, set it up perfectly and got that goal. Here we have the tip-off, Sean taking it towards Monroe's goal. We're seeing it hit that backboard where they want, and we might see, but Sebward takes it back over to the backboard, trying to set up for a potential shot. Yam taking it to the middle, and there's that pass. There's just not someone there.
And Sean responding, trying to get that ball, keeping it on Monroe's side. Monroe responding with some quite strong defense, but unfortunately not really being able to capitalize on it and get that ball onto RIT's side. Ricola with the save there, keeping this ball from going into Monroe's goal again. But RIT keeping that aggression going. Sean keeping that ball, trying to get it in front of Monroe's goal. Yam going for another aerial play, getting blocked by Ricola, but the goal's wide open. Sean scoring there, getting this lead up to 3-0 in favor of RIT.
So we've seen these type of rounds happen a lot in the round robin with RIT building up a very high lead, and with Monroe, what do you feel like Monroe's feeling right now? How do you think the nerves are? Because I don't think we're seeing many with RIT right now.
Yeah, RIT definitely feeling so confident, but Monroe maybe starting to panic a little bit, It is only game 1, but being down 0-3 in game 1 is definitely not a great feeling. Monroe maybe starting to panic a little bit, maybe starting to see a little bit of mistakes, seeing Santan, bumping Ricola there. Definitely an uncharacteristic play from Monroe here, trying to keep themselves going in this game 1. Ricola getting the clear over to Hot Ice, getting responded to by RIT, but Monroe keeping the pressure going here, getting the ball onto RIT's side, looking for that first goal for Monroe, ever so slightly missing, going bar down. And Yam responding with some of their classic aggression here. RIT just going. Maybe a slight overcommit from RIT here. Monroe with an opportunity to bring it back, but RIT recovering quickly, keeping that pressure on the side of Monroe. But Monroe bringing it back, bringing that ball over to RIT's side, getting a goal. Sebward saving it, keeping the ball in control of RIT here. Looking for that passing play, and Ricola scores! And with that, Monroe getting their first goal of this game, first goal of the series. Definitely got to feel good to get their footing here in game 1.
Absolutely, and we're seeing this sort of strategy with Monroe where they start off and the other team gets a couple points, and then they start playing aggressive, they start playing together, we see points get put up on the board. I wonder if this could be the turning point for this game, seeing if maybe Monroe will catch up to RIT.
Yeah, absolutely. Monroe maybe starting to get a little bit of confidence scoring on RIT here. Start to get that momentum going, because momentum is such a huge thing in Rocket League. And we're seeing some really aggressive plays here from Monroe here, starting to really feel themselves, starting to get away from that defensive playstyle we've been seeing all day. Really challenging RIT more, looking for more of those 50s, really trying to just keep that ball on RIT's side. And we're seeing here Hot Ice trying to meet Yam in the midfield in the air. And with that, the ball just slowly rolling. Ricola missing! Oh my god! And with that, Sean looking for the next goal, putting it up against the back wall. Ricola recovering quite well, keeping that ball away from their net. And with that, Yam getting it past Ricola. Hot Ice defending quite well. Yam looking for something here, staying in their goal, maybe looking for a demo. And with RIT just continuing to continuously apply that pressure. Ricola trying to get it past Yam, just unable to. Yam popping it off the back wall, looking for one of his teammates to make that touch, and Sebward does make that touch, putting it over their net. Yam looking for the touch here, maybe looking for a double tap. Hot Ice looking to bring this back on RIT's side, missing the ball unfortunately. Sean putting it on goal here, but some great defense coming out from Monroe here.
Absolutely, we're seeing it's like in these last 13 seconds, even though I believe the confidence for Monroe is slowly building up, because it seems to be this slow push, like progression into this stronger defense. And right there we see Yam score for the 4th point for RIT Esports, already secured the RIT win for game 1 of our best of 7.
Yeah, RIT just showing off their classic aggression we've seen all day, just not letting anything slip by. Monroe starting to play a little bit more aggressive. I think we're seeing a bit stronger plays from them here in this game 1 near the end. And as that clock ticks down, RIT will be taking game 1 here. Great performance from RIT, but also a great performance from Monroe. I do want to highlight them here. This is definitely a bit different than what we've seen in the past from Monroe. 3 shots here on goal, but they've all been pretty high-quality shots. All of them had a chance to go into RIT set. This was definitely a lot closer of a game than that scoreboard really says.
I entirely agree. And I think Monroe, they came in here already having the odds stacked against them with the 3-0 of the series going against the top scorer of the series. They already had that going against, and I think that only fueled them to do better. And we did see that sort of slow progression, but we have 7 games. This is still anyone's who will win this semifinal. It's still up for anyone. Monroe has all this time to build up that confidence and to start getting more points and win a couple games, and we could see an entirely different result for this first semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely seeing quite a different quality of play here from Monroe. Definitely playing a bit better here, to be completely honest. They're playing with a lot more aggression. They're letting fewer things get by them. It was a 4-1 on RIT's favor, but a lot of those goals were really close, and Monroe was putting on some very strong defense and even some strong offense here. And as we go off into the kickoff here, Ricola looking to make a player, but RIT just not letting them do anything. RIT slightly whiffing here, maybe overcommitting. Yam on that backboard, looking to put the ball in the goal, but just ever so slightly missing. Ricola looking to make a play off this. Maybe a slight mechanical mishap there, but Sean looking for that goal. But Monroe responding with some great defense here, just keeping that ball away from their goal, looking for their footing in this game too. And with that, RIT continuing to put on that aggression. Yam going for a touch here, ever so slightly missing. Sean looking for the play, and Sean does put it in top left. A really fast goal here for RIT Esports, getting that lead to 1-0 here in game 2.
And it really needs to be noted, especially on a point like this, at this score like this, is that the communication with RIT Esports is honestly, it's just great. Every time you see one of them go up to the back, they pass it back, there's 2 people there ready to play it off. The communication for their team and matching their aggressiveness is honestly, it's really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen some great coordination here from RIT all day. They've been doing some amazing team play, some great passes. Just overall, a great quality of play, and we see another goal here from Sean in favor of RIT, now up 2-0, less than a minute into this game 2. And like we just said, we've seen a lot of these great passing plays from RIT, making those great coordinated plays with some great communication here. I think that's definitely what's been helping them, play so well against all these teams today.
I absolutely agree. And we are seeing better defense coming from Monroe, but it just seems like right now, at least in this moment, that RIT's offensiveness, their aggressiveness, their coordination, it's doing a bit better. But we are seeing an aggressive move coming from Monroe. The ball was forcing RIT on defense, but it looks like they're taking that opportunity to get it back over on Monroe's side. But Monroe's not going to let that one come by too quickly. We're seeing a bit more of an aggressive moves coming from them, which is different from their typical playstyle.
Yeah, Monroe playing here a lot more aggressive, a lot more defensively, but as we say that, Sean scoring again for RIT here. Unfortunately, Monroe, I think maybe getting a little too aggressive here, getting a little risky with it, overcommitting. Santan being the only one on defense here and just not being in a great spot to defend that shot from Sean.
I agree, and exactly what you said before this match started, these tiny mistakes, they can be what make or break these semifinals when we have elimination on the line. And we see a strong offensive play coming from Monroe, but it doesn't seem super follow through. We had 2 stay back on defense. And so I don't know if that was maybe like a miscommunication or just a different push-up. But there we see another super aggressive play coming from Monroe. They're just trying to get some opportunity to get some points up on the board for their side.
Yeah, they're definitely scrambling in this game too, trying to get that point on the board for Monroe. Really struggling to just get anything past this brick wall of defense that RIT has when they do get those rare chances to get on the offense against RIT. And right here as we're seeing, this ball slowly inching towards Monroe's net. Monroe putting on some great defense here. Santan looking to take this ball away from Subward and put on an aggressive play here, but Yam responding by saying, no, this ball's mine, I'm taking it. And we see another goal here from Sean. getting that lead up to 4-0 in favor of RIT here. Just some great team play here from RIT. Yam passing that ball out to center. Sean getting a fast goal off that. And there's still 3 minutes left in this game, but RIT already being up 4-0. It's going to be really, really tough for Monroe to recover here.
Absolutely, and I feel like the nerves, we might start seeing those panic moves where we're taking opportunities that aren't really fully set in stone just to get a potential point on the board or two. And we're still seeing it. RIT is coming in super aggressive and super confident in all of their moves, and they have every reason to be. I mean, they're 0-4. Technically, they only have to play defense, like on the defensive side, but that's not the style they want to play in this match. And we're seeing an aerial move, and it very close, just barely got saved by Monroe Esports.
Yeah, RIT just continuing that aggression. You know, they don't need that aggression here anymore. They're already up 4. There's only so much that Monroe can do against this aggression, but they're keeping on that aggression. They want to get more goals. They want to keep that momentum going. And we're seeing Sebward trying to put a shot on goal, just ever so slightly going in, bouncing off the post here. Sebward scoring, putting that lead up to 5-0 in favor of RIT. Just a great shot from Sebward here.
Well, even with an 0-5, it looks like the round will more likely be secured for RIT. Even with a best of 7, there's still plenty of time for Monroe to calm down, figure out their strategies, and be able to get some more points on the board to turn away so we don't see a multiple series win for RIT yet again. And we're seeing those aggressive plays coming from Monroe right now. They're pushing up. They're getting those opportunities. The communication is building. We're seeing the strategies change as they play.
And with that, we're seeing Hot Ice get a goal here on RIT here. Starting to close that gap a little bit. There's still almost 2 minutes on the clock. There's still a lot of time for Monroe to come back, and I think this goal is something they sorely needed in this game to keep themselves going, to keep that momentum going, to really fill it out. And yeah, so with this, you know, Monroe maybe starting to make a comeback here. It is still an uphill battle. They still need to get 4 more goals just to go to overtime. But we are seeing some more aggression from Monroe, and it's great to see that from Monroe here, looking for those opportunities to score and really taking advantage of them. But RIT also responding with their own aggression here, keeping that ball on Monroe's side, not giving Monroe any chance to even go for those goals. But Hot Ice bringing the ball over onto RIT's side. Sean trying to keep control. Hot Ice taking it away from him, but RIT still holding on with their defense here. And with that, Sean taking the ball away from their net, preventing Monroe from going for any sort of shot here. Hot Ice going for the shot, unfortunately no power behind it. Yam is able to save it and quickly convert this into offense for RIT. And with that, Sean is going to score again, making the score 6-1 in favor of RIT.
It was such a strong play coming from Monroe too. We saw a ton of passing back and forth, and just one small mistake, and that's Rocket League for you. That one small mistake turns into a point for the other side. Here we go with the kickoff, and we've got the ball already going. Monroe pushing very aggressively, trying to get the opportunity, but Sebward and Yam taking it back to the backboard. Yam trying to do a sort of tap in, maybe, and Sean's is going to go to the side.
Yeah, again, though, we're seeing that aggression from RIT. I know we've been saying this over and over again, but RIT's aggression just so strong here, you know, keeping them with this insane lead against Monroe here. But Monroe starting to respond, putting that ball on RIT's side, starting to apply that pressure. Santan going for the touch here. Yam keeping it away from their net, now trying to convert this into offense, trying to get that 7th goal in this game here. With 30 seconds left on the clock ticking down, Monroe, not much of a chance to recover in this game. RIT just responding again, you know, keeping this ball on Monroe's side, trying to keep that aggression going. With a pinch, it's going to go back over to RIT's side, but RIT responding. Sebward here looking for another goal, and with that Sebward scoring, we now have a 7-1 lead in favor of RIT here in Game 2.
Which is a crazy lead, and honestly, it's super confidence boosting, especially with this elim. I know in the beginning we were questioning, like, how was the nerves of the semifinal going to affect these players, and from the looks of it, RIT is still super confident, super strong. We're seeing aggressive plays, and they're just like that. With the second game goes to RIT Esports. It's 7 points compared to 1. But even then, we are seeing like how Monroe's strategy has changed. We did see like significantly stronger plays and ideas and strategies going in, and they got a point, and they were really close to that second point.
Yeah, absolutely. Monroe Esports definitely changing up their game plan here, and I think it's working for them a little bit better than it has in the past. Definitely, you know, incorporating that aggression into their gameplay here. It's definitely working. They're definitely starting to get more opportunities to score on RIT here. Definitely playing a lot better. You know, they're keeping that ball. They're starting to keep it away from their goal a bit more, starting to get it onto RIT's side. And unfortunately, they just haven't been able to capitalize on any of this because of RT's super strong defense. But I think if they're able to find those small lapses in RT's defense, they'll be able to take this and maybe make this series a lot closer than it is right now.
Absolutely, and we still have 5 games potentially left of the series. A best of 7 means that you have to win at least 4 of the games. So without having a definitive answer, we still see 2 games. That is plenty of time for Monroe to be able to capitalize that and figure out the cracks in RIT's unstoppable defense. And that in itself is exciting. I really do wonder like what's going through Monroe's head right now, especially with seeing how RIT has been like combatant and aggressive and breaking through and blocking every shot attempt. I wonder like if the nerves are getting to them, if they're coming in more confident.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Monroe definitely starting to see a little bit more confidence from them here in this game too. We saw, you know, a lot more aggression. We saw a lot more confident plays here, and I think if they keep this going and keep going for more confident plays in Game 3, we could see much closer games than we have been seeing. You know, a 7-1, definitely tough, but we saw just a lot better play from Monroe. And as we go into this Game 3 here on the kickoff, we're seeing quite an even kickoff, but RIT getting that early lead here, getting that ball onto Monroe's side, starting to apply that pressure. Yam just sitting there waiting for that ball to roll in front of him, looking for that touch here. Recola going for the save, getting that save from Monroe. Hot Ice, you know, keeping that ball away from their net. Sebward responding though with some aggression here. Santen stopping any sort of progress here from RIT. You know, Monroe getting a lot more aggressive here than we saw even in Game 2. And, you know, they're making RIT scramble a little bit. RIT not looking as strong as they were in Games 1 and 2. Still quite strong, however, Monroe looking a lot better here in these early moments of Game 3.
I entirely agree. I think the confidence on both teams is starting to sort of level out as we're seeing another aggressive push coming from Monroe. Yam not really having it, taking the ball to the air, but Santen is pushing that right back onto RIT's side. And we see Ariel, see that just like that, we're seeing these defensive moves from Monroe, and we're still seeing that constant aggression coming from RIT, but it's matching up really well. And I think we've seen a shot attempt, but it's blocked out by Monroe. And even then, we're seeing these really close shot attempts, and they're being defended. We're seeing a much stronger game on both sides for this round.
Yeah, absolutely. Although here, Yam going for another touch, unfortunately unable to make any plays off of this. But RIT continuing their aggression here. Hot Ice and Santan looking to just keep this ball away from their net. Recola clearing it out into the midfield, unfortunately right into Sebward, who was looking to capitalize on this and send it right back into Monroe's net. Sean looking to make a play here, taking it off the corner, looking for that shot, unfortunately missing. Recola looking to just respond, looking for that aggression they can use. Yam making a shot, getting saved by Hot Ice. Hot Ice looking to continue this. Santan sitting on bottom, looking for this looking for this play here. You know, winning the aerial 50, but now Sebward taking control of the ball here, looking to bring this ball back onto Monroe's side, looking to apply that pressure. And we're seeing just overall really great quality of play here from both teams, especially from Monroe playing a lot better here. You know, 2 minutes into this game, it has been neck and neck. There has not been any leeway for either team here.
No, there hasn't. This might become down to a point on each board. We're still seeing we're only got about half of the match left, and we're still seeing 0-0 on each board. Both getting some shot attempts up, but they're not. They're being blocked. The defenses on both sides are unstoppable right now. And we're seeing Sebward bounce to get a shot attempt. Sean going and finally getting the first point for the RIT Esports, breaking that 0-0 tie of this game. But honestly, exactly what you said, it's been super tight this game. Like we might, in a minute or two, we might see Monroe get their first point for this match.
Yeah, absolutely. This round has been a lot closer than the first 2 games here. You know, Monroe playing a lot more aggressively, and it's working for them quite well. You know, being able to hold RIT off for 2.5 minutes. That's a lot better than they've been doing in games 1 and 2 here. You know, just keeping that aggression going. They're realizing now, I think, maybe how to play against RIT's aggression, knowing when to exploit their overcommits, knowing when what might look like an overcommit isn't one. They're doing quite well here in this Game 3. You know, looking to get some footing in this best of 7 here, looking to maybe take their first game here. But Yam going for an aerial play here, getting blocked by Monroe. Hot Ice looking to just keep this ball away from his net. And with that, the ball slowly rolling over towards RIT's side. Monroe getting the opportunity to apply pressure. Yam just bringing it past Recola, and Hot Ice playing great defense here. But Sebward looking to take a goal here, maybe pass it off. And we're seeing some passing plays come out from RIT here, but Monroe responding with some great defense, looking to respond, looking to maybe get RIT to back off on their aggression here. And we're seeing Rekola look for that touch, unfortunately missing. The ball still on Monroe's side. A lot of pressure. Rekola recovering quite well. Sean looking to keep this ball away from his net, from RIT's net. And Rekola looking to keep that aggression going. And as the ball slowly flies over to Monroe's side, we're seeing Hadai save the ball. Rekola looking to keep this away from RIT. Sean looking for the shot, barely missing. Yam in position, looking to get this quick goal here. And Yam scoring, getting the lead up to 2-0 in favor of RIT. There is still a minute on the clock, though. Monroe could respond here with some aggression, could get some goals here, could bring the game back.
Absolutely, and we're seeing again super strong defense. Even with that quick point, it did take over a minute and a half to get it, and the communication for both teams has been great. And I almost like, again, the RIT has been doing these sort of perfect passes, like getting into getting these shot attempts. Yam right there, but the ball is going back over to their side with one on defense. We might see a move coming here from Monroe, and it's getting passed out back again to RIT's, going to Monroe's side. But their defense, exactly, it's been strong. It's like every shot attempt has been blocked in most cases.
Yeah, it's definitely been a much greater quality of play from Monroe here, playing a lot better, looking for that strong defense. But as we say that, it's a completely open net, and Sean scores, bringing the lead up to 3-0 with 30 seconds left on the clock. Monroe seeming to just fall apart and overcommit here on this midfield, allowing Sean to just get that goal and bring that lead, ever so farther away from Monroe, taking away their chances to win this game 3.
Towards these last minute and a half of these games, we tend to see when there's a point difference, these panics set in. We got to get the points got to get on the board. And because of that, I think that's where we're seeing Monroe start making these quick opportunities that might not be fully there. And we're still seeing them be very aggressive, pushing up. They're trying to get that 1 point on the board. They're not wanting this to become a 0-3.
Yeah, absolutely. Monroe trying their hardest to get a goal here in these final moments in Game 3. Unfortunately, unable to find anything, and this Game 3 will be going in RIT's favor, taking RIT to match point in this best of 7. And as the ball touches the ground, confirming it, RIT will be taking Game 3 here. Although Monroe still playing quite well here in this Game 3, not going as well as Game 2 and Game 1 for them, but still playing pretty well here. Definitely responding to RIT a lot better here, responding to their aggression, playing great defense here, stopping as many goals going into their net as we saw in these previous games. Although Monroe still have some work to do to get them, get some footing in this series, prevent RIT from sweeping them.
Yeah, and I totally agree. And I mean, this is potentially the last match of our semifinals. If RIT takes this next point, then RIT will move on a stage and Monroe will be going home. So what do you think Monroe, strategy-wise, needs to change so that they can start getting some more points up on the board and combating RIT's aggressive and defensive sides?
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough to just break through RIT's defense here. They really are just a brick wall, like we've been saying all day. But there are those slight lapses where they do overcommit a little bit, and I think Monroe needs to recognize those and quickly just capitalize on it. But also, one thing I've been noticing a little bit that I think might be a big part of their problem is that they've been struggling a bit with boost management. Almost every time we've seen a player up in midfield or going over onto RIT's side, I've seen a lot of times they don't have a lot of boost, and boost is so important in Rocket League, especially on that offense. You need that boost to really be able to make those plays, get those powerful hits, put things on goal. And we just haven't really been seeing that from Monroe.
I entirely agree. And as we're going into the fourth match, RIT taking it over to Monroe's side and immediately getting a first point within 6 seconds of the game. Sean scores for RIT Esports. That is already setting a huge tone for how they want this match to go against Monroe for this fourth point.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a quick kickoff goal to start off this game. Get that momentum going, start to build that lead. RIT really feeling themselves, really feeling good in this game. Looking to just take home this series, looking to just eliminate Monroe and continue on into this elimination bracket. Monroe not wanting that to happen, starting to put on some great offense here. Rekola putting this into mid. Unfortunately, Yam sitting there waiting, putting this up in the air. Santan looking to stop this from going anywhere. Santan stopping that initial touch from Yam. But with that, we're seeing Sean score again. 30 seconds in, RIT Esports already having a 2-0 lead.
And that was just a 3-player perfect communication, tap in goal. well, I know I've already mentioned a lot RIT Esports communication in today's series, but that right there was just beautiful goal execution between the three players. And we're seeing Monroe already bouncing in that aggressiveness with a close shot attempt onto Santon, and with the other team players trying to match it up as they're rushing back for defense. We're hopefully going to see that strong Monroe defense we're starting to see, so we don't get any more of these points up on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely seeing some stronger plays from Monroe, especially on the defense. We're seeing maybe some better boost management as well. I'm starting to see less moments where they don't have a lot of boost and a lot more moments where they've got boost. They're able to make these plays, and I think it's really helping them there. We've seen a lot more aggression on RIT's side of the field here. With that bar down, this ball is not going to go into Monroe's goal. RIT looking to get that third goal, but Monroe trying to stop that, trying to get some more aggression here. Ricola looking to make a play here. Unfortunately, RIT intercepting the ball. Santan looking to keep it on RIT's side. Sebward pushing this up, trying to stop anything from Monroe. RIT just playing some great defense here, but Ricola going up for this, unfortunately getting beaten out by Yam. Sebward taking the ball over onto Monroe's side. Hot Ice looking to make that save, making that slight save, but Sebward and Yam still looking to make that goal, looking to make that play. Ricola saving it now, looking to just capitalize on this and convert this onto aggression for Monroe, but RIT continuing to make plays. Very near miss from RIT here. Yam looking for a double tap here, but Monroe keeping their strong defense here.
Yeah, I almost see what you were talking about earlier, these overcommits come from RIT. We've seen a couple really close shots, but they might have just been slightly off and leading up to missed a shot. We're seeing a lot of strong offense from Monroe coming right now as RIT is taking it back over to Monroe's side, passing it back over. They're attempting. Monroe really wants to get a point up there, but RIT does not want that to happen. Sebward blocking the shot, taking it to Yam, passing it towards Monroe's side where Sebward's going to take it back over. All three players waiting for the ball right now.
Yeah, and Sebward looking to take this over to Monroe's side, looking for that goal. Sean looking to put it in, and Sean does put the ball in the goal. RIT getting that 3-0 lead against Monroe here in this game 4, in this match point for RIT with 2 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. Monroe's got to be panicking at this point.
They have to. This is the final match, but like this could be the final match if RIT Esports walks away with this point. They have to get some point on the board so that they can stay in this and progress to the next game. And I think they're starting to realize that. I think we might see either some more strong, aggressive plays and the defense lock down, and that's what they need to do right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we're seeing here, Sean looking for their next goal here. Monroe responding with some great defense, turning it into aggression. Santan going for a bump here, maybe trying to keep RIT away from the ball, but RIT responding with a demo, and with that, RIT looking to continue their offense, looking to keep that pressure on Monroe, trying to stop them from doing anything with the ball. And with the Santan getting the save here, preventing a fourth goal for RIT. Hot Ice also looking to keep this going, looking to bring this over to RIT side, but Sean right there ready with that ball, bring it over. But RIT, letting that ball go over to the side, but Yam here just sending it over back onto Monroe's side here. Ricola looking to maybe make a play with it, and with that the ball does go over to RIT's side, but RIT is ready for it with that defense here. Yam maybe look for an aerial play here, redirecting the ball to Seb, but RIT just continuing to apply some pressure here, but Monroe, sitting at their net, keeping that ball from going in here. Hot Ice maybe just overcommitting a little bit, but recovering quite well, keeping that ball away from their net. And with that, Hot Ice looking to bring it over to RIT's side, looking to 1v1 Yam here, but Yam unfortunately beating Hot Ice to the ball. Sean looking to put it in, just ever so slightly missing. RIT continuing to apply aggression here. Sean looking to bring this up in the air for Sebward. Sebward just not realizing he can't make the shot there, looking for it. Monroe bringing back the aggression, keeping control of the ball, but Yam taking it back over to Monroe's side, trying to keep Monroe from scoring. And as the clock is ticking down, 45 seconds left on the clock, Monroe needs a goal here to stay alive in this match, in this series, in this tournament. But RIT is not giving them an inch of leeway.
Absolutely not. RIT is wanting to end this series with 0 and their points on the board. And Monroe is doing everything in their power to get a point up on the board while they immediately pass it back over to Monroe's side, going for another shot attempt. Yam in the air, Sean right there with him. And we're seeing Monroe trying to get a point on the board, but RIT is always there, ready to just deflect it right back over, forcing them back on defense. And we see Hot Ice staying in the defense mode as the last 10 seconds. We know a shot attempt being blocked off by Monroe. There is still 5 seconds. We might see RIT chasing that 4th point. And the balls, we might see it coming in. And right there, a end point for Sean, leaving RIT with 4 points and Monroe at 0. What an amazing way to end the first semifinals game for this series.
Yeah, quite the buzzer beater goal here from Sean. That ball was staying up in the air for quite a while there. That was definitely could go anywhere. And unfortunately, with this 4-0 victory, RIT Esports taking the series, taking this best of 7, unfortunately eliminating Monroe Esports here, sending them home. Quite unfortunate for Monroe. But again, an amazing performance from RIT. Again, keeping that undefeated streak going. You know, they just won 4 more games in a row, winning that series, staying, 4-0 in this tournament as a whole.
Absolutely. And we also have to recognize that we saw so many strategies change on Monroe's side. We saw them go like sort of the slow progression, and then they were super aggressive. They had super strong defense. They also both teams played wonderful in these series. And RIT, just like you said, continuing that undefeated streak. So they're probably going to go into that next match with a little bit of more confidence because of that sort of excitement. And Monroe Community College also came in with built up that confidence. We saw those moves. They just came a little too short compared to RIT's.
Yeah, just unfortunate. There's not much you can do against just the dominant force that RIT is here. Like we've said, a brick wall here in this tournament, not letting anything pass by them, playing quite well here in this series, staying undefeated, but Monroe also playing quite well, like you were saying, adapting to how RIT plays. Definitely starting to play a lot better in those later series, but unfortunately just not playing well enough to take anything against RIT here.
Yeah, and I totally agree. Unfortunately, when it is a super powerful skill to be able to adapt to a team's playstyle mid-game, it is just really unfortunate that it happened so late in the series where RIT had already such a strong lead that it was going to be hard, no matter who the team was, to be able to combat that.
Yeah, and with that, unfortunately, like we said, Monroe eliminated RIT, moving on to the finals. And with that, we will be right back with our next semifinal match with St. John Fisher University against Post University. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hi, hello. Can y'all hear me? Your headset. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? False. Yeah. Oh, that's the wrong thing.
rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams.
All right, welcome back everyone to the RIT Fall 2024 Rocket League Invitational LAN Tournament. Here we are now going into our second game of semifinals here. We're going to be seeing St. John Fisher University against Post Esports here. This is definitely going to be a much closer game than we saw with RIT versus Monroe, but we definitely need to talk about these teams. So, first of all, let's talk about Post Esports a little bit. So they've been doing pretty all right in this tournament. They're 1-2 right now, but still very, very strong performances so far this tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, we're seeing very strong plays from all of them. And right there is Post Esports coming in with Big Spence, Kloa, and Nimbix.
Yeah, just a very solid roster. Everyone on this team playing quite well all day today. You know, their scoreline may not truly reference it, but they have been playing quite well overall today.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing it. They won one of their games, lost two, but either way, it's been super good plays from all three of them, and it's gonna be exciting to see how they go in today's match, especially with it being the semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with this being their first time being up for elimination. And with that, we should also be talking about St. John Fisher University here too, coming in for their opposition for Post. St. John Fisher, Debo, H-Vault, and Mystic here for the semifinals match, going 2-1 in the group stage, doing also very well for themselves here, playing quite well. You know, again, playing super well. Maybe I feel like their only loss is what, against RIT?
Yes, it's only RIT. And overall, like, they've been putting super strong. I mean, they even had a sweep earlier against, I believe it was Post. So it's going to be really interesting seeing these two play again against each other and see how they're going to interact and what's going to change, especially having that previous game knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely. With that previous game knowledge, there's a lot of time for them to adapt and figure out what they need to do in order to beat each other. But also, this is their elimination match, their first elimination match. Those nerves are going to be hitting. You know, they're definitely going to maybe be a little bit nervous. We may see some slip-ups because of that. But this is also a much longer set than we saw, you know, when they first played each other in that group stage, where it was a best of 5. Now it's a best of 7. You know, they've got to play more games. They've got to win more games to stay in this tournament. So we could be seeing, you know, a lot greater quality of play here.
Absolutely, and we know whoever wins this is going to be going up to RIT. So, you know, even with already having the nerves of this current match, that little flag of note is going a little bit in the back of their heads, at least a little bit. I feel like if I was in their shoes, it would be.
Yeah, absolutely. If I was in their shoes, I'd be thinking the same thing would be, oh no, I'm going to have to face RIT after this. But as we go into this game one here, early on, we're just seeing a lot of very even play, a lot of back and forth here already. A quick early shot from Mystic, looking to get a quick goal again, on SJFU's side, but Post Esports responding with some quite good defense here. Big Spence getting that aggression here too now. Post Esports trying to put this ball into SJFU's net, but unable to do so with St. John Fisher's great defense here. Mystic stopping that last attempt of a goal. And here we're seeing SJFU just continue that aggression. You're trying to keep this ball away from their goal. Debo keeping it away, keeping that 50-50, keeping that ball stagnant in front of their net. Flipping this now, keeping that aggression on St. John Fisher, adding that pressure to Post Esports here, looking to get that first goal here in this game one.
Yeah, we gotta take a moment and just talk about how aggressive both of these teams are playing. Like, they still have that foundational strong defense, which is why we don't see a point up on the board, but they're both playing, and we've seen like that shot attempt and immediately getting saved. Like, it is super aggressive on both sides right now.
Yeah, this is very different from what we saw, you know, in Monroe versus RIT. We're seeing a lot of aggression from both sides, and it's very interesting to see how differently all of these teams are playing. And this aggression is really just keeping both teams neck and neck here. But with that pressure building on Post Esports side, we might be seeing the first goal here. Mystic putting it on, bar down, going down, blocking the attempt from St. John Fish here to shoot and get that goal. Here, Post Esports playing great defense, playing a bit more physical, bumping St. John Fisher around here, preventing them from going for any shots here. Mystic looking to make a play here, but Chloa responding with that great defense here. Bringing the ball over on the St. John Fisher side. Sorry, looking to take a first goal here, or stop a goal here. And St. John Fisher looking to just put that ball back on Post Esports side, looking to apply that pressure, looking to get that goal here. And Post Esports responding with some great defense here, preventing anything from getting past them.
Yeah, and like the nerves that we were expecting coming into the semifinals, the final, like these 7 determining who gets to go to grand finals, it's not being displayed. Both are coming in with huge amounts of confidence. The ball is trading back and sides. We're not even seeing a case of one team dominating like we did in RIT versus Monroe, having it always on one side. We're seeing that ball trade back and forth, and we're seeing Mystic trying to put up a shot, but it goes into the corner with Chloa right there, taking back over control, sending it back over to SJFU side. Honestly, we're half the game's gone by. We're seeing a shot attempt blocked by Devo, and Sorry taking it towards the goal. Chloa's right there. We're just seeing super constant like aggression on both sides, both being equally matched up. I'm really excited to see who gets the first point in this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this game 1's going to be determined by who gets the first goal. We're seeing an open net here on the side of Post Esports. St. John Fisher getting the first goal of this game. Sorry, just putting the ball in the goal here. Getting St. John Fisher that lead here. Over halfway through game 1, 2 minutes on the clock. It's still just a 1-0. This is still very comebackable for Post Esports. This is nowhere near over yet.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that actually is the downside of having two teams playing so strongly aggressive against each other. Like, you have to be 120% certain the play you're making is going to work, or you leave your goal open and the opportunity can be taken. And well, these little mistakes, and we're seeing another shot attempt going by Debu, but it's blocked into the corner, and it's just such strong, aggressive plays. I know I've said that so much, but I'm just amazed at how the speed of this game is matched. And we're seeing a shot attempt again, Sorry getting a second point up on the board. Again, even with 0-2, this game is still totally going either way. Post Esports could get these 2 points, but that second point for SJFU has to be feeling good.
Absolutely. St. John Fisher definitely got to be feeling great, getting that early momentum here in this series in game 1, being up 2-0. Especially with that great play there from Sorry, recognizing that ball, just going up in the air and capitalizing up, putting that ball just in top right. And here we're seeing Mystic maybe going for another 50-50 here for a goal attempt. We're seeing Debo come in for this. Debo taking this off the wall, maybe setting up for his teammates. Mystic going up in the air for this, missing Big Spence, preventing anything happening with that ball on Post University side. We're seeing a demo come out from St. John here. And just some great defense here coming out from Post Esports here, looking to capitalize and turn this defense into offense as the ball slowly goes over onto St. John Fisher's side. But Debo preventing anything from happening, bringing it back over to Post Esports side, looking for a goal and putting it in. Debo getting the 3rd goal in this game, the 3rd goal for St. John Fisher in this game 1, looking to take game 1 in a convincing fashion here. There's still a minute and 16 seconds on the clock. Still time for Post Esports to come back, but it is not looking good for them in game 1 here.
I entirely agree, and I think we're starting to see a little bit that Post Esports defense needs to just be a little bit stronger. We're seeing that's 2 goals on an open goal. Both, it just seems like a poor time to quickly go grab a boost, and I think if they just build up a bit of a stronger defense, they can start curving some of these points, because the aggressiveness is there. The offense is there on both teams, and we're seeing Big Spencer take the save, pushing it back out, but Sorry's right there, and Chloe did not want to give it to SJFU, taking it all the way over to their goal, but SJFU does not want to give them a point right now.
Yeah, absolutely. St. John Fisher putting on some great defense here against Post Esports aggression, playing quite well against that pressure. St. John Fisher really, though, only needing to play keep away for another 40 seconds. You know, but looking for that goal. Mystic putting a shot on goal, but getting saved by Chloa. Post University here looking for a goal in this game 1, trying to tell St. John Fisher that they're not going to go down that easily. But Chloa looking for that touch, but Mystic putting it past him. Mystic looking for that goal opportunity here. Debo maybe looking to recalibrate here, but Chloa looking to not let St. John Fisher have any leeway here And as that clock ticks down, St. John Fisher looking more and more likely to take game 1 here. Shot on goal from Post Esports, but St. John Fisher University just saving it at the last second here. And as the ball bounces out of Post University's goal, and with 4 seconds left, this game 1 will be going to St. John Fisher University.
What a wonderful first game of the 7th series, and a very fast one at that. We saw huge amounts of speeds coming from both teams on their offensive side and even on defensive side. It was like, I struggled keeping up with all how quick the ball was passing back and forth. But I honestly, like, I think really, and what Post University needs to do to see, like, get some, is just fix up that defense, make it more clear, more communication among the team. I mean, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, definitely Post University putting on some great defense here, but also seeming to struggle a little bit with just the overwhelming aggression of St. John Fisher here. You know, and they've been overcommitting just ever so slightly, and that's been really the problem here for Post University, I think, is they've had these slight overcommits that St. John Fisher University is taking advantage of, and they're just taking these small, tiny mistakes. They're capitalizing on getting these nice, quick, easy goals that, you know, Post University just needs to maybe play back a little bit, play a little bit slower, maybe ease off on the aggression. We've seen some great aggression from both of these teams, but, you know, these ever so slight bits of over-aggression, I think, are just, you know, kicking Post Esports. You know, they're just not getting, you know, as cohesive as St. John Fisher is.
Exactly, and we still have, I mean, it's the best of 7. There's still plenty of room. It is still anyone's series, and especially with how almost like evenly set up these teams are. Even when the score was 0-3, I'd still argue it was a very even match. Just a couple mistakes and opportunities taken, that is what led St. John being able to take that win. There's still plenty of room for both teams to take the claim of win here and go against RIT.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that game was an 0-3, but it seemed so close, like you were saying. That was definitely not as dominant of a performance as the scoreboard may have said. You know, it was an 0-3, yeah, but both teams were playing so well, so defensive, so aggressive. You know, it really could have gone either way up until those last moments.
I entirely agree. I mean, it's going to be, I'm really interested into seeing, like, especially if St. John comes in with that same amount of confidence, if we're going to keep seeing that super aggressive play, or the strategy is going to change because we went 0-3. Like, I don't know I wonder how St. John's going to react, because assumingly Post will come in with hopefully a brand new strategy of how to attack this, and seeing if they're going to be able to adapt to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is just game 1. You know, it's a good chance for these teams to figure out how each other play, how to adapt. And as we go into game 2 here, we're going to see how Post Esports responds to losing that first game here. We're seeing an early lead for Post Esports here, keeping that ball on St. John Fisher's side, looking for that aggression, looking for that pressure. Akloa looking for that touch. Unfortunately, the ball going back over onto St. John Fisher, or Post University side. And sorry, ever so slight mistake, but so does, was that Nimbix, I think, missing? Ever so slightly on that save, stopping, giving St. John Fisher just a very fast goal, 14 seconds in.
That already we're seeing that sort of defense, that over-aggressiveness, like you mentioned earlier, kind of get Post Esports losing that goal. Like, we had even Mystic was the only one in Post Esports goal right there. The defense, they had been so aggressive, they weren't able to get back in time. But we're going to see if that is going to change in the next couple minutes with, again, that super aggressive play coming from Post, a miss with Debo being able to take the ball, getting demoed by Big Spencer. Kloa taking the ball, Mystic bouncing it towards, maybe getting a shot attempt, but Big Spence is not having that right now. Story going for a shot attempt, blocked out by Post Esports, and Debo going through the air. We'll see if they set up a nice pass, but Kloa is going to bounce that out, so the attempt is not there.
Mystic just not getting the touch they wanted there, allowing Post Esports to get some aggression here, get control of the ball. We're now seeing that ball just on St. John Fisher University's side for a good amount of time here. Debo looking to keep it or bring it back to Post Esports side though. Big Spence looking for that aerial touch, but realizing he can't get that touch coming back. Mystic blocking any sort of aggression from Post Esports here. And that ball is staying on Post Esports side. Sorry, looking for that touch, but getting beaten out by Post. However, Big Spence here looking for a save here. Kloa getting it though. Debo maybe trying to get some kind of midfield play here. Kloa definitely looking for this though. And Nimbix here on the backboard, stopping any sort of attempt from SJFU for a team play here. But as we say that, Mystic scoring here, bringing St. John Fisher here to a 2-0 lead a minute and a half into this game 2.
Even 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, this is still very much anyone's game. But we're still right there. I would argue that we're seeing a little bit better of defense on post. They had, like, they were ready. They were trying to get it. It was just a small little mistake here and there, and that is what gets you points in semifinals of these natures. And already, and right then we see a huge aggressive push from post, and Big Spence 99 getting the first point for post. 1-2, 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. That is a great set already for this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Post capitalizing on that kickoff, going so well for them, being able to just quickly put a shot on goal, on target, getting that quick goal for Post Esports, getting their footing in this match. That score lead looking a lot more even now. It's 1-2, but with a wide open net, SJFU is going to score again. Mystic taking advantage of Post Esports being nowhere near their net. Nimbix just unfortunately missing that aerial touch. You know, Post Esports having so much faith in that touch and unfortunately backfiring. St. John Fisher now up 2 again with 3 minutes 20 seconds left on the clock. This is still anybody's game.
Absolutely, and we're seeing these still super aggressive pushes. It's going to be a question of, is Post going to draw back on those over aggressions and be able to step up on their defense so that goal we get back to 2-3 and maybe even 3-3 tying it. But we're seeing strong offense coming from SF St. John's, going for the shot attempt. Nimbix is not having it. Mystic bouncing it in to get a 4th goal for St. John's Fisher University. What do you think Post Esports has to change to get their points back up on this board?
Honestly, I think we're starting to see Post Esports panic a bit here. They're a lot more scrambled, a lot less cohesive than what we were seeing in Game 1 and in the group stage. They're playing. It's almost like I think the nerves are getting to them a little bit here. You know, this is not the same Post Esports we were seeing even in Game 1. This is definitely a very different team, and they're just leaving their goal open. St. John Fisher scoring again. Mystic bringing that score lead to 5-1. This is such a different game than what we saw in Game 1. Just St. John Fisher University taking advantage of every single little mistake that Post Esports is making, and Post Esports seeming to crack under the pressure of elimination.
I think so. I think the panic is starting to set in for them, and they're making these tiny mistakes. And just like you said, St. John's is capitalizing on every single one of them. I mean, even the first minute of this game was significantly more tighter. In the last 45 seconds, we gained 4 points. SJ gained 4 points. We're seeing this sort of like back and forth, and right now it's continuing that sort of back and forth. But I think you're right on that Post is slightly cracking underneath the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Although we are seeing some great aggression from them here, but also, again, we're seeing them kind of rotate on the same lines here, which is not the greatest, especially when you're struggling to get back for defense. You don't want everyone on the same line. But although we are seeing Post make some great aggression, you're looking for those shots on goal. Debo getting a save here and you know, turning this back into offense. Nimbix ever so slightly missing on defense here. Sorry, looking for a goal. Kloa saving it though, but Debo is in position, ready to get this goal. Nimbix saving it, but it's still on the goal line. Mystic touching it a little bit, and it goes in. Mystic scoring again. It is now 6-1 in favor of St. John Fisher. What is happening on the side of Post? Every single time they're so close and just making these small mistakes.
I agree in that. It looks like almost like 2 of them had to like bounce when they were both. I think that might have just been like a miscommunication, and that mistake leads an opportunity for a goal, and St. John does not leave those opportunities hanging. They take every single one, going, bouncing about. Sorry, getting a 7th goal for St. John Fisher University. This is insane. Like what change just occurred?
This is such a different game than what we saw in Game 1 here. So much more dominant from St. John Fisher here. You know, 7-1 with 2 minutes left on the clock. That's ridiculous. We may see a 10-point game here from St. John Fisher, which would be insane to see here in this tournament. Although Post University trying to get that aggression going here, looking to maybe make some plays here, maybe close that gap a little bit. But this is going to be a very uphill battle for Post Esports to stay in this game too, being down 6 already with 1:30 left on the clock.
We are still seeing those aggressive plays from Post, pushing it back over, trying to get those attempts on St. John's goal and putting their defense up to the test. But they immediately take that opportunity to pass it back over to Post. Debo dodging over Nimbix, going for the shot attempt, but bouncing it back out as it wasn't there. And we see Post Esports going for a shot attempt here, bouncing it off the back. Big Spence taking that opportunity and getting a 2nd point up. But even then, do they have the time to fight that uphill battle to tie it up to 7?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was a great goal for Post. They absolutely needed this goal, but there's still just less than 1:15 on the timer, 1:12. There is not a lot of time left in this game for Post Esports to come back. They need to get 5 goals in under 1.5 minutes. That's incredibly difficult no matter what level of Rocket League you're playing. And especially here at this high level, it's going to be even more difficult. And as that clock ticks down, you know, every second not spent with a goal here is another second where Post Esports is losing their chance to come back in this game too. And with this, St. John Fisher applying more pressure on Post Esports side. Post Esports cracking under the pressure quite a bit here. Big Spence here looking to maybe make a play here, but Mystic in position, and with the pinch here, Nimic saving it. Mystic going for the touch there, but Big Spence saving it. Here, Kloa looking to keep this ball away from Post University's goal. Big Spence here looking for a play here, maybe to turn it around, maybe go for St. John Fisher. A miss from St. John Fisher. Mystic ready, though, putting this ball back on Post Esports side. And with this, we are seeing just some great aggression here from St. John Fisher, looking to get their 8th goal of this game.
They are truly fighting for that 8 point. They want to see it. They want to see it. But right here, we're seeing a super strong defense coming from Post Esports. The aggressive, I believe they've realized that they cannot match up 7. And we're seeing even then a push up. They want to get to that 3rd point. And in the final 4 seconds of this match, we're seeing Post push it back over. We might see a shot attempt, or it's going to land right there, securing the round for St. John Fisher University. But truly, we just need to talk about the complete 180 from game 1 to game 2. Like, it was insane.
It was ridiculous. That was, I have never seen such a shift in 2 games of Rocket League. Game 1, yes, it wasn't 0-3, but it was still so close. Both teams were so aggressive. They were playing so well. And now we just saw a 7-2 in favor of St. John Fisher University. That's just an insane change in 2 games. Like, I don't even know what happened here. Post Esports really fell apart, cracking under the pressure. It's just insane to see.
I almost wonder if it's a mix of Post University maybe cracking a little bit under the pressure, or if St. John had came in a little bit nervous, maybe playing a little bit safer than they needed to. And then once they had that first game of the series, get into it, they immediately they unlocked all of it, and then they went full as aggressive as they wanted, and that's where Post University started cracking under the pressure, because that was a huge amount of plays in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in 40 seconds, we saw the lead go from 1-2 to 7-1. That's just absolutely insane to see. It's so rare we see games go like in such a drastic direction so quickly. 45 seconds was all it took for St. John Fisher to University just take that lead and run away with it here.
Given game 1 and game 2, where do you think game 3 is going to go? Like, which do you think we're going to lean more to game 2? Do you see game 1? Are we going to have a whole new version?
We really don't know. I mean, these games have been so different in just these 2 games in this best of 7. This really could go either direction, but I think we're going to see a lot of confidence here from St. John Fisher and maybe Post Esports feeling not that great after that game there. That was a rough game for them. So, with that, I mean, what do you think?
I mean, personally, like, I entirely agree that St. John is going to come in with a ton of confidence, and right now we're getting the report that Post University is taking a timeout, and then I think St. John's going to come in with a ton of confidence, and Post University is going to have to match that now. Like, even coming off of, I think honestly their best route right now is to treat that game like it was tied. Like, going in, accepting that it wasn't that large of a gap, or even if it was just like 1 below, like treating it like it was a 6-7. Going into that confidence, building up that, like, almost pretending that match didn't exist. It might be their best route here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was just a rough game for Post Esports here. I mean, they definitely fell apart. I think taking this time out is definitely the right move for them to regroup, maybe take a breath, really think about, okay, what do we need to do to beat St. John Fisher University? Because that was just a rough game for them. I mean, like you said, they definitely just need to treat it as, okay, that happened. What do we do now? This was definitely a rough game for them, but it's still possible for them to come back. We've seen them play quite well throughout this whole tournament. They could do better in this game 3.
Yeah, they've played well this entire tournament. I mean, both teams are just 1 game apart on their ranks, with St. John being 2 wins, 1 loss, and Post being 1 loss, 2 wins. Like, I flipped that. But regardless, like, even in game 1, we saw both teams playing like neck and neck. Like, it is definitely possible for Post University, like, to combat St. John right now, but we just have to see that confidence come back of game 1 and to pretend game 2 just that happened. Let's see what we'll do now. Exactly what you said.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's also probably worth mentioning here. Post University does have a coach with them today. They have Chixa, who is actually an RIT alum, which is kind of interesting here. A little bit of maybe insider knowledge here into RIT's team as well for that later match. But talking to that coach, taking this time out is definitely the right move here for Post University here. Taking that time, talking to their coach, taking a breath, thinking, what do we need to do to come back from a rough Game 2? And as we go into Game 3, we need to see what changes Post are making, what they're going to be doing to combat, the crazy aggression we've seen from St. John Fisher.
Yeah, and right now, as we're looking at the game, it seems that Post Esports is pushing up that conversation with their coach. It seems to help out. They're having a good aggressive push, but right there, St. John's is taking it back over to their side. But we're seeing a bit more of that, like their communication. They're much more passing back and forth. Even I'd argue that their boost management is doing really well on this match as well. We're starting to see Post Esports Game 1 come back.
Yeah, absolutely. This definitely does not look like how they were playing in Game 2. Even from these, first 30 seconds, we're seeing a lot higher quality of play from Post Esports here. They're not really letting as many things get past them. They're not scrambling as much. They're not falling apart like they were in Game 1. Or Game 2, I mean, sorry.
Yeah, I entirely agree. We see an aggressive push right there. The first point going to Post Esports. That is the first of this series. That's awesome. That timeout, I feel like might have built up that confidence, shake off that second game. We're seeing Game 1 Post Esports come out right now, and even better than that.
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely seeing Post Esports maybe get back into the groove a bit. Maybe they just weren't feeling it that Game 2, but now they're starting to understand how they need to play against St. John Fisher, against this, just super strong team. And now they're playing super strong, and we're seeing, a lot more aggression. And as we said, we see a goal from Debo here, tying up the scoreline 1-1 a minute into this game. It's definitely not going to be easy for Post Esports, but it is not looking as bad as it was in Game 2.
I entirely agree. And already that was a wonderful goal coming from St. John's, and we're going to see off this kickoff which team is going to match that confidence, and maybe we'll see a constant tie game to the clock. 4 minutes on the clock, leaving plenty of time to see who will truly walk away with this point. And the shots attempts going on to Post Esports goal, but they're not letting that happen this time. Their defense has stepped up. Mystic going for the shot attempt, blocked by Boa. And Nimbix is taking it towards the open goal. Mystic and Debo going to block that away. As we're seeing that trade-off. We're seeing that confidence, that aggression coming from both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely seeing a lot better play here from Post. They're definitely playing a lot more aggressive, but they're playing a lot smarter too. They're not overcommitting as much as they were, in Game 2. They're not scrambling. They're not falling apart like they were. It's still 1-1 2 minutes in. They're playing a lot better. This is a lot closer of a game than Game 2 was. At this point in Game 2, St. John Fisher was already up, I think, 2 or 3 at this point. And, here in Game 3, we're seeing just that 1-1, sorry, again, putting that shot on goal, though. St. John Fisher getting the lead against Post Esports here 2 minutes into the match. But it is still neck and neck. It's still only down 1 for Post Esports. They could still recover from this.
Absolutely, and that confidence came in. They got the first point of this match. That confidence has got to be boosted a bit. They just need to capitalize that and calm and get those points back up on the board and tie this game up for St. John's. And right now we're seeing the ball be on Post Esports side. St. John's having a super aggressive play right now, taking it to Mystic. It's blocked by Big Spence, trying to send it back over, but Mystic wants to give that shot attempt as Debo chases after the ball, maybe going to Mystic. Sori's not letting it go to the St. John's side.
Yeah, and Kloa taking this off the wall, looking for that goal, looking to even the scoreline. Getting saved by St. John Fisher here, but Post Esports continuing that aggression, continuing that pressure, not letting St. John Fisher take this ball over to Post Esports side. And with this, Mystic now in control of the ball. Mystic Debo looking to pick it up, but Post Esports responding with aggression, trying to get this ball in St. John Fisher's net. But St. John Fisher University taking it back over to Post Esports side, but Post Esports is ready. Nimbix looking to make this clear into the midfield, but is sitting there waiting for it, ready. But St. John Fisher missing this goal. This perfect opportunity to get a goal. There was a slight opening from Post Esports, but Post also looking to keep their defense in check. But getting that goal. It is now 3-1 in favor of St. John Fisher University. I think we might be starting to see Post Esports fall apart again.
I fear that we're starting to see the panic. 2 minutes on the clock. You still have plenty of time to tie up a game of 1-3. There's still plenty of time, but we're starting to see those sort of cracks reveal, and it's definitely far better than Game 2, but we are starting to see some of those cracks that St. John's took advantage of reveal themselves again, and we just need Post Esports needs to build up that confidence again so that they patch those cracks.
Yeah, I mean, exactly like you were saying, we're definitely seeing better quality of play from Post Esports here than we were in Game 2, but it is still rough. We are still starting to see those cracks form in their defense and in their offense here, and just in their general play. And we look here, St. John Fisher looking for another goal, not getting it. Big Spence here looking to take control of the ball here. Control of the ball getting taken away. Nibix saving the ball here. Preventing another goal on Post Esports, but St. John Fisher looking for that next goal, looking to make this score 4-1. But Post Esports not letting it happen. Nimbix saving the ball, but Sorry looking to take control of it. Debo looking for that play, missing, getting hit away by Post Esports. Mystic scoring. The goal is now 4-1 in favor of St. John Fisher. With a minute left on the clock, Post Esports definitely struggling again, maybe falling apart again, like we were saying. Definitely looking like this is going to be another high-scoring game from St. John Fisher University.
These aerial goals coming from St. John, they're the downfall of Post Esports. I think we've had 2 of them, and it's just both times it has led and right there we have another goal from Mystic, I believe giving Mystic a hat trick. Oh, I'm 1 goal off, my bad. But Mystic already getting another goal for St. John's Fisher. 1-5. We had such a strong beginning. Again, we're kind of seeing like similar repeat of the previous game. I'm not sure what happened. Like, what is occurring that is causing these sort of panic? My only answer is panic.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, we really haven't seen much change from St. John Fisher here. They've just been keeping on their aggression, but Post Esports has just been falling apart, really. Overcommitting, just crumbling under the pressure of this elimination match here.
And it's so interesting because they started off with the lead. And right here, we're seeing St. John's Fishers go for another shot attempt, but it is blocked by Post Esports, just a tiny bit off. The ball staying on Post Esports side. Nibix trying to get it over, but Mystic is sitting right there, ready to send it back over. Kloa taking it with the 30 seconds remaining. They are trying to get another point on this board, leaving it not just 1-5. They want to make it 2, and St. John's is not in the interest of listening to that idea. Kloa and Big Spence right there, taking the ball back over, but Sorry is waiting for them to make a move. It stays on St. John's side, 10 seconds, potentially giving a shot attempt, but Debo passing it back over to Post Esports. Their defense is super strong right now, not trying to give Post Esports that final goal. Keeping the ball in the air as it drops, giving St. John's the 3rd point in our best of 7. That is leading us to our 4th game, that final point, the final decider on which team here will be going home.
Yeah, absolutely. As we go into match point here for St. John Fisher, Post Esports got their backs against the wall here. They need to pull off an insane feat here. They need to reverse sweep now in order to keep themselves in this tournament and stop them from being eliminated. St. John Fisher, though, looking really, really strong against Post University here. I just don't know what happened. Game 1, we saw very good quality play. We saw very close games. And now we're just seeing St. John Fisher run away with it. I don't know what's happening here. Maybe St. John Fisher is starting to notice those cracks, noticing what they can and can't do, noticing that they can play a lot more aggressive against Post University here.
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing. It won't be good if the 4th match is we start off super strong, Post University and St. John kind of going back and forth, a very equal aggressive and confidence level, I'd say. But then as the match progresses, we see Post University start revealing more of these cracks. Like, if that happens in the 4th match, we will see St. John's walk away with this series. And that's exactly what we can't have for Post Esports if they want to have a fighting shot. Exactly what you said. They have to reverse sweep.
Yeah, absolutely. This is probably one of the worst situations you want to be in Rocket League. Match point on the side of St. John Fisher and Post Esports looking to just keep themselves alive in this tournament. There are no more second chances. This is their last chance to stay alive in this tournament to face against RIT in the finals. And we haven't been seeing that quality of play that they need in order to win here. St. John Fisher just getting these insane score lines against Post Esports. It's so different from game 1. I'm so curious what happened.
I know. I'm starting to think it was just the nerves. Like, they came in with confidence. They understood that, obviously we are in a LAN. There's a stage. They understood that elimination got applied on the nerves, that they sort of fought against those. And I think they just hit a little bit late. And now we're stepping into our 4th game, and the kickoff already. Kloa taking for a strong blocked against by Mystic, taking it back over to the Post Esports side. But Nimix is, again, we're seeing that back and forth already. Kloa taking it back over to St. John's side, maybe getting a potential pop, but Mystic is waiting for it. Sorry and Debo going for the ball, leaving Kloa behind the ball, which is not great on a defensive side.
Yeah, and we also saw a demo coming out of here from St. John Fisher, demoing, I believe it was Nimbix here. But Post Esports recovered quite well, keeping this defense going. Chloe trying to make a play here, looking like they fumbled a little bit with the ball, but Nimbix back ready to just stop any sort of aggression from St. John Fisher here. But St. John Fisher continuing their aggression here, looking for their first goal of this game 4. And we're seeing Mystic go up in the air, make that touch, but he's passing it to nobody, and Chloe takes advantage, putting the ball back onto St. John Fisher's side. But St. John Fisher responding with some aggression here. Debo looking for the goal. Big Spence here saving it here, but that ball is staying on Post Esports side. They are staying under the pressure here of St. John Fisher University.
Yeah, and we're seeing that super strong defense. We're starting to see that game 1 Post Esports, and I'm afraid to say that as we see a quick shot attempt on Mystic blocked by Post Esports. Mystic going for the second shot, blocked by Nimbix. And the Sori took the opportunity of all 3 of Post Esports reacting to that defense and bounced over them to get the first point. That, I believe, just a small miscommunication with all 3 players reacting, leaving Sori to get that first point for St. John's.
Yeah, absolutely. We did see some slight overcommit there from Big Spence in the back, you know, going up towards that ball when there was someone in front of him already, but also Big Spence had no boost, so even with that, I don't think he would have been able to save it. I think we saw a bit of an error with boost management from the side of Big Spence here. And we're seeing St. John Fisher continue their aggression, but as I say that, Post Esports bring it back over onto St. John Fisher's side, trying to get their goal in this game 4, their first goal. Chloe looking to make a pass to midfield to Big Spence. Big Spence unable to capitalize with Sari right there, stopping Post Esports from making anything happen here. Big Spence turning around, looking for this though, looking for this touch, looking for this pressure. Chloe looking for the goal, making such a soft touch. St. John Fisher looking to respond. A shot on target saved by the St. John Fisher University here. Mystic maybe looking for something here after Sori, but Mystic making that touch off the corner, looking to turn this around, put it on Post University side, but Post University continuing that aggression here, you know, keeping this on St. John Fisher's side, but with that slight mistake here now, we're seeing the ball slightly go over to Post Esports side. We look for Sari here, maybe looking to make a play, but slowly having to turn around, make that defensive play here. This ball just staying in the corner in St. John Fisher's side. Mystic maybe looking for something here with Big Spence looking for the shot, saved by Debo and Sari, but Debo looking to continue to make this play, flicking it over the first player here, looking to make a shot here, and Big Spence saving it, keeping it in the corner on Post Esports side. Big Spence maybe looking to take this over onto St. John Fisher's side, but with this playing it slowly, and with that St. John Fisher trying to take advantage, Debo looking to maybe make a play here.
Yeah, and right there, St. John's is not wanting that play to happen, going for the shot attempt, blocked by Nimbix. Debo sending it back over to the goal. Mystic going for the shot attempt, blocked by Chloe. We're seeing that sort of defense bouncing back and forth again. And both teams trying to get that point. Post Esports trying to get a point. St. John's trying to secure the round a little bit more with an extra point. Sorry, dribbling it in, blocked away with the demo. Big Spence going for the ball, taking it back over to the St. John's side while 2 defenders are waiting to take it back over to Post Esports again. And we see the sort of like error, but Mystic is blocking it away. Like, again, we're seeing this sort of setup and the empty ball, no one's in goal, and Mystic is going to take that score, getting a second point for St. John's right there. I believe we see a little bit of another defensive blunder coming from Post Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Chloe just kind of off in the distance, not sure what was going on there. Maybe he was going for boost, but unfortunately here, Post Esports now down 0-2 with 2 minutes left on the timer. There is still time for Post Esports to recover and come back in this game 4 and prevent that full sweep. But it is not looking good for Post Esports right now. And I see that Big Spence making a shot on target, getting saved by St. John Fisher. Chloe looking to respond, just slightly off target. And with this, St. John Fisher taking control of the ball, putting it back on Post Esports side, looking to apply that pressure, looking for Post Esports to crack under the pressure again. Sori looking to make a pass to Mystic, getting intercepted by Chloe. And now St. John Fisher scrambling a little bit to get back on defense here as Nimbix looks for a shot. Goes on shot, Mystic saving it here. Mystic looking to keep control. Sori maybe looking for a play here. Big Spence in control of the ball here, looking to put it past Sori. Slight mechanical blunder here. Nimbix now the only chance for St. John for Post Esports to get a shot here. And with this, the ball is going to go back on Debo, scoring, making the score lead 3-0 in favor of St. John Fisher University here with just a minute left on the timer. There is not a lot of time for Post Esports to recover here.
And this is the final match. Exactly what you're saying. There's not a lot of time. They have a minute to get at least 3 points, even to push it into overtime. And this is the final match of the series if St. John takes away, if St. John takes the point. It is exactly what we need. Post Esports needs to put points up on the board if they want to stay in this tournament, if they want to have a chance of going to grand finals. And we're seeing Mystic go with a strong defensive block. Big Spence missing the ball to take back over, rushing back for defense as a close shot attempt goes by. Mystic taking it in, Big Spence blocking it for the save, sending it over to the St. John's side, and Devo's waiting, not really wanting to give him a shot to get a point up on the board. And we're still seeing some super aggressive plays, but I don't think the communication is there right now. We're seeing a lot of the one person far back on defense, and they need all of the men right now. And right there, we got a point from Post Esports. Chloa scoring it, putting it, but I do not think there's enough time to come back with the 3.
Yeah, 13 seconds. It is so tough to get 2 goals in 3. So you have to get 2 kickoff goals back to back. That is so incredibly difficult, especially in threes here. This is going to be very tough for Post Esports. I think it might honestly be over for them in this series, you know, with this game 4. St. John Fisher, I think, will take away. And with the clock ticking down, 8 seconds left, I believe our fears are confirmed here. St. John Fisher looking to take home this series with a clean 4-0 sweep against Post Esports. And as that clock reaches 0 and the ball hits the ground, that will be it for this series. St. John Fisher winning 3-1 against Post Esports here in Game 4, taking home the series, sending Post University's packing, going home. This was a much closer game than we saw, though, in Games 2 and 3, though. This was well played from Post Esports. They played a lot better here than they did in Games 2 and 3. This looked a lot closer to how they played in Game 1.
Yeah, I agree. And it's important to note that even through all 4 of the games, St. John Fisher, while in the beginning, it was a much more tied game, and in the 4th game, it was a lot more tied, we saw them take an opportunity. There were few that they left out on. Their confidence was glowing, and they took those opportunities, and it ended up with them walking away with the series. Now, the difference was Post University. I'm not certain what happened in Game 2 and Game 3, where as the game progressed, it sort of, their defense sorted to crumble.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Their defense definitely, they struggled in Games 2 and 3 there. That was really rough for Post Esports there. They seemed to crack under the pressure, like we were saying, this whole series. They were just really, really struggling to really make anything happen, to really defend against St. John Fisher's aggressiveness there. And unfortunately, I think that was what did them in here, and they are now eliminated from this tournament, going home. We will now be seeing St. John Fisher University go against RIT Esports in these grand finals.
Yeah.
And with that, we will be right back with the next game, and we will be going to a break, and we will see you in a little bit.
One more series, one more best of 7. This is it. It's all come down to one match. The grand finals, St. John Fisher University, RIT Esports. Joining me is Chixa, and we've got the grand finals to present to you. One more match, it's time to crown a champion.
I'm so excited. It has been a packed day, and I mean, I've gotten both sides of all the action. I've seen the playing, I've done a little bit of coaching, and these teams, they've been so excited to be here. A LAN experience is so memorable, and at this point in the day, the teams have gotten used to the environment. They are hyped up. They have the opportunity to take home and be that champion, and now is the time to put your best out on the field.
It is. I mean, there's nothing more importance and more impressive than a performance on the grand finals on the biggest stage. Both these teams the top of the group, but we're getting things underway, and I mean, these are the teams that have performed the best today so far. RIT Esports has gone 9-0 in all games. St. John Fisher right behind them at 6-3, and for St. John, their only loss coming to RIT. So they have a bit of a chip on their shoulder, but they just proved us right now with a 4-0 sweep. Very soon, St. John Fisher will be marching to the stage, but a 4-0 sweep in their semifinals matchup just now. They're coming with confidence. They're coming in with momentum, with emotion. This is their time to shine, and with them playing and with them feeling as good as they are, this is really a great moment for them because they've got the momentum on their side. They got the confidence. Look at them on the stage. They're having a great time out there. They look like it's a casual Saturday for them, but I promise you, it's nothing but that.
Yeah, for sure. St. John Fisher right now, they have the advantage of momentum. They just won in their series. They dominated at times. Yes, sometimes they couldn't score as quickly as they wanted to, but they still had that goal differential in their favor very heavily. They understand they've been on that stage. They didn't move from their seats. They can warm up. They understand what they're up against. Mystic, Debo, Sori have been a dynamic trio all day today. Debo in particular, very mechanical upfield, uses what he can to wreak havoc, and then Sori and Mystic have been coming in and cleaning up plays so well. Their job right now is to catch RIT on the defense. RIT sometimes stumbles when you get too much coming at them. So if St. John Fisher can put the pedal to the metal, I think they'll have a good chance of maybe catching RIT off guard if they're a little sloppy going into this one from sitting.
Yeah, and you mentioned those mechanics as well, part of Debo. And Debo has been the wonder child of St. John Fisher today. He's been amazing, probably scored the goal of the tournament in that group stage performance as well. And now we get to go to their competition, the number 1 overall seed in this event, and a team that so far has been unbeatable. RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology Esports, will be joining the stage. Yam, Sebward, and Sean. And we talked about Sebward and Sean earlier today when they didn't have Yam, when they had to play their sub in Ariel. And this is a duo that just has been here for a very long time. Yam is newer, but if you want a real comparison to Debo, look at what Yam's doing. He's doing the exact same thing. He's playing mechanical, he's playing up in space, and he's making things happen. And this RIT team, they've loved to go after the back wall. They've loved to go after that back wall, hit those double taps, go for flip resets. This is a team of 3 really talented players, and they swept St. John Fisher before. We have, a result of them playing before, and it was RIT who won in 3 games. But this is a whole different series. We're a long way away from round 2 when they played each other. So it's a whole new match. It could be a whole different result. And well, for RIT Esports, while they might come in with that advantage, I would not put anything against St. John Fisher with how they just played.
Yeah, my eyes for me in particular for RIT are on Sebward. He's had a phenomenal day today, and if you go past in the previous iterations of the RIT roster, when he was both with Sunblaze and Jakob, not as dynamic, not as upfield, but he has been using his mechanics. He has been very consistent on this RIT roster today, and he has allowed players like Sean and like Yam to make plays. First blood goes to RIT in not even the first 9 seconds.
That's a quick start for RIT Esports, and it's exactly what they're looking for. They're the ones that didn't get the advantage of momentum coming into this. They had their semifinal go first, and it was a 4-0 sweep, but they've had to wait a while for this match to happen. St. John Fisher had that advantage of momentum, and now they look to go the other way, but it will be blocked by Sean. Yam already up for it, RIT, trying to keep the offense going. Flip reset. Yam gets past 2. It's a little bit slow here on the St. John Fisher side, but just trying to keep control, just trying to slow things down and really get a feel for RIT Esports. This is an RIT roster that they didn't get to see today. They had to play against this team when they had Ariel, and while it was close, this roster is a little bit different with Yam. It's not nearly, you're not seeing Sebward playing nearly as aggressively with Yam on the pitch. You're going to be seeing a lot of Yam play, but right now, shots going through. St. John Fisher, their first major chance, but it just bounced off the post, but more to come, and as long as they keep doing that, they're going to find goals.
Yeah, right now the onslaught's coming. The shots are coming through. Sorry, just under the bar, and there's the tying goal for St. John Fisher early.
Yeah, what a great play there. St. John finding that answer. And I know I was going to ask this question as well. Maybe it's a bit late, but I was going to ask, does St. John have what it takes? They got swept earlier, but I think they've answered that question very quickly. Not even a minute through and a goal already on the board.
I mean, we're not in group stages anymore. This is single elim. This is for the championship crown. And at this point, if your back is on the line, if you want to put everything out, this is what we see teams play their best at. And St. John Fisher has had all day to warm up. Again, LAN environment for teams that haven't experienced it can be difficult to overcome. But at this point, we've been here for 8 hours. Some teams are tired. Some teams aren't. Some are living off the crowd that we have seen liven up all day today. So with St. John Fisher being tied with RIT now, anything can go any way. I think at this point, it will not be a sweep. I can tell you that much, Sporty.
I mean, we're hoping also it won't be a sweep, just to have that kind of extra bit of action, but no, I do agree with you. It's not looking to be a sweep with how good these teams have played today and how much St. John Fisher want revenge. They went to this semifinals wanting revenge. They're going to this grand finals wanting to take revenge, but of course there's that championship at the end of it as well. It's to be the best in the RIT Fall Invitational, and while St. John Fisher trying to get this ball out, RIT have held on the offense for quite a while now. Yam to the back wall, follow up by Sean. It's inching closer to that net, but St. John quickly to clear it away off the back wall, but Debo will be waiting for it, and that RIT midfield winning yet another challenge. We've coined them as the Brick City Wall so far here, and RIT continuing to live up to that. It was one of the reasons they were able to beat St. John Fisher earlier in the day, but right now you're seeing that wall start to crumble. St. John Fisher are bringing a sledgehammer to RIT Esports, and they're slowly but surely making their way through.
Yeah, RIT normally does well holding from the midfield forward when they are in offense. It's why they're so often in the other team's half for so long, a consistent period of time. But now St. John Fisher has a little bit of breathing room to work with. A couple of pot shots, nothing been on target just yet. We haven't seen the demos come out that St. John Fisher has been adding to their attack all day today. A couple of bumps have certainly come on through, and that does help the efforts. But an outlet pass here to Sean. Backboard. December come through. Shot placed, but a nice save made by Sorry. And just like that, RIT, they continue the shots. But St. John Fisher get a nice clear to midfield. That one contested by Seb. Can he get the bounce down on target? But Mystic now in the way to find the save as well. 2 back-to-back saves for St. John Fisher. They're holding on defensively, and they're keeping this game tied.
And we've been talking a lot about the defenses so far today. I think a lot of people have been mentioning just how tough it is to play defense in this kind of environment, but you hear it all the time. Defense wins championships. St. John Fisher, they're going to have to win this match with some pretty strong defense. RT is going to most likely win that possession, that pressure. St. John Fisher, it's going to be a lot of patience, a lot of rock-solid mentality, and so far they get their chance on offense, but as quickly as they got it, it's taken away. RIT will push up field, fake for Sebward. He'll go one-on-one, but Debo able to take that challenge. Now it's Yam, past one. RIT looking midfield. Yam will force out Sorry. Now off the back wall. Open space, but it will be Mystic first. And St. John Fisher will clear this one away. Pressure still for RIT. Yam, that one stabbed out of the air by St. John Fisher. The defense continues to hold on. They have been playing defense for almost the entirety of this game so far, but RIT have not been able to break through. That is until now. A miss off the back wall, and in comes Sebward.
All it takes is a single mistake, and St. John Fisher have been perfect on defense until now. They missed that touch off the back wall, and backboard at this level is the most pivotal part of defense. You miss that backboard touch, and RIT takes advantage. They have to hold on another 40 seconds, and they'll take game one. The closest game that we have seen between these two teams, yet Sean, right off kickoff, pushes that through at the 50, and the RIT lead extends further.
A little bit of insurance here in Game 1. RIT Esports can be feeling a little bit more comfortable now. But with 33 seconds, this lead, it's been comfortable all day, but not against St. John Fisher. Not in a championship match like this. RIT Esports, this is not exactly a safe place yet. Time still ticking away, but they'll look for yet another goal to really secure this one. At the very least, they'll look to make sure St. John Fisher don't score one themselves. But St. John's got other ideas. Mystic, this one kept away. RIT pushed back once again as Sean, Yam, the Tigers will march down the field, but St. John Fisher get the stop there. Can they find their way to traverse the field? But they just can't get out. RIT pinning them down in the back half, and as time ticks down, it won't matter. Game 1 will go to the Tigers. RIT with one more at Zevo seconds. A great start in the grand finals.
Yeah, great last minute of gameplay by RIT. They managed to find succession in 3 back-to-back-to-back efforts upfield to keep this game seemingly more crazy on the scoreboard than we would have ever anticipated. Seb and Sean, 2 goals each apiece for RIT. They were such a dual threat upfield, and the assists, 2 for Seb and 2 for Yam. Seb has been so consistent throughout today. He has allowed not only the offensive pressure for his team finishing off those goals, but he has helped his team in the form of assists and setting up plays. Very impressive performance by RIT. Just when we thought St. John Fisher might be able to take it in game 1, they roared at the end of that one.
And you mentioned as well, St. John Fisher, they kept it so close, but this RIT's team, they're scariest when they have a 2-goal lead on you, because they always find ways, whenever they have a 2-goal lead, to never lose it. I don't know if it's just something to do with the RIT mentality, but whenever they take 2 goals on a team, whenever they go up by 2, they just add more. They become an unstoppable force. They become like a bulldozer on that field, and it's just really tough. But the key to beating this team, as you said, keep them under pressure, keep them back, and more importantly, keep them from taking a huge lead. Because once they have that lead, you're going to be very hard-pressed to find a team that'll take it away from them.
I mean, confidence and mental is everything when it comes to LAN. And when you start getting those buffer goals, when you get to that 2 point, then you're like, let's just bring the house. We can bring everything. And you know what? If we get scored on, we still have another one in the back of the pocket, and that's okay. So RIT does do really well with their leads because of the confidence. Sean, Yam, both of them in particular, you give them a little bit of confidence and they will pop off upfield. I'm very excited to see what SJFU does in game number 2 to adjust to it. Again, they played 4 very solid minutes of Rocket League, but that last minute just fell out of their fingertips. I'm hoping they can make the adjustments and give RIT a run for their money in game number 2. Make this one that much more interesting, because they seem to have the potential to do it. They just haven't been able to get that last 1% through.
Oh, but they will not have a good start here either. Yam with the finishing blow, but it's just another great pass. This time it's Sean off of the pass from Yam. It's back and forth. It's tiki-taka, but RIT Esports make it work. And you mentioned for SJFU what they need to do here. And you're right, they just need to find that little extra, that little bit of extra energy, that little push. They're so close to breaking through RIT Esports, what would be the first team today to be able to really find that breakthrough. But as you said, just kind of fell apart in that final minute. Just felt like maybe that pressure that they were facing finally broke through. And I mean, against RIT, they're going to bring that pressure. This is a team that is just going to bring it. They're going to be on offense most of the time. These teams are all used to that, but it never gets easier. And with the pressure of, a crowd watching, it only gets magnified by tenfold. And RIT, I mean, they know that. This is a team that's been here before. They know what it's like. They know how to harness that crowd. And I'm almost certain that's part of the strategy.
Evo in midfield tries to get a pass upfield, quickly taken away by Seb, who's still on the ball and pushing even more pressure upfield. Sidewall can't find the touch, and back down to Sean. Yam waiting backfield, gets the 50, it goes straight to Sean, who has some control, takes some time, Jan to come through. No one was expecting that touch, and maybe a shot can come through from Seb. Unfortunately, the pop isn't strong enough to find itself on target, and RIT may have transitioned throughout the field, but they can't seem to get that shot just on target yet.
And we always seem to have these games as well where teams just struggle to find ways to put the ball in the back of the net. And we're seeing it here. It's just, again, a slow burn. It feels like this grand final is going to be one of few goals rather than many. But SJFU would love to add in their own word to that. But again, shut down this RIT Esports defense. I mean, we talk about it as being maybe the weakness of this team, but they've been playing a very solid defensive line. And I think a lot of their defensive strategy has just been getting out of defense. They do it fast. They do it effectively. And SJFU now double committing. Yam will have an open net. A second goal for RIT. SJFU overcommitted, sent 2-1 play. They couldn't make the challenge. RIT capitalized.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal job by Yam to recognize that those 2 players for SGFU are going up at the same time. So he draws them in, jumps the pass, doesn't even get the 50 on it, and has a completely open backfield because of it. Just great vision for Yam to make the most out of another play. Again, mistakes add up, and RIT is so consistent that they read those mistakes and every time penalize. It's a phenomenal job to consistently be up by a couple goals, and we mentioned this is our 2-goal threshold for RIT, where they seem to just amp up the pressure that much more. The 50 there, even with the demo, almost finds itself on target. Yam's still searching to be a nuisance upfield, and he is continuously getting 50s. This one rolls to the other end, and RIT will have to do a little bit of defense. SJSFU looking right now for their first goal in this game, number 2, and they have to find it quick with 2 minutes almost ticked on the clock.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go, and RIT Esports once again in the driver's seat. It's going to be Seb, it's going to be goal 3, and it's going to be RIT Esports who take yet another in their favor. St. John once again just pushing very high, and you see Debo panicking on that goal line. RIT pushing through, pushing SJFU to their limits, and you can see this SJFU team start to struggle with that. RIT really bringing that pressure on, but they may have overcommitted on the kickoff. SJFU a chance to respond, and they will. And it's Devo. He's been hearing the crowd all day, and for good reason, because whenever this team needs him, he shows up.
I'm going to say Mr. Automatic, a phenomenal job by Devo to finish off plays. He's been consistent when it comes to defensively, backboard, and squishy saves, and now offensively finding the correct placement to make sure that shot goes on in. SJFU get an opportunity, and they take it. And now they still have a lot of work to do with the remaining time on the clock, but a little bit of momentum goes a long way. Hopefully, they can manage to find something upfield. A couple of misses will give RIT space. Can they use that space to now push upfield on transition? This one will go midfield, but 2 players up for SJFU defend initially. Seb trying his best off the corner, can't get there. Yam now taking time, brings this in the air. Sorry, challenging him early, and that's exactly what you need to do to make sure RIT doesn't continuously go in the air, control the back wall and that backboard.
Yeah, we haven't seen a team yet really contest RIT's midfield quite like SJFU have done so today, but RIT keep going. Yam will keep this up for Seb, and SJFU, it really feels like it's going to come down to how they challenge in that midfield, how they challenge where RIT Esports have been their strongest today, and where their focal point of their offense really lies. It's not that striking power, it's the midfield, and it's starting that play from the midfield. And SJFU, if they can challenge like that from Sori, they're going to find space. Now they get some demos. RIT Esports in a bit of sorts here. SJFU can take advantage, only 2 goals down, but without any boost. Mystic really doesn't have that many options there, and unfortunately for SJFU, that offense fizzles out. St. John Fisher still searching, but RIT now set up, and they'll boom this ball away and go back to the offensive half.
Fortunately, that outlet pass isn't connected on for RIT, so they'll have to go away. Some space for Debo, a huge flick. Is the backboard read there? The 50 by Mystic ends up going above the board. Someone from RIT just got there in time. And now this 50 goes the way of SGFU, and they have to get it out of their half in front of net. Sean able to slot it down right corner, and just like that, RIT, a similar story, another 4-1 game almost done.
And the thing is, it looked close as well at the very beginning of this game, but once they get 2 goals, they just find their way through and keep on adding. 4-1, 9 seconds left. At this point, just a formality, but it's game 2 for RIT Esports, and it's yet another strong performance here, Jigsaw. 4-1, you mentioned it. It's the second time they've done that, and it's because once they get up by 2 goals, it's so tough to shut this team down. St. John Fisher, they've brought the aggression, but it has not been enough. RIT with yet another game win now, only 2 away from taking the championship.
I feel like I kind of jinxed this game. I said it wouldn't end up being a sweep, and as soon as I say that, RIT starts to really put on that pressure, extend that lead further. I thought that game 1 would go so much differently, but instead it doesn't end up. It ends up being the same story, and it's just because of how consistent RIT has been throughout the day. Even with the switch up between Ariel and Yam, the duo between Sean and Sebward have continued to play together and be that duo. They work well off of one another, and as soon as Yam came in, they continue to be the offensive force, outshoot game after game, as well as just find all the mistakes the team is making and every time penalize them. They're doing a wonderful job of doing the fundamentals of Rocket League correctly.
It is, and that's what oftentimes marks these top teams. They may be mechanical. We may want to talk about the mechanical players, but they're mechanical because they know what to do and when to do it. And you're right, it's decision making that really makes these teams strong, and it's decision making that makes the top teams the top teams, and the better teams the better teams. And right now we're just seeing RIT a little bit better on that. They're bringing in a really good playstyle as well, holding that midfield. It's worked all day. It continues to work here as St. John continues to just need to find that space. I think that they just need to find one big outplay, maybe take a goal early. If they can just find a way to break through that midfield, this whole game could be flipped on its head.
I'm just wondering where the demos are. SJFU used demos earlier to their advantage, and they just haven't really done that in this series so far. I'm expecting them to do it to catch RIT off guard. They have to adjust something at this point, and that's my idea. Are RIT Esports just that slippery? Are they too fast to be demoed? Are they prepared for it? Or at this point is SJFU not going for them? They have to catch RIT off guard. They have to rock that defense that has been so consistently rotating throughout each position needed between challenging, between saving, and being on that goal line. So hopefully there's a change up in this one, or else match point will soon be in RIT's favor.
And you're right about that. St. John Fisher, and the demos are one of the ways you can beat this RIT Esports side, and I've seen it myself. This team can struggle when demos are brought against them, and you're right, no one has really brought that playstyle today, and I think a lot of teams have just been too nervous to do it. I mean, it's a position where you don't want to be the one to make the mistake, but you have to be the one that takes the risk, and right now RIT, they're taking that offense right here, but St. John Fisher able to clear that one away. It will be back in the midfield as Sean leaving this, but it's straight to an orange attacker, Yam. To Sebward, RIT Esports will go down the field as Yam keeps this going. SJF2 just going to hold up field. Sean, actually going to be Yam coming from behind there. RIT Esports taking advantage of a slow attack for SJFU. Will they get back? No, they won't. Goal one for RIT. And for SJFU, they left their defense for one moment. They blinked, and in goes RIT, a 1-0 lead.
Yam just catches everybody off guard, and that's how a lot of goals have been scored today. You got to double commit upfield, and you leave one poor person back. And you know why that person's back? Because they're out of boost. So they're drawn in by that juicy 100 boost in that corner, and then you know what? That net is left wide open. Yam, I have complimented before on his vision upfield. He sees when it's open, and he will take that shot every day of the week to give RIT yet another goal advantage.
Off the back wall, Sean will hold this one close as SJFU trying to keep the offense going, but Yam challenged there. Debo doing very well to recognize that just a bit too slow to that one. That RIT have been relatively casual in the midfield, but will they get another one in? Trying to fake out Debo, but he's not going to be caught so soon. Sean will go back to the midfield line as RIT holding that brick wall in the midfield. Yam to the net. SJFU continuing to block as this time it's Sori who's been really the midfield presence, and I think really he's noticed that SJFU need to make changes, and over this series he has been challenging a lot more. He's been playing the midfield, and he's been watching, and maybe he's been listening to us on what we think SJFU should be doing, but he knows that midfield is what RIT needs to win if they're going to take this series. And right now I'm seeing Sori as being that difference maker between SJFU losing this series in a sweep and being able to make that comeback, finding hope late in the series.
I mean, I gotta say, we are pretty loud in that auditorium. Everyone can hear us clearly, and maybe the players can too, maybe the coaches, who exactly knows, but hopefully they're listening to each other. The most important part of LAN is really locking in with your teammates and constantly communicating with them. That is vital, and if either team does that successfully, has a good time while doing it, then you do get that advantage. Shot here from Sean, quickly taken away. Sebward on the follow-up. This one also cleared away by Mystic, who's chasing his own ball, picks up that boost, wins the 50. Debo waiting patiently on the other side of the field if the ball can get to him, but RIT quickly gets it, only temporarily. This one set in mid. Can Debo get it under the bar? Just off the mark. So close. The effort there for SJFU, and still I said they're missing that final 1%. Can someone push it on through? Just not yet.
I physically deflated when that shot went across the goal line. It's just one of those things where I want to see SJFU find it, because it feels like this game, they've started to unlock the secrets. They're finding that midfield. They're controlling offense a lot more, and their offensive chances, they aren't just one shot and out. No, they're taking multiple plays. They're setting up opportunities, and they're finding each other, and that's really crucial. Their offense hasn't been all that heavily based on teamwork so far, and yet this game, they've made the change. They found each other. They're putting in a lot more passes, and you can see players sitting in the midfield, sitting right outside that 16-yard box to collect on those passes. And once they find each other, RIT Esports, they're recognizing that those passes are happening, but they aren't going to be there fast enough to every single one of them. And yet still they hold the lead as they'll go for the play in front. SJFU do win the challenge, and now an odd man rush the other way. Off the ceiling they go. Debo trying to get things started, has the flip, will choose not to use it. Looks midfield, but no one there. And RIT Esports will clear the ball out. Time running low. Time about to run out. Yom's going to take a second. RIT Esports 41 seconds away from quadruple match point.
Yom again with the vision in midfield. Mystic, I think, just grabbed that 100 boost in the corner and has to go at an awkward angle in order to defend against it. Doesn't read the backboard bounce because it doesn't go off the backboard. It goes post down, and Yom is able to read that awkward bounce for himself. Gives RIT the buffer goal. With just under a minute and 1 goal, it wasn't time for SJFU to panic just yet, but instead that little bit of panic gives RIT an advantage to come back and give themselves that buffer goal. It's so much harder, 2-0 at this point in this game, to get 2 goals in 20 seconds. Time has run out for SJFU. RIT knocking on the door of being at match point, and with only 10 seconds left, SJFU need to get this ball out of their half. And you know what? RIT is just there. The exclamation point by Sebword. Post down, yet another one. 3-0 RIT.
And RIT Esports now can confirm it is 16 games in a row here for them. It has been a solid performance. Only one more game needed to take the championship as Game 3 comes to its closure. RIT Esports will look for one more. They won't get it. They won't mind. Game number 3, there's a shutout against St. John University. And again, 3 games now for RIT, 1 more game needed. And as we've said, this team, this SJFU team, they're finding their space, they're finding opportunities that felt like their best game so far, and it's still not enough. Once RIT got up by 1, once they got up by 2, in that final minute, it felt like it was all over. It felt like SJFU just could not find any more energy.
Yeah, 11-2, the goal differential at this point in the game. SJFU hasn't been able to have that consistent offensive pressure or the ability to score goals. It's been hard to score a goal on RIT today. And when games happen, I don't think anyone scored more than 2 goals in a game against RIT. And it was St. John Fisher once that got them to an overtime, but couldn't pull it out in that overtime earlier today in our group stage. That's just the difference that it has been. It has been so tight time and time again, and at the top, RIT just has that ice. They have that clutch factor. And with them on match point and being so confident so far in this series, you really have to pull out all the stops. Again, I haven't seen too many adjustments from SJFU. They're able to hold on with their defense normally a majority of the game, keep it close, but again, don't have that final edge to push on forward.
Yeah, they just need, and as you said it, it's 1%. They just need 1% more. They need a little bit extra. They're so close to finding that lead, but they haven't taken it yet. They haven't found it, and you mentioned it. They did take these teams overtime once. That's the closest they've ever had to taking a game off RIT. The closest any team has had today to take a game off RIT, but we go to Game 4. RIT Esports 1 game away from being champions of the Invitational. The home crowd favorites have been unstoppable today, and they're now only 1 game away from solidifying their legacy here tonight.
Could be one final game. That's all it is. A best of 7 that is soon to be over if RIT can finish it out in one final swoop. It has been pressure for RIT early in this one yet again, just as we've seen all day long. And this one confidently, Sean putting it with a back pass to Yom. Yom off the ceiling early, gets it up to Seb, and Seb now midfield, follow-up, a double miss though. Yom's the last one back, and Debo finds something in the midfield. This one shot not on target, but a finish by Mystic, and SJFU now have a lead in Game 4.
And Yom was stuck there with only about 20-30 boosts in the tank. RIT caught in the corner. Yom didn't really know if he was going to go for the challenge in the corner or go for the play in front of the nets. Either way, he was not in the favor of winning that challenge. And SJFU forced him out, take a lead, and RIT Esports now facing that pressure. They have gone down in a game, and that's the first time that's happened here in this finals, but they look to answer back. Double tap! Brought it down! Sebward and answer, and RIT Esports needed it.
Sebward has been the hero that we all need all day for RIT. I mean, if I were to give an MVP badge at this point throughout the entirety of today, I would give it to Sebward. He has just been there when needed for RIT. If they're struggling, he manages to find a way back. If they're on defense, he comes on through when needed. Sep has had a phenomenal amount of games today and series, and he there when needed the most to tie up, to give RIT a little bit of momentum there. He ends up finalizing with a difficult goal. Well done by RIT. And now St. John Fisher back on the clock to find themselves a lead. They can't manage to hold it long, but it's always nice to see when they do get that lead occasionally, but it shows they have the potential to do it. Can they do it again in this series to extend it that much longer?
Yeah, Sebward, our esports president, he was arrived here very early at the original call time at 8 a.m. He's been here all day since then. You talk about fatigue, he's got to be feeling tired, and yet he doesn't look any bit of it. RIT Esports feeding off that energy off of every single game, and SJFU need an answer, and you talked about it. They have time, they have the space to do it, they have the opportunities, but they have RIT Esports against them, and RIT Esports has not made life easy. Flick ahead will be caught in the midfield for SJFU. Sorry comes through to win that midfield challenge as Yam waiting back, a bit slow in that rotation. Once again, players trying to catch each other on that commit to that corner boost, but RIT Esports will not let it get the better of them. Clear it away. Now they'll have to backtrack and hold down on defense as St. John Fisher trying to keep the ball, but once again RIT returned to sender. Sebward, Sean, RIT Esports slowing this one down, but they have not hit the net just yet. It's tied at 1 each, and no one wants to make a mistake, but at the same time, no one wants to be the hero.
Yeah, boost steals favorable for RIT when they take space. And as well, you said slow it down. RIT has made the pace of the gameplay whatever they like it to be. If they play a slower game, then the other team has fallen to their favor. If they want to play it real fast, take a lot of shots, then RIT has controlled it. With that as well, they have done so many differing styles to be in control in this game. And again, they have done so consistently and confidently as a team. They have to find a goal within the remaining 135 to gain a lead back. Let's keep in mind, we are still tied in this game 4. I think this is the longest period of time that we have seen both teams be on equal playing field. Normally, almost always someone has an advantage, but it has stalled at 1-1 for quite some time now, and if someone doesn't break that, we may see an overtime game at match point.
But that final minutes, you mentioned it, and people have noticed, that's when RIT Esports is at their worst, and that's when they're the scariest team out here. Off the back wall, everybody whiffed, it's wide open in front, Sean can't shoot, Sebward in, Sean will take the shot instead. RIT Esports, 63 seconds to go, and it's that final minute, that's when they're their scariest, and they've shown up here 1 minute to go, 1 minute away from being the champions.
Ice baby. That's all I gotta say, because that's what RIT has had. They have managed to be the ones with the ice in their veins to finish out these games. Every time, you're right, you get to the final 1 or 2 minutes, RIT pulls something out of the hat and it works out perfectly. Whether it's a mistake they capitalize on, whether they make someone cause a mistake, or they pull out crazy mechanics, they have done just about everything and controlled every single series they have played today. If they win this one, they will go the entire day undefeated, and that's just another mistake due to all that pressure that RIT has been bringing.
SJFU starting to panic, starting to push up very aggressively here. They're only down by 1 goal. They had time, but so often you don't think about that clock when you're down by a goal inside the final minute. You don't think about how much time you have. You don't think about potential future opportunities. It's so easy to get tunnel visioned. RIT Esports, they have taken over this game once again. They've taken over Utopia Coliseum. They've taken over Magic Spell Studios. 29 seconds to go, but they're looking to wrap this one up with the brooms and the mops. 29 seconds one more game, but it feels like this is it to take that trophy, to be the best. RIT Esports, this final minute has been all theirs, and SJFU, their time is running out.
Now, similar storyline, similar goal line finish. We've seen 4-1 so many times today, and with 10 seconds left, it may be the same. Debo's shot goes wide, and Yam finds a nice clear. Does he put one more on the board, or does he just let it run out? Ball to touch the ground. RIT win game number 4 in 4-1 fashion, outshoot their opponent 15-3, and win the RIT Fall 2024 Rocket League Invitational. Congratulations to RIT.
The Tigers stormed in and said that this is their turf, and the Tigers proved that more than just well. That was a perfect bracket from them. No losses and every single win. They take the finals, they take that championship, and they win the Invitational. And with what we've seen from RIT today, they came in as the favorites, but coming as the favorites so often is only going to add pressure, only going to add stress. But RIT Esports, they've been here before, they've already done this, and, well, they've proven to us that experience, that is that enough to carry them over the line, or maybe even well past the line with what we saw today. They take down St. John Fisher University here in that grand finals, but credit where credit's due. St. John Fisher have been the best team against them. They kept it close. It just felt like that final minute. RIT Esports, you said it. They're magicians. They brought something new. They continue to adapt, and they're unpredictable, and no one can really stop that.
Yeah, I mean, huge shout outs to Ariel earlier today, subbing in for Yam. He had a phenomenal performance to get things going with RIT. And then again, Sebward, for me, MVP performance all day today, being the consistent man on the field time and time again. Again, Yam, Sebward, Sean ends up first place for our invitational here at home. Home field advantage can be a lot sometimes. And I mean, this team has had LAN experience before. You could tell when it came down to it, they were the least nervous of anybody. They managed to do their thing, control the pace of gameplay, outshoot their opponents. And when it came down to, again, the final 1-2 minutes in every single game, they just had that pizzazz, that extra cherry on top to extend the goals in those games just that much further.
Yeah, they did. They had the ability to definitely make things strong. And RIT Esports, what a performance here. But again, you talk about it. 4-0 sweep. They take this here, but our night is not over just yet. We still have one more event because, as I mentioned, and as I've kind of hinted already, we have a trophy. We have rewards, we have medals, and of course, we have teams who deserve to win them now. So as we go to a break, we'll be back soon. The trophy ceremony, the last event of the night, the last checkbox on our list will be ticked off. But we're going to go to a break and set everything up, make sure that everybody's good to go. And when we come back, we will crown our champions at last.
And welcome back, everyone. This is going to be the conclusion to our RIT Fall 2024 Rocket Invitational. I want to thank all the teams for coming, and now we're going to be doing the trophy ceremony where we're going to be handing away the first place, second place, and third place trophies to the respective teams. It was a great day of Rocket League. I'm glad everyone came out. We're going to be doing third place first, starting off with Post University. They played an amazing series of Rocket League. They were able to play really well. I'm very happy that they came out. They did an amazing job. I want everyone to be very proud of these players, and I want everyone to just thank them for coming out.
Yeah, definitely Post University, and I think they're one of the loudest teams here today as well. They were very, very loud today, and that's what I love to see from these teams, is them getting hyped, them getting vocal, because that's something that not every team does in a LAN, but you want to see teams, they bring that energy. These guys didn't just bring energy, they brought the spirit. They brought everything that you needed, and, they may take third, they may, not be able to make it to the finals, but this team was energetic today. To say anything else, I mean, I was outside the studio sometimes eating a sandwich, and I could still hear these guys cheering whenever they scored a goal. So this team has been very vocal, definitely a deserved third place, and definitely a team that we should focus on. And now we move to second as well. Our finalists as St. John Fisher University here, able to take second place. I mean, many people coming to this saw this team, and I know, even though they had 5 players, they were able to manage that roster well, brought in subs, made changes, but man, they were such a talented team when it came down to it. And in the grand finals, they were the only team to be able to take on RIT and really give them trouble.
Yeah, all 5 of those players did a fantastic job when they were up to play. And again, as you said, they were the ones that were able to take a few games away from RIT, and that's something that is said, that is something that they should be very proud of. That is an accomplishment on its own. And now for the first place, RIT is the ones that are going to be able to bring it home. They are going to be the ones that have won the event. They played very well. They were pretty unmatched throughout the whole tournament. They did an incredible job. The performance done by their substitute player also helped out a lot. Yam came in a little bit later to clean things up, but I want to make sure that we all thank Alex for joining us today and having that be a beautiful fill-in.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Ariel jumped in, was able to win those first 2 series, but RIT as a team went and did it all. 17 games straight. Your Fall 2024 champions, RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology. And while they let this sink in here, ex-captain, RIT, they take that trophy. It was a perfect performance for them. And I mentioned that this team's got experience. They're going to be here for future events, I'm almost certain. And to see them come in to prove their worth on LAN, this is no easy feat. They've done it before, but it probably hasn't gotten any easier for teams. I know, being someone who's been, who's gotten to see teams on LAN, it doesn't get easier. Any easy feat. This team had a phenomenal performance today. They took it, and they played it well. I mean, what a performance as well. And really, just shout-outs to all of our teams that showed up today in this one. RIT Esports, St. John Fisher University here, Post University as well, and of course, I mean, we got to talk about this. We got to thank our casters. We've got to thank everybody that showed up as well here. And of course, we also have to thank our friends as well at MCC, who also joined in as well. Monroe Community College, who also joined in today. I mean, they aren't here on this stage, but honestly, they deserve to be here with everyone else. It was an amazing event. It was an amazing day as well. It was a long day as well. I think we forgot to tell just how exhausting it was. You've been here since 7:30 in the morning.
Everybody that has been working this event, excellent job today. Everyone here, we've been here since 8 o'clock this morning, and we're probably going to be here well past 8 o'clock this evening. But I just want to say this RIT club here, we've done an amazing job. We have an amazing group of people that work here for practically no cost at all. We just want to see this club stay alive and have these games continue. And we just want to make sure that we're able to show off our players to the best of our abilities, because at the end of the day, that's really what it comes down to, is we have to just show off our players and make sure other people know that RIT is a great school for this type of stuff. And if anyone wants to join us for that, we're always open for more players. But again, huge shout out to everyone that helped out, the casters, the production. Everything couldn't have gone as smoothly without them.
Of course, you said, and I think we really need to make a huge shout-out known for Garrett as well, who was on that stage as well with everything. Gian, our producer. Gian is right here with us. Gian, do you want to get over here and get on camera and say hi to someone? No? You can do it. There you go. Everybody say hi to Gian. Again, shout out to Gian.
Guy in charge. And
our
also,
producer.
Our other producer, Andrew, he did a great job. He was stuck back there in the end of the room, and our GLG staff members as well. This was an incredible LAN. I'm glad that we were able to do this. I hope that we can see more of these in the future. But without that, I mean, my name's Chris. I'm joined by Simon, Sporty FC, and we had an amazing time here casting for you guys today. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did, and we will 100% see you guys next time. Peace.